Hi, and welcome back to my channel and another fantastic billionaire marriage broker romance audiobook. I had to think for a second. I wanted to say novel. It is a novel, which is turned into an audiobook. So there are a lot of experience in this book that is taken from my own experience learning to ski. One of them is the amount of sore muscles that happen. And you'll hear about that in the recording. And I'm going to save the others till the end to talk about because I don't want to spoil the book for you. So without any further ado, here is The Professional Bride.
The Professional Bride. A billionaire marriage broker's romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. I can't believe you're actually going to see him. Rim switched the phone from one ear to the other so he could open the door to his poor excuse for a car. What am I supposed to do? It's his dying wish. Those were the attorney's exact words, dying wish. They must have classes in law school on the proper way to apply guilt, because the moment Rim hung up the phone he'd headed toward the door, convinced his grandpa could pass away at any moment without family by his side. Rim's shiver had little to do with the cold air of Park City, Utah, and more to do with the idea of anyone leaving this earth feeling unloved and unwanted. Mom huffed into the phone. I don't care if he's hanging off a cliff and you're the only one who could save him, he's not worth the time. He wasn't there for your dad when he needed him most, why should you be there for him now? Rim paused before answering. Grandpa Mike had disowned Rim's father when he was 17. Rim suspected it was Grandpa's attempt at tough love, perhaps a last-ditch effort to frighten him into straightening out his life. Unfortunately, the effort had the opposite effect and Rim's dad refused to change his ways or seek to reconcile with his father. Because of this rift, Rim hadn't seen his grandpa until the day he applied to be a busser at Grandpa's ski resort. Grandpa had pulled him aside and told Rim he would always have a place at Iron Mountain. Rim had been shocked at the desperation in Grandpa's eyes and managed to stutter out a thank you. There weren't invitations to Thanksgiving dinner or a Memorial Day breakfast. At least Rim never thought Grandpa had made the effort. However, the invitations could have come, and Rim doubted his parents would have accepted. No matter what had gone on between his dad and Grandpa, Grandpa Mike had always sent Rim the latest ski gear for Christmas and a wad of cash for his birthday. Cash he'd had to hide from his dad, or it ended up in a bartender's till. Unlike his mother, Rim had separated his relationship with his grandpa from his father's relationship with the man. They weren't close by any means, but Grandpa had, if not Rim's love, his respect. Rim understood that his mom needed to say her piece, and he hoped she understood that Rim needed to follow his conscience. I'm going to see what he has to say. He turned the key and his car chugged to life. There was a sigh. Call me when you're done. Rim ended the call and let out a sigh that sounded much like the one his mom had just expelled. Most of his mother's bitterness should have been directed at Rim's dad, dead now for 13 years. It was strange how the years had erased the bad memories in his mother's mind. She never spoke of going to the local bars to drag her husband home or of sending Rim in her place when she just couldn't face the shame. Turning left off Park Avenue, giving the snow plow on the other side of the road plenty of room, Rim tried to put thoughts of his dad aside and concentrate on his grandpa. The change in direction was just as jarring as the plow's blade grating across the asphalt as it cleared the road. Rim would need a clear head to face this visit. As far as he knew, his grandpa was in good health. The attorney's call had been like a lightning bolt on a clear day. Grandpa couldn't die. He was a pillar in the community, in their church, and in Rim's life. Rim had believed Grandpa would always be there. Like the mountains, Grandpa was larger than life and yet impersonal. He couldn't imagine being the only living male Hoagland, it felt wrong and, despite his 32 years upon this earth, Rim still felt like the baby of the family. The iron gate to Grandpa Mike's closed community swung open as Rim approached. There was a small building standing sentry and beyond that, the road split. If the lawyer was right, and Rim decided to give him the benefit of the doubt, Grandpa didn't have time for Rim to drive aimlessly through the twisting mountainside development. From where he sat in his car, he could make out a few wisps of smoke and a dark roof here and there, but whoever planned the Moose Crest community had taken extra pains to ensure that the multi-million-dollar homes didn't interfere with the natural landscape, at least from the view of the road. The owners, most likely Hollywood types, New York tycoons, and politicians, probably liked the anonymity of living in a mass of trees and shrubs protected by a 10-foot gate. Rim stopped at the guard station. The guard, dressed in a navy blue uniform with shiny brass buttons, cringed at the squeal his brakes made. Rim ran his hand along his 3-day beard. He'd worked the last couple of days at a diner and hadn't bothered to shave. "Hi." Rim smiled, trying to put the man at ease. "Keeping warm?" The guard paused for a moment. His discerning eye considered Rim's unshaven appearance and clunker car. If Rim had pulled up looking this shaggy but driving a Benz, there would be no second look. Normally the delay wouldn't bother Rim, but today he had an urgent appointment. "I'm doing fine." "Glad to hear it." Rim picked up his phone and consulted the lawyer's text. "I'm looking for 1906, Moose Crest Road." The guard took his time finding a clipboard in a stack of papers and consulting the top sheet. He ran his finger along the column, smearing the writing. When he stopped, his head snapped up, his eyes wide. "Your name, please, sir?" "Sir?" The lawyer must have called to pave the way. "Rim Hoagland." The guard stepped closer, and his voice took on a hurried tone. "I'm sorry for the delay, Mr. Hoagland." "Okay. What you want to do is veer right and then go left at every chance you get. 1906 is at the top of the hill. You can't miss it." "Thanks." Rim glanced at the man's name tag. "Sven." "I appreciate your help." Sven nodded. "I'm sorry to hear about Mr. Hoagland. Life just isn't fair." Rim shook his head. "Did everyone know but him?" "No, it's not." "Thank you." Climbing the mountain, Rim realized he was on the backside of one of his favorite ski runs. The homes faced the street he was on, with their backs toward the ski lifts and hills. He knew these huge windows, hot tubs, and patios well. Each house was positioned to allow the occupants to look out over the groomed trails. It made sense that his grandpa would own a home on top of his ski resort. Rim had probably skied past his grandpa's house 1,000 times and not even known it. Pulling into the circular drive, Rim noted the steam rising off the stamped concrete. Radiant heating removed the need for a plow in the winter. The front door was banked by rough wooden beams as big around as full-grown pine trees, and the exterior of the house was covered with native stone that fulfilled the building ordinances that kept Park City looking like an old-time miners' settlement. However, the home was so huge it looked more like a resort hotel than a miner's cabin. Rim climbed out of the car and headed for the front door. He gave a knock and then stepped back, unsure what to expect. A nurse in purple scrubs answered with a polite smile. "Hello. Rim?" Rim nodded. "I'm Karen." She waved him in and shut the door. "He's expecting you." "Come on, I'll show you the way." Rim touched Karen's arm to stop her from leaving the entryway. "What's wrong with him?" The tense lines around Karen's eyes softened with compassion. "Colon cancer." Rim dropped his hand. "How long has he known?" Karen looked over her shoulder, and Rim wondered if he'd asked a question that violated patient confidentiality and if she'd give up the information. "Less than a month. He hasn't had much time to get things in order." "It's been fast." Reeling back, Rim blurted, I had no idea." From the sound of things, Karen had been there from the moment of diagnosis, and where had Rim been? Going through life like normal, like he wasn't about to lose his anchor. Because that's what Grandpa was for him. No matter how unstable his life at home, he always believed Grandpa would have taken him in. Grandpa was his fallback, his safety net. Though Rim worked like a dog to make it on his own, knowing his grandpa was there had given him courage. Karen nodded. It took him a week to come to terms with it, and by then he was taking a lot of medications for the pain. When he was awake, he worried about you. He's been trying to, well, he can tell you. Rim turned away and scrubbed at his cheeks. A month? He groped for the wall to steady himself. How had Grandpa handled it? Rim didn't know what he'd do if the doctors gave him that kind of news. Things were happening fast for Rim, he couldn't imagine how Grandpa must have felt. Ready? Asked Karen. Yes. Rim's desire to be at Grandpa's bedside quadrupled. Karen's strides were long and quick, as if she sensed Rim's unease. They hurried through several rooms and what appeared to be an enclosed bridge of some sort before entering a living room with a large hospital bed in the middle. Grandpa's previously broad shoulders took up a dishearteningly small part of the bed. He was situated to one side instead of in the middle. Karen left Rim's side with a light, reassuring touch on the arm. She checked Grandpa's bag and then some monitor with constantly changing numbers. Two men in gray suits sat on the couch, typing away on their laptops and ignoring the medical personnel bustling about the room. They had the coffee table covered in organized stacks of papers. Rim assumed the man in a white lab coat was a doctor. They exchanged a nod, and then the doc ushered everyone, including the suits, out of the room. Karen leaned close to Grandpa. Mr. Hoagland. She paused until Grandpa's eyes fluttered open. You have a visitor. Grandpa's gaze traveled the long way around the room before landing upon Rim, who was shocked to see such clarity in the eyes of a man who had wilted like the wildflowers in October. Hearing Grandpa was dying was one thing. Seeing it with own eyes left no doubt and removed all hope. Grandpa would soon leave this life and join his beloved wife. A weight settled on Rim's chest and he took shallow breaths. Grandpa Mike pushed a button to raise the bed, his hand shaking with the effort. Karen didn't move to accomplish the task for him. Despite the sorrow in his heart, Rim smiled at Grandpa's stubbornness. Not even death could take some things. You came. Grandpa's eyes sparkled. That twinkle was worth 100 trips up the mountain to visit. Rim was suddenly aware of the heavy peace in the room, as if the veil between this world and heaven were thinning. Grandpa Mike held out a hand, and Rim stepped forward to take it. Instead of shaking hands, Grandpa pulled Rim closer and held on. There was no awkwardness, no emotional distance between them. At times, Rim had been angry that Grandpa had turned his dad out, but at this moment, all was forgiven. Rim sat on the bed and cleared his throat. How are you feeling? He asked. It was such a stupid question, but there wasn't much else to talk about. Like crap, but they say that's normal when you're about to die. Rim's jaw dropped at Grandpa's blunt statement. Then he harumphed. Take that, death. You may take my grandpa, but he will live on. Grandpa chuckled. There's no point in dancing around the issue. I don't have time to shoot the bull. So, you're here and I have stuff to say. Are you ready to listen? Rim nodded. I've done well most of my life. My one regret is how I treated your dad. Grandpa coughed. Rim wasn't sure if it was a sick cough or a cough used to cover emotion. He suspected the latter, based on the moisture gathering in Grandpa's eyes. I've had a lot of time to think about this, and I realize that he messed up his life, but there were things I could have done to help him, and I didn't. His bony hand tightened around Rim's. I'll see him sooner than you will, and hopefully, by the time we welcome you into heaven, he will have forgiven me for my hard heart. All the times his father had railed in drunken fury about Grandpa's success, the anger and the wounded look in his eyes, haunted Rim. He wondered if 1,000 years would be enough time for his father to forgive Grandpa. He couldn't say that to Grandpa, though, not when the man was going to find out the truth soon enough. Thank you for telling me. It matters, said Rim. Grandpa lifted one cheek in a weak smile. Good. But that's not why you're here. Okay. Rim pulled the word out, not sure where things were going. For a moment, Rim wondered if Grandpa had some sort of dementia on top of everything else. He bounced from topic to topic like a squirrel hopping trees. He glanced up at Karen, hoping for a clue. She focused on refilling Grandpa's water cup and kept her eyes down. When he looked back at Grandpa, his whole countenance had become serious. Rim, you're all the family I have. Grandpa's voice was higher than normal, a sign of his anxiety. Rim gave his hand a gentle squeeze. Hadn't he felt the same desperation at the thought of losing Grandpa? It seemed they shared more than a love for skiing and faith in God. You've done well for yourself. You worked your way through life and you've worked hard. Rim held his tongue. This wasn't the time to discuss the 5 seasonal jobs he maintained throughout the year so he could be free to teach skiing in the winter. After suffering through his associate's degree, he decided it was worth the sacrifice to do what he loved. He lived on canned soup and cereal to save money. His apartment was a joke that he shared with 2 guys so he could afford it. But it was worth it to be able to teach skiing and hold a season pass that allowed him access to the hill he loved. I started out like you know? I didn't have more than 2 nickels to rub together. But he turned to look out the window at the stunning winter landscape. I built this resort and I made it into something. That's putting it mildly. The Iron Mountain Ski Resort was one of the premier ski resorts in the world. His grandfather owned the best real estate in Park City. They catered to the wealthy and still managed to serve the local ski community. Grandpa faced him. It's yours. Rim lowered his eyebrows. What is? All of it. Grandpa coughed, the sound weak and ineffectual. All of what? Rim held tighter to Grandpa's hand as it slackened. Grandpa sighed. I've watched you grow up, Rim. You may have thought I just threw money your way, but I paid attention. You've worked at the resort since you were old enough to bus tables, and you bring in more guests as a private ski instructor than anyone else on my payroll. You know this business, Rim. Grandpa did that emotional cough thing again. I'd planned on bringing you into management when you turned 35. I knew that by the time you were 40, I could hand the place over to you. But plans change. You aren't ready yet, so I've prepared a special training for you with the help of a friend. You're going to be all right. All his life, Rim had been told not to expect anything from the old man when he died, and he never had. Never, not even once, did he believe he'd be in the will. Needing to sit down, Rim let go of Grandpa's hand and fell into the visitor's chair next to the bed. Rim! Grandpa called. He started coughing so hard the bed shook. Then, even though the coughing stopped, the shaking remained. Karen hurried over and the doctor flew into the room. Rim watched in horror as he filled a syringe and inserted the needle into the 4 tubing. What are you giving him? Rim asked. His blood turned cold. Something to make him comfortable, replied the doctor. Wait, comfortable as in? Rim grabbed Grandpa's hand and held on tighter than a brand new ski boot. The light and stubbornness that was Grandpa slowly ebbed away, unhindered by pain thanks to the shot. There was a flux of that peaceful feeling, and then the veil closed, leaving behind a vast sense of loss. Shocked, Rim pulled his feet under him like a first-timer on skis, unsure if he'd be able to stay up. Karen put her arm around Rim's shoulders. You made it here for him. He was hanging on just for you. Rim leaned on her, grateful for her words. His grandpa had loved him even if it was from afar. And the feelings of respect and caring that Rim had sometimes felt guilty for having for Grandpa, because of his dad, filled the empty places in the room. He stood up straight. No more. He'd wasted years with his grandpa out of loyalty to his mom and dad, and now he refused to let their bitterness hinder his ability to love. Rim bent over the bed and kissed his grandpa's forehead. If you'd like to step out, we can take care of him, said the doctor. Thank you, muttered Rim. Not sure where to go, he wandered out of the room and into the bridge-like hallway. Sir, wait. Rim stopped automatically, his body was on cruise control. Sir. I'm not sir. Grandpa was sir. Yet this was the third time that day Rim had been called sir. The word fit like a loose binding. Hi, I'm Robert McGraw. We talked on the phone earlier today. Right, the guiltmaker. Mr. McGraw stood eye to eye with Rim, who was 6'1". He had graying hair at the temples, the rest of his hair was black and shiny with a wave in the front. He had a few wrinkles around his eyes and down his cheeks. With his spry movements, and the raccoon tan line that could only come from wearing a ski mask on a sunny day on the slopes, Rim found he liked the guy despite his first impression. I know you're probably reeling, but there are some things we need to go over. Like what? Rim couldn't think of a single thing, at all. He still couldn't believe Grandpa was gone. Rim's interactions with his grandpa flashed before him and, unhindered now by the weight of his parents' anger, Rim saw how Grandpa Mike had molded him through example. He'd influenced Rim's life in ways Rim hadn't thought of until he had to face a world without Grandpa in it. For one, he'd given Rim a reason to be proud of his last name, a reason to hold his head high even when hauling his dad out of the bars. That meant something to Rim as he grew from a boy into a man. As Mr. Hoagland's only grandchild, there are several small points we should cover when it comes to inheriting Iron Mountain, your grandfather's estate, and his investments. But you need to know, there is one stipulation that will affect you in a, shall we say, personal way. Wow, when Grandpa said it's all yours, he meant it. What would his mother say about that? Grandpa's comment about some sort of training rose up through the fog in Rim's head. Shoot. Mr. McGraw buttoned his suit, then unbuttoned it, then pulled at his tie. He cleared his throat and gave Rim a sympathetic smile. You'll have to get married. Rim's eyebrows shot up. Married? That was a sentence worse than. Rim looked over his shoulder to where Grandpa's body now lay, covered by a white sheet. How could he get married? He didn't date, he couldn't afford it. Sure, plenty of his clients had asked him out, but he knew they were looking for a vacation fling and he wasn't interested in one-night stands. He had pictured himself married, one day, in the distant future, when he could support a family. But he was nowhere near that right now. Well, with the inheritance, he'd be financially able to support a family, but he was still light years away from any sort of mental state that would allow him to make that kind of commitment. What was Grandpa thinking? Rim wasn't ready for marriage. He couldn't risk it, couldn't risk having to carry someone through life like his mother had, and he lived in fear of being the burden his father had been. Marriage was out of the question. Surely Mr. McGraw could be brought to understand. With all due respect, are you kidding me? Mr. McGraw shook his head. Anger cleared the fog. It evaporated like the steam on the driveway. I can't get married, I don't have a. That is, I'm not dating anyone. I mean, how? I know it's unconventional, especially these days. But your grandfather has a friend named Pamela Jones, who runs a matchmaking service. She specializes in marriages that are mutually beneficial for both parties. Pamela came out last week and they discussed your. McGraw's eyes darted to the side and he cleared his throat again. Future bride at length. He reached into his breast pocket and pulled out a card. You'll need to contact Pamela today. She's called several times to check on your grandfather, and she'll be expecting to hear from you. Rim read the card in his hand. BMB? Grandpa, what have you done? The anger simmered. I don't understand. A business marriage? The lawyer tugged on his shirt cuffs. I'm not privy to more information than what's in the will. But it does appear to be a temporary situation. Rim flicked the card back and forth over his palm. Is there any way we can get around it? Rim's stomach soured, but he pressed forward. Can we have Grandpa declared insane or something? The words left a horrible taste in Rim's mouth. He cringed at the idea of besmirching Grandpa's good name. "I'm sorry. The document is watertight. And with the illness being so sudden, it's unlikely a judge would consider a case of insanity valid. Besides, he's given you 2 weeks to tie the knot." Of course he did. Rim shoved the awful idea of declaring Grandpa unsound away. Never mind. Another question popped into Rim's head, and since Mr. McGraw seemed upfront with what information he had, Rim asked, "What happens if I don't get married?" "Your grandfather's investments will be divvied up among his favorite charities. The house will be sold, etc. Iron Mountain will be incorporated and a board of directors will take over. There have been 3 offers on the resort in the last 2 weeks. It's possible that it too will be sold." Rim felt a stomachache coming on. He couldn't imagine Iron Mountain in the hands of investors. They'd milk it dry and ruin the family atmosphere. The resort was Rim's heritage, and it was home to many who worked there. He personally knew dozens of instructors who relied on the seasonal employment to provide for their families. They came back to Iron Mountain year after year because Iron Mountain often worked around their family's needs. Grandpa's company provided daycare at a reasonable cost, allowed shift changes at a moment's notice, and worked with the local tech school to provide training for their culinary students. A corporation wouldn't do those things. They wouldn't treat people like family, they'd treat them like an asset or a liability. The instructors, bussers, chefs, lift operators, and even the maids and maintenance crew were like family to Rim. He'd grown up with them, laughed with them, skied with their kids. He couldn't leave them at the mercy of a board of directors. With a resigned sigh, Rim said, "I'll call her this afternoon." Mr. McGraw's shoulders relaxed. "I'll be in touch." He pulled his eyebrows together. "I guess I should tell you that I work exclusively for Mr. Hoagland, and therefore I'm now on your payroll. Here's my card. If you have any questions or concerns, I'll be happy to address them. We need to meet and go over things, but it can wait until after the funeral if you'd like." Rim's head was spinning. He had a payroll? He had a lawyer? He never thought he'd need either, and yet he'd been handed them. His instinct was to shove them back, but there was no one to take them. Somehow, Rim made it to his car and down the switchback to Sven, who waved him through with a look of compassion. Rim's phone rang, and he checked the number before answering. "Hi, Mom. You aren't going to believe this." Chapter 2. Amber Appleby was somewhat surprised to feel sad that her marriage was coming to an end. She shared a fond look with Jeremy, his golden brown eyes reminding her of the amber stone necklace he gave her this morning. It was a farewell present, one that she would treasure. No one expected a kid from a Kentucky holler to make it to the major leagues, but baseball was in Jeremy Appleby's DNA. It ran through his mind 24 hours a day, and it pumped through his heart with the driving force of a locomotive. He'd pitched his first major league game at the age of 19. In just a short time, his life spun out of control and it started to affect his game. There was more money coming in than he knew what to do with, and everyone wanted a piece of him. His agent found Pamela's company, Billionaire Marriage Brokers, and asked if she could find Jeremy a wife who would stabilize his life. Pamela recommended Amber because of her mentoring experience, her background in finance, and her level head. The year Amber spent helping her husband gain control of his new wealth, buy and decorate a house, and learn to navigate the tricky waters of fame and fortune was a year unlike any other. Jeremy was her only husband who came with an entourage of reporters, groupies, trainers, an agent, and a wicked curveball. The press went nuts over their age difference, calling her everything from a gold digger to a cougar. She'd learned fast what to say in front of the camera and what to keep behind closed doors. She and Jeremy posed together like newlyweds while in public to keep up appearances and honor B&B's confidentiality agreement, though they had separate bedrooms at home. B&B marriages were platonic, arranged for the benefit of both parties, but not including physical intimacy. The same level head that helped Amber retain her poise in front of mean-spirited reporters was what made her decide to sign up with Pamela's company, a matchmaking service for the ultra-rich. Numbers don't lie, and Amber realized she could make more money as a businesswife than she could on her speaking junket, and that wasn't anything to sneeze at. Amber came out of her musings and back to Lisa Marie's office, where the printer ink on her divorce papers had barely dried. "Jeremy, you'll sign everything first and then pass it to Amber, and she'll sign right below you," said Lisa Marie. She was wearing one of her signature pantsuits and a bright green scarf. On other women, the scarf would have washed out their color. But the color did amazing things with Lisa Marie's fair skin and dark brown eyes. Jeremy picked up one of the 5 blue pens lying on Lisa Marie's desk and signed with a flourish. Amber grinned. They'd worked for days to come up with that signature, the one that would grace baseballs, bats, hats, and other merchandise as he signed autographs for fans. Before marrying her, he'd had a chicken scratch. Now his name looked memorable. After several more pages and signatures, the divorce was final. Amber looked forward to the big bonus soon to be deposited into her checking account. That money would take her to a beach in Mexico for a month while the tabloids ate up the news that Jeremy Appleby was back on the singles market. She couldn't wait to bury her toes in the sand and read every book on her Kindle. With images of white sand and blue skies dancing in her head, Amber stood up and hugged Jeremy. "Be good," she said in a mock warning tone. Jeremy laughed. "You're the one who needs to be good. Bikinis and beaches will look really good on you." Amber swatted at his shoulder. "I'll be fine." She hugged him again. "I'll miss you." Jeremy gave her his $1,000,000 smile. "I'll miss you too." They walked out to the elevator together, a feeling of melancholy settling in. Jeremy pressed the button and Amber smiled at the receptionist, Tina, as she talked on the phone. Amber and Jeremy stepped inside the silver-plated elevator. It was strange that their year together started with a ride in this elevator, and now that was how it ended too. Just before the doors shut, Tina covered the phone and called out, "Amber, can you wait a minute?" Amber gave Jeremy's hand a quick squeeze and stepped out. "Bye," he almost whispered. Amber nodded encouragingly as the door shut between them. She tugged on her jacket. Jeremy was going to be just fine. She'd set up systems to keep his money growing, he had an agent who had his best interests in mind, and his home was almost paid for. She tugged at her jacket again. If she'd done such a great job, why did she feel like she was sending her little brother off for his first day of school? She adored Jeremy, in many ways he'd become the sibling she'd never had. Tina hung up the phone and let out an exasperated sigh. "Sorry about that." "No problem. Did I forget something?" "No. But Pamela wanted to speak with you when you were done. Do you have a few minutes?" Amber refrained from rolling her eyes at how ridiculously open the next few days of her life really were since she'd just had her last day of work. A late lunch and a night at a hotel were her only plans. All her things were in storage or suitcases, and since she planned to leave the country as soon as her bonus came through, she hadn't bothered to find an apartment. "I'm good." "Okay, I'll take you back." Amber smiled. "I know the way." Tina waved her off. "I know you do, but if I don't get up and walk around every now and again, my legs will forget how to walk." "I doubt that." It was unlikely that Tina's thin but shapely build could ever forget how to walk, or run, or climb a mountain. It might be because she was always busy, always moving, always helping the others in the office. Pamela might own the business, but Tina kept things running smoother than quality chocolate truffles. Tina tapped on the open door and Pamela looked up from her computer screen. "Amber's here." Entering the immaculate office, Amber smiled at her boss. Pamela's blonde hair was, as always, in perfect order. Her lace blouse was professional and feminine. Amber admired Pamela's ability to embrace being a woman in the workplace. It was a stark contrast to her mother, who believed that to compete with men you had to dress like one. It was an old-fashioned idea, one that stemmed from her grandmother's feminist marches and glass-ceiling demonstrations. Amber's mother had flipped a lid when she told her about becoming a B&B bride. It was a constant source of contention between them. No matter how often she explained that it was a job and not selling out to the ancient tradition of servitude, her mother believed Amber had turned her back on everything she'd been taught about respecting herself and not needing a man to feel complete. What her mother refused to see was that bride was a job title to Amber, much like marketing manager or company president. The title bride encompassed a variety of responsibilities unlike any other career. Being married called on every skill set Amber possessed, from negotiation to investing and from managing employees to cheerleading for her husband. The days were full of variety and constant challenges. It was both rewarding and exhausting. "Amber, so good to see you again." Pamela came around her desk and gave Amber a hug. Catching a whiff of Pamela's designer fragrance made Amber smile. Hugging Pamela was nothing like hugging her grandmother, who was all sticks and sinew. Pamela was shapely, no angles or sharp points, just graceful beauty. There was nothing frumpy about Pamela. She was more of a businesswoman than a crafter. Yet, the woman could be quite crafty when it came to putting two people together. Releasing Amber and settling into one of the chairs on this side of the desk, Pamela asked, "How did it go with Mr. Jeremy Appleby?" "It went well. He has big things ahead of him, and with spring training right around the corner, he's got a lot to keep him busy." Pamela laced her fingers together and settled them on her knee. "Good. Good." This was a little more high profile than we originally thought. Since Amber was 29 and Jeremy was barely 20 when they married, the tabloids and even some reputable sports stations had picked up the story, broadcasting their prediction for everything from how long the marriage would last to how long Jeremy would stay faithful. They'd all lost on the adultery bets. Jeremy's down-home upbringing meant he honored his vows. However, those who had bet the marriage would only last a year were dead on, though not for the reasons they believed. Amber chose to ignore the bad press and encouraged Jeremy to do the same. She only wished her mother had been able to ignore it as well. Thankfully, her mother's opinion didn't affect Amber's career. Things settled down after the initial shock. There will be another blast as soon as that paperwork goes through the system, but it shouldn't hurt his career. Pamela tipped her head. "I think being single would be good for him at this point." "You're probably right. As long as he keeps his head." Pamela leaned forward. "What are your plans now?" Amber crossed her legs. "I'm going to lay low and let it all blow over." Pamela's brow furrowed. "You're not leaving town, are you?" "I was planning on it." After Amber's first marriage, Pamela explained that she liked the brides to have 3 to 4 months between marriages. The crease between Pamela's eyes gave Amber the impression that something out of the ordinary was about to happen. "Why?" she asked with caution. Pamela smoothed her features and caught Amber's eye. She looked at her, hard, and Amber felt like a document on the scanner. It wasn't uncomfortable, but personal. Goosebumps trilled up her arms. Something about the way Pamela's eyes sparkled as if they were full of magic made Amber think her life was about to flip upside down. This evaluation took in not only Amber's professional abilities, but her heart as well. Pamela nodded once and then stood abruptly. "Jeremy was your third marriage, right?" she asked as she made her way around the desk. "Yes." Amber wondered if she'd passed whatever test Pamela had just given her. She also wondered how many marriages she'd be able to do before Pamela thought she'd done too many. Her first 2 husbands led private lives. Another high-profile groom would be stretching it now that she had been in the public eye. Then there was the age thing. Her 30th birthday loomed. Not that she put stock in birthdays. A woman was only as old as she believed herself to be. Age had never been a part of her and Pamela's discussions, but she knew that some of the reason her marriage to Jeremy worked, despite the difference in their ages, was that she looked the part of a Major League Baseball player's wife. She had long blonde hair, a thin waist, and pouty lips, all things she'd cursed growing up, because people underestimated her. The joke was on them. She'd learned to use her looks to her advantage, and being a billionaire's bride was definitely to her advantage. All she had to do was check her bank balance, and she saw proof that beauty and brains were a profitable combination. Pamela pressed her fingertips together. "Do you remember when we first met?" Amber nodded. Pamela had approached her after she'd spoken at a conference for entrepreneurs. Within 4 months she was married to Braden Harris, who was a top heart surgeon at the local hospital and still lived like a college student in a hole-in-the-wall apartment. In the year they were together, she helped him buy a house, balance his work life with personal time, and find clothes he could wear outside of the operating room. She smiled. He and Jen, Amber's best friend since childhood, had sent her an engagement announcement just a few days ago. She couldn't have been happier for the two of them. Pamela's voice pulled her away from her musings. "I've got a new client and he's right up your alley." "Oh." Amber leaned forward as Pamela swiveled her screen around to reveal a handsome face. Okay, handsome was an understatement, the guy was stunning. His dark blonde hair was long, hanging just past his chin, and he had a groomed beard that did everything for him, including electrify his bright blue eyes. Amber was disturbed to find herself melting into the seat as images of red capes, big pecs, magical hammers, Australian accents, and superheroes flashed through her head. She sat up straight. All those Marvel movies Jeremy made her watch were obviously a bad idea. She cleared her throat. Why'd he sign up? He will shortly inherit a surprise sum and a large company from his estranged grandfather. Amber raised her eyebrows. Estranged grandfather? Pamela bit her lip, and Amber thought she saw sorrow cross her face. It's a long story. Needless to say, Rim is not prepared to take this on and needs some help. Amber nodded, intrigued. How did he find you? I knew his grandfather. Pamela's eyes sparkled, and Amber wondered who found whom. Actually, it's stipulated in Michael's will that Rim marry a woman who can help him through this, and that he needed to use my company to find her. Leaning back in her chair, Amber tried to process the idea of an arranged marriage. So, in order to get the money, he has to marry me? Usually it was the other way around. In order to get paid, Amber had to marry someone. She knew what she was getting into when she signed up. Pamela nodded matter-of-factly. Pretty much. It was Pamela's turn to lift her eyebrows. Amber glanced back to the image of Rim and saw masculine independence in his eye. It was as attractive as it was alarming. It could mean trouble. Pamela's fingers paused over the keyboard. I'll admit that it may seem eccentric for Michael to add the clause to his will. She moved her hands away from the keyboard and clutched a pen. He's on a tight deadline. She glanced at the clock. Amber gripped the chair. You mean, he's dying, now? Pamela cleared her throat. I expect a call from his attorney at any moment. I'm so sorry, Pamela. He was obviously dear to you. Pamela nodded and ducked her chin. Amber wanted to hug her, but wasn't sure if Pamela would feel awkward receiving sympathy from an employee. Instead, she settled for the much less personal pat on Pamela's hand. Is there anything I can do? Pamela lifted her head. You can help me fulfill Michael's wishes. He built his business, tended it, and grew it, and more than anything, he wants Rim to succeed him as the owner. He told me Rim had the same love for it as he did. It's in his blood. And we both believe that, with a strong mentor, he'll do wonderfully. Amber pulled her hand away. I know we're divorced, but I wonder how this will affect Jeremy. It will look like I left him for Rim. I don't want to do that. Leave that to Lisa Marie. She has a few ideas about keeping the press out of this one. Amber had one other concern. What if he's dating someone? She had no desire to come between a happy, unhappy, estranged, engaged, or any other type of couple. Swiveling the screen back to face her side of the desk, Pamela said, "He's been single for a while." Amber chewed the inside of her cheek. She didn't want to turn this opportunity down. Another contract would bring her closer to her goal of retiring by the time she was 35. There was a lot of the world out there for her to explore. With the right investments, she could see as much of it as she wanted and buy a place of her own to come home to. Besides, helping people change, grow, and succeed fulfilled her in a way no other work could. It was her calling in life. With the right attitude, she could make this work. She stood up and adjusted her purse over her shoulder. "Should I call you when I get back into town and we can set a date?" Pamela typed on the computer for a moment before looking up. "Didn't I mention the wedding is Friday?" Amber dropped back into her seat. 4 days? You left that part out. Gone was the woman mourning her friend. Pamela the boss had returned. "It doesn't matter. Everything is ready. Your code of conduct is on file, you can sign the prenup before you leave, and I just emailed Trish, she'll have your boarding pass for the flight waiting at the front desk." Amber pressed her palms to her head to stop the spinning. She grabbed the first question that came into focus. Boarding pass? Pamela focused on typing for a moment, and Amber wondered if she was ordering a car to pick her up at whatever airport she was headed to. Rim lives in Park City, Utah? But it's cold there. Images of warm beaches and hot sun turned into mounds of snow and puffy coats. Ick. Pamela brought up the Weather Channel. It was 15 degrees yesterday. Do you ski? No. It's like riding a bike, I'm sure. Once you get the hang of it, you never forget. I've been to Michael's little resort several times. They have wonderful instructors. I'm sure you'll pick it up. Amber doubted that. But she wasn't going to Utah to ski, she was going to get married and help Rim organize his life. That, she could do. Okay, I guess I'm going back to see Lisa Marie. She stood up again and took Pamela's outstretched hand. "I've got a good feeling about you," said Pamela. "I'm glad one of us does. I'll be calling for monthly updates this time. If you need help, let me know. I owe Michael at least that." Amber cringed. During her first marriage, Trish, the bride manager of sorts, had been in constant contact. She'd been a huge resource for Amber. After that, she did what came naturally to her. Her second and third marriages were almost completely hands-off from B&B. She and Trish still met up every couple of months for lunch as friends. She worked best on her own and didn't like the idea of Pamela hanging over her shoulder. Besides that, she was going into this contract just as blind as Rim. She'd need several hours to research the resort, Rim, Grandpa Michael, and anything else that might help her understand what she'd gotten herself into. Amber caught a small bit of desperation in Pamela's eyes. Rim's grandfather must have been a good friend for Pamela to take an invested role in the marriage. "I'll look forward to it," she said with a smile. "Thank you." Amber excused herself and hurried down the hall to Lisa Marie's office. The divorce papers had been cleared away and a prenuptial agreement, still warm from the printer, with Rim's name under the signature line, waited. Lisa Marie, who now had 2 pens holding up the messy bun of curls at the back of her neck, gave her a quick smile as if she didn't have time to finish it. "You are the fastest turnaround I've had." Amber wasn't sure if that was a compliment, an insult, or just an observation, so she didn't reply. "I'm not going to file this until Thursday morning. I think it will be best to have a couple days between the divorce and the marriage. Otherwise, the marriage will be too easy for the paparazzi to pick up on." Amber nodded. "Thanks." The last thing Amber needed was more bad press. On one level, she could ignore it, sticks and stones and all that. On another level, it stung to have someone believe such horrible things about her. I'm also going to file it in Utah to put as much distance between that marriage and this one as possible. Sounds good. It's the same prenup you've signed before. The only difference is the groom's name. If you're good, we'll cruise through. If you want me to go over anything slower, just ask. Okay? Amber threw her long hair over her shoulder. Let's go. 10 minutes later, Amber collected her plane ticket from Lisa Marie and was headed towards the elevator, still reeling from the fact that she would be married again in less than a week. Hold up. Trish hurried down the hall. Amber smiled at Trish's zebra-striped dress and bright green high heels. A pair of black sunglasses perched on her head and a gold chain belt hung around her middle. Amber preferred a more subtle look, but adored Trish's taste in clothing. They exchanged a quick hug. So, you're back in business? I guess so. Trish bounced on her toes. I'm flying out as soon as possible to take you shopping. I just found the cutest boutique on Main Street. Promise you won't go without me. Amber laughed. I promise. Okay. I'm going to research the latest winter clothes and I'll email you pictures. Have you seen the fur-lined hats? They're adorable. Amber was a bit weary of all things winter. I'm sure you'll look great in one. Trish's shoulders sagged dramatically. Let a girl have a dream, will you? I'd love to turn you into the most adorable snow bunny. Especially since your groom is so yummy. Trish said the same thing about husbands number 1 and number 3. Poor Derek, husband number 2, what he lacked in looks, he more than made up for in his sense of humor. If only women could see the amazing man under the big nose, gangly arms, and toothy grin. I'd rather be that bunny with the drum and the batteries. I've got tons of research to do over the next couple of days. Besides, it doesn't matter to me how handsome Rim is, this is business. Spoil sport. Trish stuck out her tongue. You know I don't mix romance with work. Since B&B marriages did not include any form of physical relationship unless both parties consented, which Amber never did, ever, work was just work for Amber. Yeah. You're not blind, though. Tell me you didn't swoon at his profile pic and I'll forget about any clothing with fur. Amber considered denying the way she'd appreciated Rim's rugged looks, just to get out of trying on a bearskin coat or whatever else caught Trish's eye. Trish might seem fickle for her love of shopping, but she was truly gifted when it came to finding flattering clothes and designing a look that brides felt comfortable wearing. Her advice was one of the reasons B&B brides were so successful. She often told Amber that when you looked your best, you did your best. Snow bunny it is, Amber said, unwilling to say the actual words, Rim is gorgeous. Trish wiggled her eyebrows. I'll call you when I schedule the trip. With a quick hug goodbye, Trish hurried back to her office and Amber stepped into the elevator. She bit her lip. Trish's visit was the least of her worries. Rim was something of a mystery with his estranged grandfather, big inheritance, and single status despite his obvious good looks. Amber frowned as the elevator doors opened and a cool breeze touched her face. Growing up on the beaches of California, she'd avoided the cold at all costs. Now she was headed into 15-degree weather to marry a man who had been, for all intents and purposes, forced into the marriage. For the first time in her life, she wondered if her good sense had disappeared. Chapter 3. 2 nights later, Rim stalked across Iron Mountain's main lodge, disgruntled and dismayed. The giant building had an open feel thanks to the vaulted ceilings held in place by timbers bigger around than 3 men, fastened with black, steel joists and bolts longer than his arm. The great stone fireplace had a modest fire inside, and guests roamed wearing everything from ski clothes and clumpy boots to suits and ties. Most everyone here had attended Grandpa's scattering ceremony at the top of Grandpa's favorite run, Big Blue. Rim had to admit that standing on the edge of a drop-off where the whole of Park City lay before him, the sun resting on the next rise and watching Grandpa's ashes catch a mountain breeze and spiral up before blasting to every corner of the ski run, was a stirring sight. Some of them were probably still flying around, waiting to catch a ride to the backcountry section of the resort. The ceremony was short. Buddy, Grandpa's lifelong friend, said a few words and read a letter Grandpa had written when he found out he was dying. Then the groomers had shot all 7 of the avalanche cannons in succession. Finally, once the sun disappeared and the light faded, the employees of the resort, in full uniform, skied down the run carrying torches. Those who couldn't ski rode the lift back down the hill. Rim had skied. There was no greater tribute he could think of than to wear the skis Grandpa gave him the year he started teaching. He could imagine the smile on the old man's face. For a moment there, when Rim had cut through the trees and popped up and out onto the trail, he would have sworn he heard Grandpa's chuckle. Since being summoned to Grandpa's bedside less than 36 hours before, Rim's life had taken on a surreal quality that left him feeling like someone had taken over his body and was pushing it through a series of events that were beyond his control. Half the time he wondered if it was all a dream, and the other half he doubted his brain could make something like this up. The door to Grandpa's office was open. Rim paused in the doorway and tapped the natural stained wood with his knuckle. "Ah, Mr. Hoagland. Come in." Mr. McGraw waved Rim into the room. "I'd like you to meet Pamela Jones." "Pamela, this is Rim Hoagland." Rim shook hands with Pamela. She had soft skin, and though she had to be close to his mother's age, her skin was flawless, unlike his mother's skin, which always looked dull and carried the story of her disappointing marriage in its wrinkles. Also unlike his mother were the red-rimmed eyes. Mom hadn't shed a tear over Grandpa's passing and refused to come to the service. Grandpa's marriage clause had ruffled her feathers in a whole new way. She glared at the heavens and said, "If you can't say anything nice," before clamping her lips shut and refusing to talk about Grandpa at all. Rim couldn't blame her, but he also didn't have the luxury of ignoring the situation. Instead, he had to meet with the marriage broker. "Nice to meet you," he said. "You too." Pamela didn't release his hand. Instead, she stepped closer and closed her other hand over the top of their clasped ones. Peering closely, she said, "I am so sorry for your loss. Your grandfather spoke very highly of you over the years." The same comments had come pouring in before the scattering service. People Rim didn't even know offered him condolences or told him how proud Grandpa was of him. If only Grandpa had been able to tell Rim before he was on his deathbed. Rim gave his standard answer. "Thank you. That's very kind of you to say." Mr. McGraw motioned for Rim and Pamela to take a seat while he leaned against the desk, his back to Grandpa's empty overstuffed dark leather chair. He didn't waste any time. "Pamela has brought several documents that need your signature. She's asked me to sit in on the meeting as your legal representation. I've had time to review each document and I'll walk you through them." Rim scooted forward in his seat. The first document is a confidentiality agreement. It's for those who contract with billionaire marriage brokers. Because of the high-profile status of some of their clients, as well as the sensitivity of the nature of the agreements, you're not allowed to discuss the particulars of your marriage. "Excuse me?" Rim asked. "BMB operates under strict confidentiality," Pamela said. "We do not advertise our services and we screen both brides and grooms thoroughly. Because we specialize in partnerships that are mutually beneficial to both parties, are short-term and fulfill unconventional needs." "Unconventional needs?" asked Rim. "Perhaps a woman needs someone to run her fitness company, or a man needs a woman to run his charities. I put together individuals with specific skill sets. The marriages usually last a year, though some contracts extend as needed." Rim narrowed his eyes. "And what did you and Grandpa decide my needs were?" The corner of Pamela's mouth twitched, and Rim wondered if she were fighting off a smile. "Michael specified a woman with knowledge of investments, an understanding of management, and someone who could teach those skills to you so you could carry on alone, if you choose." Rim didn't miss the twitch of Pamela's lips once again when she said "if you choose." Did she think he would want to stay married? Not likely. That's all fine and good, but can this woman ski? Pamela brushed her hair over her shoulder. No, I'm afraid she does not. Rim clenched his hands. How can a person who doesn't know how to ski possibly understand how to run a ski resort? Management skills are transferable, Pamela said, her head held high with buckets of confidence. Rim wasn't buying it. Pamela, with all due respect, I believe the reason Grandpa Mike was able to make Iron Mountain into the world-class resort it is today is because of his love of skiing. It guided his decisions in everything from purchasing water rights in order to make snow during mild winters to where to build the lifts. His love for the sport clearly showed, and he desired to share it with the world. Unless someone has that fire deep inside, they cannot run this resort. Pamela nodded. Rim, you have that fire, what you're lacking is training. Amber has the training. Perhaps over the season, she'll develop that same passion you have for the sport. She shifted in her seat. However, I'm quite confident, and so is your grandfather, that Amber is the right person to train you for your new position. Rim slumped forward, his teeth clenched together as he said, Grandpa picked her out? We discussed several candidates. Amber has dual degrees in business and finance and has years of experience as a life coach. She's dealt with the press on numerous occasions, and she helped create a brand for her last husband. She sounds bossy, cut and Rim. Pamela's posture relaxed. Her lips lifted into a toothless smile. I understand that your world has shifted this week. Michael's death has affected us all. On top of grieving for your grandfather, you'll be married in 2 days. Moving into a new house, a new office. A new life. If there's one guarantee I can make you in all this, it's that Amber is not bossy. Nor will she force you to do anything you don't want to do. She's meant to be a resource as you face the challenges that lie ahead. Challenges your grandfather could foresee, but felt personally incapable of preparing you to face. He did the next best thing, he found you a partner who wasn't your clone, but who had all the training you didn't. Pamela covered his hand with her own. Amber will help you succeed, if you'll let her. Rim looked to Mr. McGraw for help. He silently pled for the man to find a way to get him out of this. Shall we proceed with the confidentiality agreement? Asked Mr. McGraw. Apparently, there would be no help arriving from that quarter. I don't really have a choice now, do I? Pamela pulled her hand away. You always have a choice, Rim. Rim didn't see it that way at all. A spouse always turned out to be a burden, in one way or another. Even happy marriages didn't come without a price, and he'd always considered it much too high a price to pay. He could refuse to marry this Amber woman, lose his inheritance, and pretty much ruin the lives of everyone who worked at Iron Mountain. Or, he could marry Amber and lose a part of himself in the process. How could he break the hearts of the people that worked there just to save himself? He couldn't. However, he couldn't just turn himself over to a wife and let her run his life and the resort either. He'd marry her, but that didn't mean he had to listen to her. Let's get started. Chapter 4. Rim felt like an idiot standing by the baggage claim at the Salt Lake Airport holding a handwritten sign that said Amber Miller. He had no idea what Amber looked like. Not knowing had placed him at a disadvantage, and he knew it. His discomfort stemmed from his pride. He'd considered texting Pamela and requesting a picture of Amber. His fingers hovered over the keypad while his mind turned over different phrasings. In the end, he hadn't sent the stupid text because he didn't want Pamela to think he was interested in Amber's looks or that he couldn't accomplish the simple task of picking up someone from the airport without help. He glanced down at his old black work pants and polo shirt with a pink stain on the hem. He pulled his beanie down to cover his straggly hair, which he'd pulled back to appease his boss at the restaurant. There was no way he was going to start acting like a big shot. It wasn't him. He bought last season's, or even several seasons ago clothing at steep discounts. If Amber thought she'd be getting Prince Charming, she was sorely mistaken. Amber's flight number flashed on the far baggage carousel, and he moved closer to stand with a small group of passengers who had booked it off the plane. Pretty soon the area clogged with people and the conveyor belt dropped suitcases onto the turnstile. A family of 4, decked out in matching sweatshirts, crowded in front of him to wait for their bags. Rim craned his neck and wondered if he should hold the sign up higher. He perused the passengers, but soon found himself staring at a beautiful woman making her way toward the other end of the revolving belt where there were fewer people. She flipped her long blonde hair over her shoulder and checked her flight number against the ones blinking overhead. She wore designer boots, much like the ones the women staying at the lodge wore, black pants that hugged her long legs, and a shirt that hung loose on her thin frame. She had curves in all the right places, including her lips, which were full, though pursed together as she examined the bags floating past. Rim stuffed his stupid sign in his back pocket and moved in her direction. Years of helping guests at the lodge had ingrained a sense of chivalry into his subconscious. Every Iron Mountain employee was expected to keep an eye out for opportunities to pitch in. Besides, a smile from those full lips would be more than fair compensation for his efforts. He didn't want her phone number or anything, she was way out of his league, and he was here to meet his bride. There was something about her that was classy and... He searched for the right word. Enchanting? He shook his head. Never in his life had a mushy thought like that crossed his mind. Not even when Frankie Dearden had baked him homemade cinnamon rolls and asked him to Sadie Hawkins. And Rim loved cinnamon rolls. As she reached for an oversized suitcase with a baggage tag that looked like a flip-flop, he leaned in and said, "Let me get that for you." "Thank you." Her voice held a note of surprise. She stepped back to give him room. The dang bag was heavy, but he held in his grunt as he hauled it over the edge of the turnstile and set it by her feet. "Thanks. That one's mine too." She pointed to a medium-sized bag that matched the first. He set it next to the monster bag and pulled the handle up so she could wheel it along. Their eyes met, and it was like he was stuck. With her blonde hair and tanned skin, Rim expected blue eyes. This beauty had brown, deep, dark, smoldering brown eyes that lent an exotic touch to her otherwise born-in-the-USA look. She broke away first and unlatched the handle on the bigger bag, moving past him. Not willing to let her get away so quickly, Rim blurted out, "So, you're either planning to stay for a while or you packed way too much." She took in his worn clothes, frayed beanie, and generally unkempt appearance and gave him a polite but distant smile. "Thanks for your help." Embarrassed by her dismissal, Rim stuffed his hands in his pockets. She hadn't been rude, just direct. What did he expect? She was all about high society, and he looked like the kitchen help. She moved closer to the doors, and he saw her shiver as they slid open to let a family out. Rummaging in her smaller bag, she pulled out a thin jacket and slid it on. There was no way that thing was going to keep her warm, it was 12 degrees outside. Rim continued to watch her as she watched every car that pulled up to the curb. It was apparent that she was waiting for a ride, and he turned his attention to the rest of the passengers, hoping to find Amber and get away from his humiliation. As the group thinned, a new flight appeared on the board and a new group of people filed in. Rim stepped back to allow them space and checked his phone for Amber's flight information. He verified the numbers, and when he looked up, he saw that woman checking her phone as well. He felt his stomach drop to the floor as he wondered if she was Amber. Refusing to pull out his sign, he approached her again. When she saw him coming, she put on the same polite smile as before. "Look, I'm not trying to bother you, but I'm supposed to pick someone up. Are you Amber?" A small crease appeared between her eyebrows. "Did Rim send you?" He pulled off his stocking hat, a gesture that seemed old-fashioned and yet highly appropriate at the moment. "I am Rim." She pressed her lips together as she contemplated him. Nodding once, her smile brightened considerably, though it didn't register in her eyes, which were still guarded. She held out her hand. "Amber Miller." "Rim Hoagland." He shook her bare hand with his gloved one. Allowing his eyes to rest on her face, he noticed how beautiful her skin was, flawless, soft. The kind of skin a man wanted to brush his fingertips over. "Sorry about earlier. You don't look like your picture. If I'd known it was you." Rim pulled his hand back, regaining some control over his thoughts. "What picture?" Amber turned her phone to show him the image she'd been studying. He groaned. 2 years ago, Ski Nation magazine had done a cover spread on Iron Mountain. The company offered him $300 to pose for the cover and then proceeded to give him a makeover. Once the article came out, they splashed the image all over the website, Facebook, Twitter feed, and anywhere else they figured it could boost reservations. Where he had been nervous about looking for a picture of Amber, she'd obviously done her homework. He wouldn't underestimate her again. He grabbed the handle to her bigger bag. "It's a couple years old," he griped. The fact that she'd turned him away when she didn't know who he was almost made him feel good. Less pressure than if she'd acted like they were supposed to be best friends, or worse, in love. At least he knew she wasn't attracted to him. Not that he thought himself some kind of babe magnet. It's just that there had been many calls to the resort requesting the instructor in the magazine. He held on to his grudge against the hairstylist, the photographer, and anyone else associated with that project. "My car is across the way." They rushed out into the cold, across the crosswalk, and into the covered parking. The wind wasn't blowing, but the cold could grab your breath and carry it off in a hurry. He used the remote to unlock their doors. Ever the exemplary Iron Mountain employee, and ready to take charge, Rim said, "Go ahead and hop in, I'll get your bags." Amber jumped into the passenger seat while he wrestled her luggage into the trunk. It was a tight fit. Slamming his door on the cold, Rim started the car and waited for the engine to warm up before turning on the heater. He glanced over to see Amber huddled against the heating vent, shivering. "PFT. California girl." He reached back and pulled out his emergency blanket, an old quilt his mom made him when he graduated high school, and handed it to her. "Here. This should help." Her eyes were part terror, part gratitude as she took the blanket. "Thanks. Is it always this cold?" Rim put his hand on her seat so he could turn to look back as he maneuvered out of the parking spot. "Nah. January can get pretty cold, but this year has been an extreme one." "Great." Her teeth chattered, and he checked to make sure the heater was turned up all the way. An awkward silence filled the car. Rim tapped the steering wheel, letting the awkward silence grow between them with glee. Usually he could charm a client in no time. That wasn't his intention with Amber. He didn't want her to like him, become comfortable having him around, or even feel welcome in his state. He wanted her to want to leave him alone as much as possible. Once the temperature in the vehicle warmed up enough that Amber leaned back in her seat, she pulled out her phone and clicked through a couple apps. "Okay, we have an appointment with the Justice of the Peace at 1. Right after that, we're supposed to meet up with someone from the resort. Apparently they have the keys to your grandfather's house, but it's being remodeled, so only part of it is livable." She glanced up at him. "Are you remodeling it?" Rim held back his groan. They exchanged just enough words to learn one another's names, and already she had him on a schedule. Not for long. He was ready for battle and needed to bide his time. Instead of planting his heels, he answered her question. Picking battles was much more effective than fighting at every turn. He could be civil. "No, Grandpa Mike started before he died and didn't get to finish." "Oh." She pressed those awfully full lips together, and a crease appeared between her otherwise perfect brows. "I'm not sure. That is," Pamela said. Amber huffed and tucked a stray piece of hair behind one ear. "I don't know what type of relationship you had with your grandpa. Pamela said you were estranged, and I'm not even sure what that means. I want to say I'm sorry for your loss." Rim swallowed, hard. He was still figuring out what the relationship with his grandpa had been. They didn't go fishing or build birdhouses or whatever it was that grandpas and grandsons did together. Their whole relationship was founded on and centered around their love of skiing and Iron Mountain. Rim couldn't let her kind words and concerned eyes sway him from his goal of taking control of his runaway life. "Thank you." He paused a moment to allow for the shift in conversation to seem natural. He kept his eyes on the road. "I called Mr. McGraw and postponed our tour of the house." "You did?" "We need to stop at the bank after the wedding. There's papers to sign and it couldn't wait." Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Amber nodding. She was also working pretty intently on her phone. Having accomplished his first goal of setting his own schedule for the day, Rim relaxed. "That's a nice phone. Do you like it?" Amber's face brightened. "I love it. I almost forgot. Trish sent a package for you." "Trish?" Rim took the Parley's Canyon exit and made them merge into traffic. The roads were clear, and since they weren't expecting snow for a couple days, it shouldn't be too hard to get places. "She's over brides and grooms. She makes sure we stick to the code of conduct, helps us get settled, that kind of thing. Anyway, she sent you a phone and some other things that are supposed to make this all go smoother. She'd probably meet with you in person if you lived in California, but she sent the stuff with me instead." "Sounds like you know what you're doing." "And I know nothing." Once again, Rim was on uneven ground. He gripped the steering wheel. Amber pressed her lips again. Rim glanced at her and then glanced away. He didn't want to stare too long. For just a moment, he considered the fact that Amber was the most beautiful woman that had ever sat in his rundown car. "How much did they tell you about me?" she asked. "Pretty much just your name and that you were perfect for me." "I mean, perfect to marry." "I mean." She placed her hand on his arm and Rim suddenly felt warm all over. "I know what you mean. This can be awkward at first, but as long as we talk about things we should make it through just fine. I'll start." She pulled her hand away and lifted the blanket higher on her shoulder. "Before I started with Billionaire Marriage Brokers, I worked as a life coach and motivational speaker. I have dual degrees in business and finance and I keep up on what's happening in both those fields. I've been married 3 times. My first husband is now happily working as a heart surgeon, living in a beautiful house, and engaged to my best friend." She held up her hand. "Please save all questions until the end of the tour." Despite his desire to keep Amber off kilter, Rim laughed. His questions were piling up, but he did want her to finish. 3 marriages meant either she stank at this marriage thing or she was extremely good at it. And, to his horror, he wondered about that intimacy clause. The one that stated there should be no physical relationship between husband and wife unless agreed upon by both parties. Had Amber ever agreed? Hating himself for even going there, Rim tuned back into Amber's orientation. "My second husband comes from old money and was a spendthrift. He's now living beneath his means, drives the car of his dreams, and has dedicated himself to writing screenplays." Rim jumped in with, "Anything I would have seen? Are you into horror?" She made a face that made him believe it wasn't her genre of choice either. Before he could stop himself, he wondered what genre she did enjoy. "Not really?" "Then probably not. You married a horror writer, that's brave." It was Amber's turn to laugh. "He's not psychotic, he's brilliant." Potato. Amber didn't take offense to his teasing. "Your third husband?" "Jeremy." Amber's eyes sparkled. "Jeremy is hugely talented and on his way to the Baseball Hall of Fame. He's living a good life with enough investments to secure his future even if he gets injured on the field, and he's probably surrounded by several women who wanted to take my place. But I think he's smart enough to play the bachelor card for a few years." Rim's jaw dropped. She was married to Jeremy Appleby? Rim loved the L's. How cool would it be to go to their practices and games, hang out with the players? What a dream! Amber saw it. That glazed look of adoration man got when she mentioned having anything to do with Jeremy. She held back her sigh. Jeremy was living every man's dream life, yet there were struggles, and she was all too aware of how overwhelming the fame could be for someone who was unaccustomed to having fans interrupt family time or not allow a moment of privacy to shop for new pants. Instead of addressing the hopeful look in Rim's eyes, she plowed on with her own story. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara, California. I was an only child. My mom didn't believe in marriage, and from what I've been told, my dad didn't believe in paying child support. And, she sighed dramatically. I don't like being cold. Rim chuckled, and for the first time since they'd gotten in the car, his jaw relaxed. She made a mental note to divvy out a few Jeremy stories a week to keep things light. Nothing too personal, of course. She would never betray a client by giving out information they would want kept private. A few tidbits about the team, workout schedule, that kind of thing, would be fine. Rim swerved into the drive-thru of a fast food chain while Amber contemplated Rim's stony reception at the airport. It could have been caused by the way she'd acted when he helped her with her bags. She hadn't been rude, per se, just frank. At first glance, Rim didn't look anything like his profile picture. His hair was pulled back and stuffed under a knit cap, his beard was overgrown, and he had on a huge coat, a stained shirt, and a pair of black slacks that were hideously faded. She'd been looking for the heir to a billion-dollar business and been met by. Well, she wasn't sure how to classify Rim's style. He looked like an average Joe who just got off work. Not bad, no, he was still gorgeous, even though he looked a bit rough around the edges. Rim rolled down his window to order as Amber buried herself into the softest blanket in the whole world. 2 hot chocolates, please. Amber peeked out. Curious. You are about to learn the second best thing about a Utah winter. She raised her eyebrows, certain there was nothing good about a Utah winter. What's that? You can drink hot chocolate any time of the day or night. Amber nodded. If it's this cold, I'll be drinking it all day and all night just to stay warm. Rim didn't chuckle like she'd hoped. Instead, their moment of friendly banter vanished and his jaw tightened once again. Unsure what had flipped the switch, she snuggled back into the blanket. When they pulled up to the window, he asked the teenager for 4 Irish cream coffee creamers. Amber noticed his wallet was empty after paying for their drinks. Of course. He wouldn't inherit anything until after the wedding. Still, he should have had some money. Except that Pamela had said Rim and his grandpa were estranged. Did that mean in everything? As in, no contact, no money, no anything? Amber took in Rim's appearance once again. Perhaps, though he came from a wealthy family, he hadn't been given a share of the money until now. She frowned. If that was the case, training him to take over the company could be a chore. She'd also have to take into account his lack of connections and help him establish good ones right off the bat. Rim pulled into a parking spot and took the lids off the hot chocolates. Dumping 2 creamers in each cup, he replaced the lids and handed one to her. Rim watched as she lifted the cup to her lips and took a hesitant sip. She closed her eyes and let the warmth spread through her. It was the exact same way she'd felt when she first saw Rim's picture back in Pamela's office. She opened her eyes and caught Rim staring. He quickly turned to look out the back window so he could pull out of the spot and get them to City Hall. Rim cleared his throat. Amber expected questions about Jeremy. Instead he asked, "So, your best friend married ex number 1? Taking a large gulp of hot chocolate, Amber nodded before answering. I set them up about a week before our divorce. Rim looked at her out of the corner of his eye. He wasn't throwing out totally interested body language. His right hand was up high on the steering wheel, his elbow straight and his shoulder almost touching his ear. Sounds interesting, he said, though his tone was flat. Amber talked the rest of the way to the courthouse. When he went to shut the car off, Amber placed her hand on his arm and felt that hot chocolate feeling rushing through her once again. Wait. She dug around in her huge purse. Seriously, she should have brought the smaller one, but this big bag doubled as a carry-on and she'd packed everything from her wallet to a change of underwear in case the airline lost her luggage. Finally, in one of the many zippered pockets, she found the ring boxes. Suddenly nervous, Amber tucked her hair behind her ear. Usually the marriage happens in Pamela's office, and they take care of all this stuff. She opened the smaller box to reveal a huge diamond ring. This is mine, but I thought you might like to carry it in. It would be weird if I had to dig it out and hand it to you in front of the judge. Yeah. Rim snapped the lid shut and held tight to the box as if he were afraid he'd lose it somewhere between the car and the ceremony. Is that mine? He pointed to the larger box. Yes, but you don't get to see, otherwise it's bad luck. She undid her seatbelt and then looked right into Rim's eyes, causing her ability to breathe to fly far, far away. The icy blue color sparked with interest, humor, and the smallest hint of fear. You ready for this? She asked. Rim hesitated, and then his words burst forth like water through a dam. This marriage is real. It's not sparkles and fairy dust, or even the dying wish of an old man. This is life, my life. We are about to pledge fidelity, loyalty, and every part of ourselves to this union. It's enormous. How are you so calm? Using the handle on the door, Rim rolled down the window to let in cold air. Ignoring the goosebumps on her arms, Amber leaned close. Hey! She ran her palm over his forearm in a soothing gesture. Her contact didn't slow down his breathing and it made her heart speed up. However, it did bring him out of his head, where the panic button was being repeatedly pushed, and made him focus on her. She gave his hand a little squeeze. You can do this. He shook his head. Using his free hand, he rubbed at his beard. Amber, I can't get married. Look at me, I'm a mess. Amber chuckled as if his distress were as cute as a puppy chasing its tail. If she allowed her thrumming pulse to send her over the edge, nothing would be accomplished. He pulled his hand out from under hers and leaned back against his door. Amber stayed where she was. Did you know that most men marry a woman hoping she will never change? And most women marry a man hoping he will rise to the potential they see inside. She picked a piece of lint off her knee. I don't see how this is any different, except that we're honest about it going into the marriage. Not only that, it's in my job description to help you reach that potential. She looked up at the courthouse and then back to him. I'm not going to remind you of all the reasons you want to do this, you know those even better than I do. And I'm not going to ask you to list the reasons you shouldn't do this, because there are a few. Rim tipped his head, considering her. But I will ask you this, if you don't walk in there and get married today, will you regret it, even just a little bit? She held his gaze, hoping she hadn't pushed too hard or pushed him away. Rim scratched his beard again. He'd miss the money, that was for sure. Working 2, sometimes 3, jobs just to make rent sucked. His best meals were the ones his clients bought him, and more often than he liked to admit, they were his only real meal that day. There was little more than cereal and milk in his apartment, and he slept and lived with furniture others had discarded. It wasn't that he cared about having nice things, it would just be nice to have the basics without having to cut back his food budget if he turned up the thermostat. Rim could live like that, had lived like that for years. What he couldn't stand was the thought of making someone else live like that because he wasn't brave enough or strong enough or patient enough to get through this year of marriage and save Iron Mountain from cold-hearted investors. Glancing at Amber, he realized there was one other reason he would regret not getting married today: Grandpa Mike would be disappointed. He knew, as well as he knew that fresh powder was a skier's dream, that Grandpa's spirit was still alive and, with the Lord's permission, Grandpa was watching over him, waiting to see if Rim would fall on his backside or succeed. Rim would rather marry this bossy, beautiful, completely ill-equipped for winter woman than fall down in front of Grandpa. Yes, I'd regret it. Amber put her hand on the door handle. Life's too short to live with regrets. We're doing this. She popped out of the car and was halfway to his side before Rim realized what was happening. Pulling his door open, she said, "Well?" Rim rankled at her tone. She only said one word, but Rim heard, "You know I'm right, and the sooner you start doing what I tell you, the better." Oh, she was good at this. Somehow she'd known exactly which card to play, and Rim was dumb enough to call her bluff. There was no turning back. He would regret not following through, and he refused to spend his life wondering what would have happened if only. Glancing down at his grease-splattered shirt, Rim said, "Just a second." He dug around in the back seat until he found an orange, zip-up ski sweater. Shedding his coat, he pulled off his polo shirt and put the sweater on over his white undershirt. His pants were still too worn, but he felt better about walking into the courthouse with a clean top. Amber gave him an appreciative look, and he felt his cheeks warm. "What?" he asked. She reached over and pulled out the hairband he had to wear to work. "You're really quite handsome, you know." He slammed his car door. He hoped she would attribute his flushed face to the cold weather. No one ever told him he was handsome, except his mom on picture day, but he didn't think that counted. Moms had to say stuff like that. "You need to have your eyes checked." Amber had her arms folded and pressed so tightly against her she could break a rib. Shaking his head, he opened his door again and pulled out his coat. He wrapped it around her shoulders, and she instantly relaxed into the Nordic material. "You seriously need winter clothing." He let the reprimand come out full force as they made their way to the courthouse doors. Rim's gruff tone hadn't given the woman pause. "Trish will be here next week to check in and we'll go shopping," said Amber. She waited while he opened the door and then crossed the small space to the vacant front desk. "If you wait that long you'll turn into a popsicle," he pressed. She touched her fingers against his neck. They were like 4 icicles on his bare skin, and he jumped away. Laughing, she said, "I think I already am." He grabbed her hands and rubbed them between his own, just like he'd done for countless kids on the ski slopes. When he pulled her hands up to his mouth to blow on them, time slowed down. Rim forgot where they were, any worries he'd carried through the courthouse door, and that he was supposed to keep Amber at arm's length. Amber's lips parted slightly, and he found himself stepping closer. Just as the urge to lean down and kiss her seized his chest, someone cleared their throat. "Let me guess, you're the 1 o'clock." Taking a step back, Amber looked toward the middle-aged man with silver hair and said, "That's us." Rim let go of Amber's hands and instantly regretted it. He remembered something they'd taught him in backcountry survival class: a dehydrated person was a desperate person. If there was one thing he didn't ever want to be, it was desperate. He'd spent 2/3 of his life taking care of his basic needs, buying shampoo and soap for him and his mom when he was just a kid and learning to live without things or act like it didn't matter. He never showed desperation because that meant you were weak. His actions with Amber, the way he let her draw him close and crave contact, made him feel needy. Stuffing his hands in his sweater pockets, he resolved to get through the wedding and the marriage with his dignity intact. Chapter 5. Amber was relieved that the justice of the peace took his job seriously. He sure didn't waste any time. They were in, married, and out the door in a matter of 10 minutes. It was a good thing. She wasn't sure how long she could keep Rim from having another come apart. All 3 of her previous husbands had sought out B&B. They had specific requirements for their wife and were pleased, if not even excited, to marry Amber. Talking someone into marrying her felt manipulative and bordering on dishonest business practices. They drove through Park City in a comfortable silence. Rim had taken on a reflective, though determined, aura. There were no second thoughts floating between them, and she took it as a good sign that his shoulders were relaxed. Apparently the worst was over. In the short time she'd known Rim, she'd already ascertained that he cared about others, as evidenced by the blanket he wrapped around her in the car and the coat he'd loaned her, took pleasure in the small things in life, like hot chocolate, and had some confidence issues that came through with his inability to take a compliment on his looks. Confidence she could work on. Though some people were born with it, confidence was something a person could learn, and Rim would be a quick study. His attention to the people around him set others at ease, and he'd soon find that it was probably one of his biggest strengths. His other strength, the one he didn't know he had, was his looks. He'd probably been riding on them for years and didn't even know it. His strong jawline and wide smile commanded attention. Well, they commanded her attention. When he'd taken her hands, she'd felt a thrill go through her body. At first, she passed it off as a chill, but when his warm breath touched her skin, she knew it had nothing to do with the temperature and everything to do with him. Even though her other husbands were good-looking, she'd never felt more for them than affection, the kind of affection she had for family. They were much more than clients, they'd become the deepest of friends. They held hands, hugged, posed for pictures, and made all sorts of small gestures that were easy, natural, calming. But having Rim close was not at all calming. It scattered her thoughts and had her frantic for a deep breath. Even wearing his coat was distracting. Since his frame was much larger than hers, probably mostly muscle, since she'd gotten a flash of a washboard stomach when he pulled off his stained shirt, she was practically swimming in the coat. It smelled like fresh air and pine trees, with a hint of musk. All things she'd smelled before, but the combination was new. That was the problem. This was all new. She hadn't left the country, but she may as well have been in another part of the world. The rolling, snowy hills, the quaint little houses, the rustic-looking resorts and hotels, the towering trees, and the way the sunlight sparkled off the snow must have been overloading her senses. Once she was used to the landscape, she'd become used to Rim as well. She smiled, feeling much better about the whole situation once she found a reason for her reaction to Rim's touch. "This is it," said Rim as he pulled into a parking lot. The bank didn't look like the banks back home. Instead, it looked like a claims office for a silver mine. Perhaps it had been one, back in the day. Amber didn't wait for Rim to open her door. The faster they were in a heated building, the better. They made their way into the bank and stopped at the desk just outside of the branch manager's office. Rim smiled easily and said, "I have an appointment with Mr. Baggs." "Your name?" "Mr. and Mrs. Hoagland." He glanced quickly at Amber as the receptionist checked her calendar, and Amber's heart fluttered. It's all part of the job, nothing more. Rim did the right thing, giving her the title of Mrs. "He's expecting you," said the 50-something woman. Once the introductions were made and a stack of financial papers dug out of a filing cabinet, Mr. Baggs began a long and extremely detailed overview of each paper before Rim signed. Amber was enthralled and impressed. Either Grandpa was a financial whiz or he'd hired a top-notch lawyer. There are a number of fees associated with the transfer. This is the total amount. Amber leaned forward to see the sum and barely held in her gasp. "If you'll sign here and here." Mr. Baggs pointed to the signature line with his long and tapered finger. Reaching out her hand to stay Rim's pen, Amber said, "Can you explain the fees, please? It's a long list and I do have another meeting." He glanced at the clock to their right for emphasis. "I assure you, they are typical for this type of transaction." Rim moved to sign, and Amber placed her hand on his arm again. "Nonetheless, I'm sure you'd like to have full disclosure for a transaction of this amount. You know, to avoid any legal problems in the future." Rim set his jaw. "I'm sure it's fine." His eyes flashed a warning. She kicked herself for not thinking about this before they walked in. Darn coat and its distracting scent. She didn't know what else to do, so she just laid it out in front of Mr. Baggs. "Rim, there shouldn't be fees for this. From what I've heard so far, your grandfather set everything up so that the money should come through clean and clear. Mrs. Hoagland, I assure you, everything is legal." "See, it's not a big deal," said Rim. Leveling her gaze at Mr. Baggs, Amber said, "Just because something is legal doesn't make it right." She pointed at the sum on the paper. $30,000 is a substantial amount of money for undefined fees. "We'll see that list, please." Mr. Baggs narrowed his eyes. Amber could see him calculating the risk of pushing her further against doing as she asked. His gaze flicked over her. He must have decided she wasn't much of a threat, because he said, "I believe my secretary has that information. I'll be right back." As soon as his feet cleared the threshold, Rim rounded on her. "What are you doing?" "Saving you $30,000. It's nothing compared to the total I'll be getting." Amber gripped the arms of her chair. "But it's your money, Rim. Not the bank's. You can't let them chip it away." Rim took a deep breath and held it in for a while before letting it out. "I appreciate your concern, but this isn't your concern." Amber bristled. "It may not be my concern, but it's my job." Rim flinched. "There are the second thoughts." Amber continued. "You may not care what happens to 30,000 because you're about to get a whole lot more. But what if that 30,000 was all you got? Would you be so willing to throw it away? Think, for just a second, about what you could do with this money you were willing to trash, and you'll understand that controlling your money, all your money, is a responsibility, not a chore, and certainly not something to be embarrassed about." Mr. Baggs came back in with 2 sheets of paper. He handed one to each of them. "As you can see from this breakdown, everything is in order." Mr. Baggs leaned back in his chair and crossed one ankle over the other leg. Amber scanned the list and felt her stomach drop to the floor. She hesitated, hoping she wasn't alienating Rim by pushing things, but her conscience wouldn't let her see him get taken. "I don't think so." "Excuse me?" Mr. Baggs's foot dropped to the floor. "You're right, these are all legal fees to charge on a transfer. However, this isn't a transfer, it's an inheritance, and by law, 90% of these fees should either be waived or drastically reduced." Mr. Baggs's mouth worked furiously, but no sound came out. Rim looked at her, horrified, and she silently pled with him to trust her. As Mr. Baggs's face turned the color of an eggplant, Amber placed her sheet on the desk and grabbed a highlighter from the Grand Canyon mug near the keyboard. "For example, this legal process fee of $10,000 must be a typo. The going rate for this fee is $100. "Yes, but that's $100 for each time we received notice to release the property or funds." "Surely you aren't suggesting that you've had over 1,000 notices to release these funds?" "No, but..." She turned to look at Rim. "Have you asked the bank 1,000 times to release these funds, in writing?" Rim's eyes grew wide. "No." "Then I don't understand why this fee is so high. In fact, there are several fees here," she highlighted them as she talked. "That I'd like broken down." "Ma'am, it could take hours to gather that information and we close at 5. This could delay the funds transfer." Rim's hand dropped to her knee, and Amber's gaze met his. She could see the panic in his eyes. His wallet was empty, he had a brand new wife, and unless the paperwork was taken care of today, he'd be homeless. She felt a large wave of dislike for Mr. Baggs for trying to bully him. "This ends now." She gave Rim's hand a little squeeze before tuning him out and focusing on Mr. Baggs. "I suppose it could take a couple of hours, if you had to train your secretary on new software. But this information should be available with a few clicks of the mouse. It's that little black thing by your keyboard. If you can't figure it out, I'm sure I, a stranger to your bank but well versed in navigating financial software, could manage to find the files in less than 5 minutes. However, your reluctance to cooperate and disclose this information leads me to believe that you are fully aware there have been several typos in this fee sheet. I've highlighted the suspect ones." She slid her paper, now covered in bright yellow slashes, across the desk. "It should only take 5 minutes to make the changes to this section of the contract." Mr. Baggs looked like he'd eaten an entire plate of hot peppers. He took her paper without a word and stormed from the office. As he left, Amber sank into her chair, the fight-or-flight hormones floating away like the steam in a hot chocolate cup. Rim gave her knee a small squeeze, and she was surprised to see his hand still resting there. She'd been so worked up, she'd ignored it completely. "See, I'm getting used to him already." "You've got to stop," he whispered harshly. Amber felt like he'd taken the wind out of her sails. "Why?" "I fight my own battles." "But..." Before she could continue, Mr. Baggs came back in. He settled behind his desk with a polite smile, though venom laced his facial features. "You were right, Mrs. Hoagland. Upon closer inspection, there were several typos that have since been corrected." He placed the news sheet on the desk. Before Amber could glance at the numbers, Rim picked it up, leaving Amber out of the rest of the conversation. "That looks much better. Let's wrap this up." As Mr. Baggs droned on, Amber had several more questions, but she kept them to herself. None of them would cause any major issues in the future or cost Rim anything more than a phone call to iron out. It was against her nature and training to let even the little things go. Yet she held her tongue for the sake of her marriage. She needed to earn his trust. Steamrolling him wasn't the best way to go about it. What she'd done already could take weeks to repair. She mentally cringed. Pamela was going to call tonight to see how things went, and Amber's honest report wouldn't be all that flattering. Rim didn't touch her or look at her for the rest of the meeting. Even though she'd saved him a substantial amount of money, she felt as though she'd failed. It was a feeling she wasn't used to. Once they'd shook hands with Mr. Baggs, left the office, and settled into the car, Amber said, "I'm here to help you." "Is that what you were doing?" "It felt more like you were babysitting me." Rim turned the heat up to full blast and turned his vent so it blew on her. Amber blinked. "I would have loved to have trained you for this scenario, but it wasn't like I had a lot of time. You kind of sprang this on me." Rim pulled into traffic. He checked his rearview mirror and then slumped in his seat. "I didn't know half of what he was talking about." Amber nodded in understanding. Rim wasn't embarrassed by her actions, he was embarrassed because of his lack of knowledge. She'd wounded his pride. The very man she was supposed to be building up, she'd unintentionally torn down. Amber bit her lip and pulled the blanket close. Rim could see Amber shrinking next to him, and he rubbed his stomach. She was still wearing his coat, and each time they were in the car, she burrowed into his blanket. This time, she went so deep he wondered if she was ready to fly back to California. Though he had no intention of letting her run over him, as she had at the bank, he couldn't afford to chase her off. He needed to smooth things over. "There are a lot of things I could do with that money, good things. I majored in facilities management at the community college. I don't know that I'll ever be able to understand all that legal stuff." Amber pressed her finger to her lips, then said, "You don't have to be a financial genius to run this company. You just need to have people who know what they're doing at your side." Rim shook his head. Relying on someone else's expertise was unacceptable. "I'm used to going solo." "That's not a luxury you can afford anymore." It wasn't a luxury, it was a necessity. "What do you mean?" They cleared the guard station and Sven waved. Rim waved back and started up the switchback road that led to Grandpa's house. "Grandpa left me everything when he died, but I rarely saw him when he was alive. My dad was a drunk and Grandpa disowned him shortly after I was born." "I'm sorry. Pamela told me you were estranged, but she didn't say why." "Yeah. Well, I'm not whining about my life, I just want you to understand that I was alone a lot as a kid. Mom worked like crazy, and I hated the idea of disappointing her like my dad did. Dad was gone or sleeping, so I learned to take care of myself, and I've been doing it ever since." Amber's mahogany eyes filled with sympathy. "You don't have to do it alone now. Maybe that's why your grandpa wanted you to have a wife." He gave specific orders about the type of woman he wanted for you. Maybe. Rim glanced in the rearview mirror. Look, I'll admit you helped out back there. But you've got to keep your nose out of the resort stuff. Amber blinked several times. The resort stuff, as you call it, is the whole reason I'm here. Rim shook his head. You may know about money, but by the way you're shivering, I'm willing to bet you know nothing about skiing, ski resorts, or how to run them. Amber took a breath and held it for several seconds. Rim glanced over to see her eyes slowly close and open again. You're right, she said. I don't ski. But that doesn't mean I can't run a business, and in the end, Iron Mountain is a business. That was exactly the thing Rim was worried about. Amber was no different than the investors nipping at his heels to take over the place. You're wrong. Rim bit out. It's a family. Amber didn't push, and Rim was surprised she let it go. Wasn't she going to coach him out of this too? She didn't shrink into the coat and she didn't turn away. She just watched him with those big brown gypsy eyes for a moment before turning to look out the windshield. Rim put his arm up on the steering wheel and leaned toward his door. He'd had his say, and he was glad he got it out there. But the fact that Amber hadn't agreed to stay out of things didn't escape his notice and left him with a pit in his stomach. Chapter 6. As he pulled into the stamped concrete driveway, Rim noticed a red BMW in front of the garage. There's Mr. McGraw, he said, breaking the silence between them. He hadn't felt any animosity from Amber mixed in with the quiet. However, since she didn't commit to leaving him alone, there was a weighted feeling. He may have won that battle, but Amber had just signed on for a year of marriage to Rim, and he suspected she was the type to choose not only her battles, but the battlefield as well. Who? Asked Amber. Grandpa's, and I guess my lawyer. He's a good guy. Rim parked under the carriage roof that separated the house and the garage. From this angle, the house wasn't much bigger than the garage, but Rim knew there was more to it than first met the eye. Mr. McGraw and Rim shook hands, and then Rim introduced Amber. Ah, the infamous bride. It's wonderful to meet you. Likewise. Amber's smile was genuine and Rim couldn't see a trace of the tension between them in her body. She moved with grace, not shy or held back, but not brazen either. Her poise left Rim unsettled. How could she be so calm when her world was changing as much as his? She was about to walk into a home she would share with a stranger for a year, and she appeared as calm as a meadow covered in freshly fallen snow. When the sun hit the snow in the mornings, it sparkled, just like Amber's eyes. Holding out a set of keys, Mr. McGraw asked, "Would you like to open your home?" Amber motioned to Rim. "You should do the honors." Rim took the keys and made his way to the front door. When the heavy wood swung open, they were greeted with a breathtaking view of the ski resort behind the property and the valley below. Rim shook his head as he stepped inside. So close to his grandpa and so far away. For so many years. Amber followed, and Mr. McGraw came in and shut the door behind them. The entry level had a formal feel to it. There was a grand sitting room with a wall of windows making the most of the view, a bar, and a hallway. That leads to the private wing. The what? Asked Amber. The private wing. Mr. McGraw smiled, obviously enjoying showing off the home even though it wasn't his. Let's go take a look. They walked through the sitting room and into what should have been a hallway, but it had windows. Amber stopped to look. We're pretty high up. What's down there? It's a ravine. It's quite beautiful when the snow melts, said Mr. McGraw. They neared the end of the bridge/hall/viewing area and came to a set of French doors that were also locked. Mr. McGraw pointed to the key in Rim's hand, and he unlocked the door to a stunning home. Rim hadn't paid much attention to the layout of the house or the architecture when he'd come to see Grandpa. That day, he'd only had eyes for the patriarch. Today was a whole different situation. This was the home he would live in and share with Amber, for the next year at least. He wasn't quite sure how he felt about that. One wall was made up of windows just like the grand sitting room, but the adjacent wall had a huge rustic fireplace in the center. The mantel had to be 8 feet long and 1.5 feet thick. Down there is the master's suite and a couple other bedrooms. Mr. McGraw pointed. The kitchen is just around the corner. Amber and Rim both leaned forward. The kitchen was beautiful. It had stainless steel appliances, granite countertops, hardwood floors, and a huge sink. I thought this was under construction, Amber said. Mr. McGraw grimaced. Not this half of the home. When he was diagnosed, Michael rushed to finish this area and left the rest. It's livable, but it should be taken care of as soon as possible, or the homeowners association will be breathing down your neck. Okay. I put together a packet of information for you so you can familiarize yourself with the place, the CC and RS and whatnot. I'll go get it out of the car. Mr. McGraw shut the door as he left. Rim cringed. Another set of papers he wouldn't understand. There were mountains of lingo people bantered back and forth like he should know what they were talking about. They forgot that he wasn't raised in this environment, he didn't go to private schools, live in gated communities, or take tennis lessons. He whispered across the room to Amber like they were sharing information in class. What's a CCNR? Codes, covenants, and restrictions set forth by the Homeowners Association. Amber ran her hand over the countertop. Of course Amber understood exactly what the abbreviation meant. Even though she'd given him the spelled-out version, he wasn't sure why it was necessary to have them to move into his grandpa's house. Rim dropped to the couch and rubbed at his beard. I'm in over my head. A company, an inheritance, inflated bank fees, covenants and something or other, and a wife. This wasn't him. He was comfortable in his dinky old apartment, not in some mansion on a hill. Who was he kidding? The same feeling of claustrophobia that had grabbed onto him outside City Hall slithered its cold tentacles around his chest. He sucked in air like a man drowning, because he was. He was drowning in Grandpa's expectations. I can't even understand what it takes to move into this house. How am I going to take over Grandpa's company? He sank as far as the overstuffed leather couch would let him. Amber sat next to him and waited until he looked at her. One day at a time. She lowered her voice and spoke with a calm Rim wished he possessed. Are you going to mess up? Yeah, you will. Everybody messes up. We'll get through it. Rim caught the word we and held onto it like a lifeline. He'd planned to go solo on this, but it was obvious he couldn't do that. But Amber? Her California sun-kissed skin and wispy clothing had no place in Park City in the winter. Thanks for the offer, but I'm still not convinced you can do this any better than I can. You don't even know how to ski. Then teach me. Rim gave her a wry smile. One spouse should never teach the other how to ski, it breaks up marriages. Amber scrunched up her nose. We aren't a typical couple. I think we'll be fine. Besides, it's obvious you love it, and I want to learn. Rim had his doubts. Not about teaching Amber to ski, he'd taught women over 60 how to fly down the slopes. He doubted that she could learn to love it like he did, that it would become a part of her so that when the weatherman said storm front, her hands would itch to grab her poles. She must have sensed his hesitation, because she said, I'll make you a deal. You teach me to ski, and I'll teach you the business side of the resort and the banking and the homeowners association regulations, and anything else that pops up. Are you sure you can teach me all this? He waved his hand around, indicating the huge house, but meaning so much more. Yes. I'm sure. She nudged him with her shoulder. It's what I do. His eyes flicked to the ring on her finger. She was a career wife and she had a pretty good track record. And at the moment, he figured she was his best and only shot. The future of Iron Mountain depended on him getting his feet under him and moving forward. He'd pair up with Amber, if only to get through the next year. By then, he should be ready to fly solo. Deal. He held out his hand, and as Amber took it she met his gaze. It was just like at City Hall when he'd warmed her hands. He couldn't look away from the arresting mahogany that seemed to swirl with a myriad of emotions, not all of them of pure intent. She leaned closer, her leg brushing his. She closed her eyes, breathing in and letting out a sigh. Rim burst from the couch and made his way to the kitchen, hoping she hadn't noticed the way he'd leaned slightly forward before gathering his wits. Working with Amber was one thing, kissing her, no matter how tempting, would be a mistake. Amber felt Rim stand up and her eyes popped open, following him as he made his way to the kitchen, looking for any sign that he'd seen her reaction to his nearness. She could have sworn he'd leaned in to kiss her. Had she misread his signals? She ran her hand down her hair, making sure it was smooth, but feeling as if she herself was all tied up in knots. Had she really just leaned in to accept a kiss that wasn't coming? She pressed her hand to her lips, hoping she hadn't puckered. They were so big, it would be hard to miss it if she did. Well, if she was losing her senses, at least he was keeping it together. As he opened and closed cupboards, she took a couple of cleansing breaths. "We're in trouble," he said. "You have no idea." She cleared her throat and her head as she ran her hands down her pants to smooth out any wrinkles. "Why's that?" "There's no food." Relieved that it was a small inconvenience, she smiled. "Then I guess we're going grocery shopping." She pulled out her phone and tapped open the to-do list. "We'll finish up here. Bring in my bags and then head to the store." "Did you bring your stuff over?" "I have a bag in my trunk. I thought I could get the rest on Sunday. After that, we'll go over the groom orientation packet from Trish." Rim hung his head and stuck his hands in his pockets. Tipping her head, Amber contemplated what made Rim shut down and shut her out. It happened when she fired information at him. It was her normal way of doing business, being upfront and open, and her mind ran on high speed most of the time, multitasking several scenarios and solutions at once, which could overwhelm. However, her ability to think intelligently on the fly was one reason she was successful. She put up a mental post-it note to go slow with Rim and ease him into the fast track. "Trying to smooth things over," she said. "Once we get over the first few weeks, things will lighten up." "I hope so," said Rim, though he didn't look at all convinced. Mr. McGraw came back in, brandishing a file. "Here they are." "Great." Rim sat on the couch. Amber chose to join him. She kept her comments to herself, deciding to cover things with Rim in private. That might be the best course of action, lots of private coaching. Although, she'd need to keep a conference table between them so she didn't make a fool of herself again by puckering up for kisses that weren't coming. She silently berated herself. It wasn't in her nature to act so. What was the word? Wanton. Like she'd told Trish, mixing business and romance was a horrible idea. She hoped Rim hadn't noticed her reaction to him. If he did, she'd gladly let Trish buy her a fur coat thick enough to hide in until spring. That night, Amber fell into bed, grateful to be off the clock. Rim was smart, thank heaven. He had a wonderful memory, and she was encouraged by his quick wit. However, his fierce independence was going to kill her. He wouldn't shop with her at the grocery store. Instead, he preferred to get 2 carts and meet up at the checkout. She'd texted him to ask his dinner preferences, and he replied, "Get what you want. I'll feed myself." Ugh. The man was locked down tighter than Fort Knox. She could help him, she really could. Rim looked good, and lean. He was 32 and could use a chance to fill out. Once she'd seen his shopping cart, she understood why there was so little fat on his body. The man had 4 boxes of cereal, a few frozen dinners, several cans of soup, and 2 gallons of milk. That was it. Thankfully, she'd bought enough chicken and fish for both of them. Once he smelled her cooking, those soup cans would be a thing of the past. As long as he wasn't too prideful to admit her blackened salmon was better than canned minestrone. Breaking down Rim's walls would take all her professional skills and her patience. She hoped she had a year's worth of patience in her. Otherwise, this could be her first rocky marriage. Chapter 7. Rim answered his phone on the first ring. "Hey, Mom. Well, how is she?" Climbing into the king-size bed, Rim sighed. "She looks like a model, has Einstein's brain, and acts like the big sister I never had. You can back out, you know. Anytime." Rim rubbed his eyes. "I know." He'd tried to explain to his mom how he felt about Iron Mountain and about the importance, to him anyway, of keeping it the way it was and not handing it over to a group of people who only cared about money. She'd responded by telling him that it wasn't his burden to carry. Well, it was now. Rim said goodnight and stared at his phone. Strange. The two women in his life were opposites. His mom wanted him to quit the ski resort and Amber pushed him to succeed, and he had a hard time dealing with either of them. He wished his mom would support him even a little. But she was dead set against anything that had to do with Grandpa Mike, even if it turned her son into a billionaire. On the other hand, he wished Amber would lighten up. All her pep talks and positive changes were getting on his nerves. Nothing about this seemed real, including her. In the short time he'd had between Grandpa's funeral and the wedding, he'd tried to picture Amber at least 100 times. Not once did he come up with anything that compared to her beauty. Amber's full lips, big curls, and long legs made it difficult to think clearly. Or, apparently, sleep. Rim smashed his face into a pillow. No more Amber. Sleep. He had a big day tomorrow. It was his first day at his new job as owner and president of Iron Mountain. Having Amber with him was going to be good and bad. He'd have to find a balance between maintaining his authority and letting her have the run of Iron Mountain. Chapter 8. Amber woke early, showered, dressed, and had a batch of whole wheat blueberry pancakes and sugar-free syrup ready for Rim when he wandered out. He looked professional in his Iron Mountain polo shirt and dress slacks. Amber had taken a good long look at the online photos of upper management, and while they were all well-groomed, none of them wore business suits. The fact that Rim had trimmed up his beard and that his hair looked freshly washed and tousled didn't escape Amber's notice. She stared for a moment before Rim said, "Good morning." "Morning." Amber looked down at the spatula in her hand and barely remembered to flip the pancakes before they burned. Rim went to the fridge and took out the milk and orange juice. Amber couldn't help but notice that his pants were a little baggy in the back seat and didn't do much to show off his physique. She realized she was checking him out and yanked her eyes back to the pancakes. Evaluating. She did it every day for her clients. It was part of her job description to observe areas they could improve on. It wasn't like she was really checking him out. Her face felt warm. Must be the burner. Pulling the pan off the heat, she placed the last two pancakes on her plate. Rim pulled a box of cereal out of the pantry. "Oh, I made enough for two." Amber held out a plate. "I think I'll have cereal." "Thanks." Amber clenched her jaw and then hurriedly smiled. "I'll save these for tomorrow, then." She rummaged through the drawers for the box of zip-top baggies that she'd picked up at the store the night before. Once the extra pancakes were in the fridge, she sat down across from Rim, who ate hunched over his bowl as if he expected her to rip it away from him at any minute. She pondered him, wondering if there was someone who had ripped things away from him. After a few bites, Amber said, "We should go over our strategy for today." "Strategy?" Rim's spoon froze halfway to his mouth. Amber nodded, though she tried to keep her enthusiasm in check. She instinctively knew that if she came off too excited, Rim would shut down. She needed to play this cool, even though she was exhilarated with the challenge of walking into an established business and evaluating the programs. She hadn't had an opportunity like this since she'd been a freelance consultant. You'll be meeting with the head of each department today for a briefing. What you do today will set the tone with them. You've probably already met with some of them as their employee, but as their boss, you'll be treated differently. She paused to take a sip of her orange juice. Or, worse yet, they'll think they're still over you and try to run the show. Rim set his spoon back in the bowl without taking a bite. He didn't say anything, but she could see the wheels were turning. That was encouraging, at least he listened. I think the best plan of action is to use today to gather information. Listen to their concerns and then thank them for their time and send them on their way. We'll write down our questions, go over any materials they provide, and then have a follow-up meeting next week after we've looked over the entire operation. Why can't I ask questions now? Amber took her plate to the sink and rinsed it. She hadn't been able to choke down more than a couple bites. You can if you want. But you'll probably find that a lot of them will be answered as the day goes on. Plus, if we take time to review the information, learn their terminology, and understand their systems, your questions will come from a place of power rather than a place of ignorance, and your managers will respect your efforts. She leaned against the counter. Rim brought his bowl to the sink. Half his breakfast remained. She really needed to figure out a way to get this guy to eat. If her blueberry pancakes didn't do the trick, she wasn't sure what would. Bacon maybe? Are you ready to go? Rim asked. He put his bowl in the dishwasher and filled the soap dispenser. Amber blinked. Not a word about what she'd just coached him on? I just need my sweater. I'll go get the car warmed up. Rim left without making eye contact. Amber wondered what she'd done wrong. Jeremy would have clarified instructions and wanted to run through several scenarios. What have I gotten myself into? She asked the empty room. No answer came, and Amber felt a desperate need for some chocolate, liquid or otherwise. Chapter 9. Rim decided Amber had a fancy way of saying, "Keep your mouth shut and your head down." He might have hurt her feelings when he didn't eat the pancakes, and he felt bad about that. It wasn't that he didn't like pancakes. He just didn't like that this stranger suddenly had so much say in his life. She jumped in at the bank and the grocery store and was trying to tell him what to eat for breakfast and how to act. He had to draw a line somewhere, and the where had been breakfast. He pulled into the left lane, made the turn, and fell in behind several vehicles waiting to enter the employee parking lot. "What are you doing?" asked Amber. Rim took a deep breath in through his nose. "Parking. Don't you have an executive parking place?" Rim's eyes traveled up the 5-tiered parking lot to the small section at the top. He'd never even driven through there to turn around before. "I don't know." Amber wiggled her eyebrows. "Let's find out." Rim flipped on his blinker and pulled out of line at the first break in traffic. He maneuvered into the executive lot and found a spot labeled Mr. Hoagland. The paint was faded and the sign showed patches of rust. No one bothered to repaint it for him. Not that they should have to, it was the same name, after all. He stared. "Are you going to pull in?" No. Rim accelerated out of the executive lot and back down to the 5th tier, where the employee vehicles lined up. "Why not?" Amber looked behind them. "I'm not that Mr. Hoagland." Rim parked, set the brake, and jumped out of the car. He slid into his heavy winter coat and waited for Amber to join him in front of the vehicle. Her luscious lips were pressed tightly together, and she pulled her arms close to her body. "Sorry, I should have dropped you off at the top." He unzipped his coat and draped it over her shoulders. "You really need a coat." "I know." She gave him a small smile and then buried herself in the nylon. They had to pass through the executive parking to get to the building. Amber stopped in front of the empty parking spot. "What did you mean, you're not that Mr. Hoagland?" Rim's hands balled into fists. "Do you have to pick it apart?" Amber planted her feet. Yes, I do. Rim squeezed his hands tighter. He could play her game, and he'd give her the answer she was looking for. Fine. He started at the end of the line and pointed at each car. Lexus. Lexus. Mercedes. Lexus. My parking space. Mercedes. Porsche. What kind of car do I drive? He demanded. Amber shook her head. I don't know. It's not a Mercedes, I'll tell you that. You said I was supposed to come from a place of power today. Well, parking my junker here is not going to win me any points. Amber tipped her head to the side. You're absolutely right. I am? Yep. I just hope your car was the real reason you didn't want to park here. We can always buy you a new car. However, if there was something else behind your decision. Amber left her thoughts hanging and started for the lodge doors. Rim took a couple quick steps to catch up. What other reasons would there be? Amber glanced at him from the corner of her eye. You didn't feel worthy to park in the executive lot. Rim put his hands behind his back. That was exactly what he thought. Who was he to take the best parking spot? Who was he to follow in a giant's footsteps? He was a nobody. Amber placed her hand on his upper arm and Rim held his breath. You, Rim Hoagland, are worth any parking spot, job title, or woman that you believe yourself worthy of. The only thing that would ever hold you back from having it all would be your own self-doubt. She gave his arm a squeeze and then continued on to the stairs marked employees only. Rim stared after her, dumbfounded. She'd seen right through him. He wasn't sure how he felt about that. He was pretty used to keeping his insecurities under wraps. It was unnerving to have them openly examined, acknowledged, and undermined in one swift blow. How did you know where to go? Rim asked Amber as he entered his grandpa's office and found her unloading her laptop. As far as he knew, Amber had never set foot in Utah before, much less the main lodge at Iron Mountain. Of course, he didn't know that much about her except that she hated the cold. I looked up a map online before I flew out. I can also find the employee lunchroom, the hot chocolate stations, and the women's bathroom. She smiled. A place of power, Rim mumbled. Amber must have heard him, because she replied, information is power, which is why we need to get you set up with security clearance to access every file and program in this company. She glanced to the open door. This is good. You need practice being the man in charge. Call your secretary and ask her to come in. Then ask her to get you a new profile, not update your old one, you want a new personnel file. Rim moved to walk out and talk to his secretary. No, Amber reached out to stop him. Call her in here. The things Amber thought were important. Why? Why did you want to go talk to her at her desk? It seemed like the thing to do. Amber waved for him to come closer. Why? Because it would be a lot of bother for her to come in here, and I didn't want to bother her. Right. But it's her job to be bothered by you. That doesn't make sense. Rim, she works for you. You can be polite, and in the future it would be fine for you to stop by her desk. But you need practice being in the power seat. She put her hands on his shoulders and steered him behind the large walnut desk. Now, press the intercom button and ask her to come in here. Rim cringed, but did it. A few seconds later, Rebecca came in carrying a small pad of paper and a pen. Is there something I can do for you? She asked. Rim looked at Amber. Her eyes widened slightly as if she were saying, go. Speak. Rim felt like an idiot as he asked for the new personnel account for himself and access to the employee programs. He would much rather do it on his own, and probably would have if he had any idea how to go about creating a new file. He gripped the armrest of the plush leather chair and purposefully didn't look at Amber. Relying on someone else to get things done had thrown him out of his comfort zone in a big way. Suddenly his sweater weighed 50 pounds and pressed against his skin, hanging on him. "I'll get right on that. Anything else?" A hot trickle of sweat went down Rim's back. He hated this pressure. He broke and glanced at Amber, remembering how she handled Mr. Baggs at the bank. If she could step in and tell him to stuff it, then surely Rim could ask one more task from his secretary. "We'll need the same clearances for Amber as well. She can give you her information when we're done here." "Yes, sir." Rebecca lowered her pad of paper. "And may I just say how sorry I am for your loss. Mr. Hoagland was a good man and he will be greatly missed." Taken off guard by Rebecca's obvious sorrow, Rim could only nod. She left with a quick swish of her ankle-length skirt. Amber patted his shoulder. "Well done, Mr. Hoagland. Well done." Rim ran his fingers through his hair, relieved to be done with Amber's little exercise. "Okay, I understand why you made me do that. I'm not used to asking people for things." Amber gave him a knowing smile. "I hadn't noticed," she said. Rim didn't miss the bewitching twinkle in her eye. "If I didn't know better, I'd think you liked making me sweat." He crossed his arms. "I liked watching you grow." She crossed her legs and settled into the chair across from his massive desk. Dang, this desk was big. Did his grandfather know how to do anything on a small scale? Feeling much more comfortable teasing Amber than listening to her coach him, Rim wiggled his eyebrows. "So you admit you like watching me?" She bolted out of her seat. "That's not what I said, Rim chuckled at her aghast expression. "She who protests most." "What?" There was a loud beep and Rebecca's voice came over the intercom. "Ryan Turnbow from accounting is here for your 9 o'clock meeting." In an instant, Amber became the epitome of a collected professional. She smoothed her suit jacket, flipped her loose hair over her shoulder, and pressed her lips together to freshen her lipstick. She didn't need the lipstick, her lips were perfectly delicious without it. However, Rim did like the glossy look. It drew the eye. He realized he was staring. Amber smirked. "Speaking of watching." Rim scowled. "Send him in," he told Rebecca. What started out as teasing had quickly hit too close to home. Turned out, asking his secretary for something was the easiest part of Rim's day. By noon, his head was spinning. Every hour on the hour, a new department head appeared at his door with a binder full of information, a PowerPoint presentation, and some sort of request. Human resources wanted to hire, marketing wanted a bigger budget, guest services wanted 2 more luxury vehicles to use as shuttles, and he was sure the list would continue after lunch. Rim's first instinct was to give everyone what they wanted. After he'd told Vanessa from Human Resources to go ahead and place an ad for a new employee, Amber put her hand on his knee and shook her head. She waited until Vanessa left before reminding him, "Today is about gathering information. The next time someone asks for something, tell them you'll look into it." He started to protest. Amber held up her hand. "Hiring a new employee costs, on average, $3,000. Then you add their salary and employee taxes, health insurance costs, and so on. It adds up fast. The next thing you know, you've spent $60,000 to $80,000. Rim scrubbed at his beard. "I hate that I don't know this stuff." He got up and paced the room. "And, no offense, but I don't like having you hanging over my shoulder like I can't tie my shoes on my own." Amber looked pained. "This isn't easy for me, either." "Are you kidding? You're in your element. You have a new husband who obviously needs a lot of work, and my grandpa gave you babysitting privileges." "Babysitting? Is that what you think I'm doing?" She crossed the room and shut the heavy wooden doors. Rim's voice had gotten louder, but he just couldn't stop now that the release button had been pressed. "I can't even have breakfast without you trying to feed me." Rim threw his hands in the air. Did you force feed all your husbands, or am I just a special case? Amber's cheeks flushed. She put one hand on her hip. When I married Braden, he lived off greasy hamburgers and French fries. Not a smart move for a heart surgeon. Jeremy was the skinniest guy in the major leagues, and he desperately needed to build lean muscle. I fed him into the body he has today, which is hopefully strong enough to withstand an injury. And you live off soup and cereal. You don't put enough nutrients into your body to ski well, let alone think straight. She wrenched open the door. And for your information, none of my husbands found any reason to pass up my blueberry pancakes. She stormed out, and Rim barely had a moment to realize he'd gotten under Amber's skin before Mom rushed in. Was that her? Rim dropped to his seat. Yes. She's a real piece of work. Rim rubbed his eyes with the heels of his hands. That comment about all her husbands was low. I think I deserved that. He made a face. Who knew a woman could get so worked up about pancakes? The way she stormed out, and the wounded look in her eyes, made him think she was upset about something more than pancakes. He didn't feel like going after Amber was a good idea. And now that his mom was here. Wait. What are you doing here? I came to see how things were going. She looked over her shoulder at the door. I guess I know. What are the grounds for divorce in that prenup of yours? Mom. Rim rounded the desk and took his seat. One fight does not warrant a divorce. He threw his hands in the air. It wasn't even a fight. Not really. He looked at his palms. Mother leaned over the desk, a wickedly happy look in her eye. What about an annulment? Mom, I know this is hard for you, but I've committed to this marriage. And the job. Sighing heavily, Mom fell into a chair. Rim pressed his fingertips together. What's going on? Mother pressed her hands against the armrests. I think you're making a mistake. I've thought the same thing 100 times in the last week. But this place. I can't let it become like the other resorts that only care about the bottom line. They cut costs in the kitchens, in employee benefits, and in other areas that matter to the people here. I wasn't talking about the company. I'm talking about her. Rim clenched his fist. His feelings about Amber were all in a jumble. Every time he turned around he was experiencing a new emotion. One minute he'd feel like she was bossing him around, and the next he'd find himself checking out her shapely legs in those tight black pants she wore today. You haven't even met her, Mom. Mother waved her hand. What I mean is, your father and I didn't set a great example for a happily married couple. I'm worried that we screwed you up. Rim jolted back against his seat. Screwed me up? Mom nodded, tears forming. Rim swiped a tissue from the box in his bottom drawer and handed it to her. It's just. I don't know anyone who would willingly sign up for an arranged marriage. It's such a gamble. She sniffed and then wiped her eyes. Marriage is hard enough when two people want to be together. Rim picked up one of the pens on his desk and rolled it between his fingers. I see where you're coming from, I really do. But I'm not playing the odds. There aren't any odds to play. I'll be married for a year, and boom. I'm out. Mom blew her nose before she spoke. You're already fighting. If this is what it's like after one day, what will it be like in a month? Or 6 months? I can't stand to see you that miserable. I can do anything for a year. Rim placed the pen back on the desk and his eyes fell on the human resources folder. A sense of pride filled his chest. Besides, Amber knows more about running this company than I do. And. Rim paused, shocked at his next thought. She's the only one who I know, is here to help me succeed. He couldn't even count on his old buddies anymore. Finley had proven that when he took Rim's money without a thought. It reminded Rim of his father's "the world owes me" attitude, and it grated on him. Mom stayed for a few more minutes, and then had to get back to her job. Rim hurried to the employee cafeteria to grab something to eat. As he stood in line, he thought about what Amber had said about his eating habits. Perhaps he could use more veggies in his diet. Instead of ordering his customary chicken noodle soup, he chose a pre-made salad with sliced beef tenders and feta cheese. Sitting at a table for two, Rim didn't notice his ski buddy and old roommate, Finn, until he was sitting across from him. "Looky, looky." Finley grinned as he reached across the table and punched Rim in the shoulder. "I didn't expect to see you down here, slum man with the hired help." Rim rolled his eyes. "How's it going?" Same old, same old. Slave like a dog all day." He gestured to his company-issued coat and pants. "And then scrounge around for scraps to live on." Finley looked at Rim's plate. "Although I can see you don't have that problem anymore." Rim shrugged, feeling uncomfortable with the edge in Finley's voice. "It's just a salad." "You're right. It's just a salad. How about buying me one?" Finley challenged. And it was a challenge, not a polite request. Finley seemed to ask, "Are you still one of us?" There had been times when Rim or Finley had had a bad day with clients and the tips were scarce. They covered for one another then. Surely Rim could cover for Finley today. There was no harm in that. "I'd be happy to." Rim reached for his wallet. "You know, that cheesecake looks pretty good too. Have you tried it lately? They have this new strawberry sauce instead of the old cherry sauce." Finley rubbed his belly. Rim laughed. "Get a cheesecake too." He handed Finn a $50 bill and waited for him to go through the line and come back to sit down and share the meal. They ate in silence for a few seconds. Sharing a meal with a friend was exactly what Rim needed to relax. They could talk about the same old stuff and share a laugh, and for a moment Rim could pretend nothing had changed. Relaxing for the first time in weeks, Rim enjoyed his food. "How's the ski school?" he asked. Finley made a face. "I haven't had a private lesson yet this month. Most instructors taught group lessons. The tips weren't great, but they were better than the ones Rim got for waiting tables. Private lessons, on the other hand, could be lucrative. It wasn't uncommon to get $200 to $300 a day tips for private lessons. Unless requested, instructors were placed on a rotating schedule for private lessons. "I'm sure you'll get one soon. Maybe you could bump me up the list?" Rim's salad rolled around in his stomach. "I'm not over the rotation. I'm sure you could make a phone call." Finley winked. Rim shook his head. He knew all too well that waiting for his turn to come up had been hard, but he also knew he had to wait his turn. Every instructor deserved an equal chance. "I don't think it's my call to make." "What are you talking about?" Finley threw his arms out, his words filling their area, causing people's heads to turn. "This whole place is your call." Rim ducked his head. "Hey, chill," he whispered. All right. Finley hunched over his food. "If you won't help me out with rotation, can you spot me some rent money? I mean, it's not like you'll miss it. Am I right?" Though Finley had a smile on his face, Rim didn't feel at all friendly towards him. Reaching for his wallet once again, Rim pulled out $100. Feeling dirty and used, he set the money on the table and stood to leave. "Hey, man, I really appreciate it," said Finley as the money disappeared inside his coat. "Yeah. I've got to get back. I'll see you around." "Hopefully." Finley patted his coat, where the money had gone. "It's good to have friends in high places, man." Rim waved as he turned to leave, hurrying from the cafeteria, vowing never to set foot in it again. He'd hoped having money hadn't changed him, but it had changed those around him. Not his mom, she was the same as always. The managers treated him differently, but he'd expected that. What he hadn't expected was to be fleeced by one of his friends, or someone he'd considered a friend. It wasn't until he crossed the lobby that he realized Finley had kept the change from lunch as well. The thing was, if the situation had been reversed, Rim would never have done that to Finley. He hung his head. It was just like at the bank. Someone assumed they had a right to Rim's money just because he happened to have a lot of it. Not that he wouldn't like to spend it on his friends. He glanced back the way he'd come. Determining who was a friend and who wasn't could be costly. If Amber had been with him, she would have known exactly what to say to Finley. As much as he hated to admit it, he needed Amber's experience and knowledge. Rim's stomach churned on the way back up to his office. He was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the salad and a lot to do with the idea of eating crow in front of Amber. Chapter 10. Amber paced in the women's lounge off the ladies' room, her shoes clicking on the tile floor. Women clomped in and out in their ski boots. Most of them had smiles. They used everything offered by the resort, from the complimentary tissues to the jars of lotion. It was all part of the pampered feeling Iron Mountain strove to provide for their guests. Amber squirted lotion onto her palm and lifted it to her nose. There was no scent. As she spread it over her hands, she realized it was probably a no-name brand. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Iron Mountain was the only resort in Park City that offered lotion in the washrooms. She didn't hear one person complain that the lotion was cheap. Looking at the heavy yet beautiful clay dispenser, she nodded. It was all in the image. And what image had she portrayed to Rim? Not the image of a professional, that was for sure. He'd thrown her off with his teasing comments. She hadn't expected his smile to warm her from her belly out, and she definitely hadn't expected to enjoy flirting with him the way she had. Because she'd relaxed, she wasn't ready when his comment about babysitting flew her direction. If she hadn't been happily losing herself in Rim's blue eyes, then she would have had a level head and been able to keep her cool. Her phone beeped, and Amber sighed before checking it. It was Trish letting her know that her flight was on schedule and she'd be there in time for dinner on Thursday. Thank goodness. Amber could use a girls' night. She texted Trish the address for a restaurant not affiliated with Iron Mountain. She needed some space, too. Space from work and from Rim, although why she bothered to differentiate between the two bothered her. Rim should be work. Her phone beeped, this time it was the alarm she'd set so she wouldn't be late getting back for her and Rim's next appointment. She quickly dabbed on some lip gloss and headed back up the stairs. No more flirting. From now on, she was Mrs. Professional. Chapter 11. A couple days later, Amber sifted through the racks of clothing at the boutique Trish insisted they visit first. The styles were fine, loose-fitting tops and tight-fitting bottoms with a few bohemian skirts thrown in here and there. But the colors were muted. A raspberry something caught her eye and she beelined for it, grabbing the hanger at the same time as Trish. They laughed. Great minds, said Trish. The something turned out to be a cowl neck sweater. Oh, I love the cable knit design. Trish rubbed the sleeve between two fingers. It's as soft as mink. I'll be right back. Amber smiled and made her way to the small dressing room. She grabbed insulated leggings to try on with the oversized sweater. The sweater was gorgeous. And it fit beautifully. She stepped out to show Trish. Do you think it's warm enough? Asked Amber. She'd been cold since the moment she arrived, and the way the material hung left exposed skin. It should be fine. Trish waved off her concern. Amber ducked back in the dressing room to try on two more tops. One was a heavier fabric with sheer, long-sleeved arms and the other was a turtleneck made from thin material. Both looked great, but Amber worried she'd still be cold. I met with Rim this morning and gave him an orientation, Trish said through the door. Amber cringed. How did it go? He's a bit of a maverick, isn't he? Amber yanked the door open and smirked. That's putting it mildly. She fiddled with the hook on the hanger, twirling it around with her finger. B&B brides and grooms were held to the same standards. They were expected to take care of themselves through proper diet and exercise, refrain from excessive use of alcohol and any use of drugs, and they couldn't smoke. She hadn't smelled cigarette smoke on Rim, so that shouldn't have been a problem. She also hadn't seen him touch a drop of alcohol in the 36 hours they'd been married. However, he had thrown a fit when she tried to make pancakes for him. She could only imagine the reaction he'd have to a proper workout schedule. Was he upset? Oui, Eliel. Trish turned and led the way to the cash register. We compromised on a couple things. Amber's curiosity was piqued. Like what? She placed the clothing on the counter and smiled at the sales clerk, who was helping another customer. He nodded to let her know he'd be right there. Like having a personal trainer. Amber rolled her eyes. Of course Rim wouldn't want a trainer. He could barely stand listening to her saving him $30,000. There was no way he'd put up with a guy telling him to drop and give him 20. Instead, we agreed that private skiing lessons would fulfill the requirement. Plus, he'd still like to ski several times a week. So I figured he'd be getting plenty of exercise. Yeah, and using up every measly calorie he consumes. Trish's perfectly sculpted eyebrows lifted. I noticed he was kind of thin. He won't eat? Do we need to get him to a counselor or something? How much could she say without sharing too much of Rim's personal information? Surely he didn't want the staff at B&B to know his life story. He eats like a guy. Whatever's easiest. I'm sure you'll cure him of that soon enough. Amber thought of the fresh crepes she'd made this morning along with sliced strawberries, blueberries, and homemade whipped cream that ended up in the trash because Rim stubbornly ate his cereal. For the first time in her career as a B&B bride, Amber doubted her abilities. Usually by the second day, she had her husband's. Not eating out of her hand, but at least eating out of her oven. Amber's eyes stung, and she was afraid she'd become emotional. Trish laid a hand on Amber's arm and asked, "What's the matter?" Amber gave her a small smile. "Maybe you should have married Rim. I can't get him to compromise on anything." Trish's hand squeezed tighter around Amber's arm. "Anything?" Amber shook her head. "I feel like there's always a storm brewing between us, and all it takes is one wrong step and he digs into the trenches." "You guys are fighting?" "Yes." Amber shook her head. No, she shook her head again and began counting on her fingers. "At the bank, the grocery store, breakfast, his office, he doesn't want me here." She sniffed. Trish pulled Amber away from the counter and into the racks of clothing where there were fewer prying eyes. She put her arm around Amber's shoulders. "I don't think it's you, sweetie, I think it's him." Amber straightened up. "Are you giving me the 'it's not you, it's me' breakup speech? Oh my gosh, am I getting fired?" She couldn't be fired. She'd never been fired from a job in her life. And when she did decide to leave a job, they usually bought her a cake and took her to lunch and told her how much they'd miss her. She was that kind of employee. The kind companies call the golden child. She couldn't get fired from B&B. "Why would you take me shopping if you were just going to fire me? And what would happen to Rim?" He wasn't ready to take Iron Mountain on by himself. He'd bleed the place dry before the end of the season. She couldn't let that happen, it would devastate him. Trish put both hands on Amber's shoulders. "Calm down. I'm not firing you." Her eyes narrowed. "All I was trying to say is that after meeting with him this morning, I found a huge chip on Rim's shoulder. Pamela told me this was a special case and that I should give Rim some leeway with the rules. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it through her screening process, not with the attitude he has." Amber relaxed a little. She pressed her palm to her forehead. As long as Pamela understands. Trish bit her lip. She gave me leeway with Rim, not with you. Her voice took on a pleading note. Haven't you had any success? Amber thought about their moment on the couch, before she almost kissed Rim when they'd made a deal. For the most part, he'd held up his end of the bargain. She should probably get working on her end. We have had a couple moments where things have gone well. Good. Build on those and you should do fine. Amber nodded. Trish was right. Rim had a lot of baggage and he'd have to sort through that. She could help him, but she couldn't force him to open up before he was ready or he'd resent her. She had a year to work with him, it should be long enough to get started. Maybe by the time they divorced, she could convince him to see a counselor and continue on the journey he was just starting. In the meantime, she had ski lessons to start. In that case, I should look for a ski coat. Trish zeroed in on a display up front. Let's start up there. Amber added a lightweight black ski coat to her pile at the register and handed over her credit card. She sensed that she'd have to make the first move, to teach by example that allowing yourself to be vulnerable was okay. She couldn't imagine a more vulnerable situation than being on a Utah mountain, in the winter, on a set of skis, and not knowing how to get down the hill without breaking something. Hopefully her gamble would pay off with Rim and she wouldn't end up in a body cast. Chapter 12. Are you ready? Rim called down the hallway where he stood, skis in hand, boots thrown over his shoulder, and his helmet already clicked in place. After a week of non-stop meetings and lectures from Amber on everything from finance to organizing files, both digital and actual folders, Rim was more than ready for a day on the slopes. Amber was making good on her promise to ski. In fact, it had been on her to-do list every day since they'd talked about it. However, Rim insisted they have at least 3 uninterrupted hours for her first lesson, and today was the first day they'd been able to work in the time. I'm coming. Amber glided down the hallway in an oversized sweater and a pair of black leggings. She had on thick socks, and a designer coat was thrown over her arm. Where's your ski gear? Amber beamed. Right here. She lifted her arm with the coat. Rim rubbed his hand over his face. That's it? I thought you said you went shopping. Amber's smile didn't decrease in size, but it dimmed somehow, like she had to work to keep it in place. She'd been doing that a lot this week, every morning when he reached for the cereal and every evening when he warmed up a can of soup and she ate something that looked incredible. He had no idea how she managed to make the food she did, it looked like the meals the chefs at Iron Mountain created for their guests. It smelled wonderful, too. She always offered him some and he always declined. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat it. It was the principle of the thing. He had to have some say in this relationship or he'd go crazy. With a heavy sigh, he leaned his skis against the wall and unclicked his helmet. What's wrong? Asked Amber, her molten chocolate eyes full of concern. We need to get you proper ski gear. Won't this work? She gestured to her clothing. While it was attractive, and what a lot of women wore to hang around the lodge, it was not at all appropriate for extended outdoor wear. Rim set his boots by his skis with a thud. Look, I don't mean to offend you. He realized she may not have been the one to pick out the coat. That supervisor that came through town looking like an understuffed teddy bear in her ridiculous fur coat might have been the culprit. Or Trish. But you have no idea how to shop for winter clothing. Amber's hands went to her hips. Before she could go all pancake crazy on him again, Rim barreled forward, both verbally and physically. He pointed down at her feet. Thick socks will help your feet stay warm, but they will hurt inside a ski boot. You need to buy ski socks. Amber looked down at her feet. Rim took advantage of her distraction to brush his fingers over her collarbone. Your sweater is pretty, but you aren't wearing base layers. You should have at least 1, maybe 2 layers under this. Amber shivered, and Rim was suddenly aware that he was close enough to smell Amber's citrus scent. He'd caught snatches of it before as she'd moved past him in the kitchen. The warm, vanilla orange smell was full of freshness with a hint of lemon that gave it a teasing bite. He took a deep breath, enjoying the warmth spreading through his chest. Amber slowly brought her eyes up from the floor until they met Rim's. "I think you might have almost complimented me in there somewhere." "Did I?" Rim had to concentrate in order to resist the urge to place his hands on her arms. "I didn't mean to." Amber chuckled. "I didn't think you'd do it on purpose." Rim's head was still a little fuzzy from enjoying being close to Amber, a sensation which was as unsettling to him as the idea that he had been mistreating her. "Have I been that big of a jerk?" Amber pressed her lips together, and he saw her hesitation to answer. "I didn't mean to imply." Rim did put his hands on Amber's arms, and she stopped talking. Always the professional, except for the whole blueberry pancake thing, Amber had kept her cool when Rim was constantly losing his. He'd snapped at her, taking his frustrations at the situation out on her instead of handling them on his own. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Rim had worked out what he wanted to say. "I've been walking around in a cloud since Grandpa died. Going through the motions. I guess grieving in a strange way since our relationship was so strange. I don't think I've been seeing our situation, or you, clearly." He thought back to those forced smiles and wondered how many times she'd used one to cover up a hurt he'd inflicted. Unintentional as they might be, that didn't mean he couldn't bite back his harsh thoughts. He didn't trust people easily, and yet he'd been propelled into a situation where he had to trust Amber with everything from his bank account information to seeing him in his pajamas. Maybe he'd been testing her, pushing her buttons to see if she'd turn on him. By doing that, he'd been unfair. She wasn't here to be his dartboard and accept all the pointy words he wanted to throw her way. "I'll try to pay more attention to things." Amber's eyes warmed. Still, she hesitated. He supposed he'd done more to earn her distrust than to put her at ease. Well, he still wasn't ready to throw himself headlong into her life coaching, as she called it. However, he could get her ready to ski. Like any good instructor, he'd make sure she had the right gear before heading out to the hill. He dropped his hands and immediately felt the loss. Shaking it off, he also took off his gaiter and gloves. Amber slipped her arms into the ridiculously thin coat. "How long is this going to take?" "I could spend days shopping for ski gear," said Rim. Amber's mouth dropped open. She'd never known a guy to shop for more than 30 seconds for anything. Derek had been so bad he'd walk in and buy whatever was on the first shelf he came to. After 2 torturous days in the men's section of a department store, he'd finally gotten his own sense of style. After that, shopping was easy. Rim already had a style. He looked good in everything he owned, and the few new things he'd picked up, at Trish's insistence, were easily incorporated into his wardrobe. Trish had thrown out the faded black pants Rim was married in, and Rim didn't seem sad to let them go. "Don't be surprised. There's a lot of research that goes into shopping for gear." He ushered Amber out the door and locked it behind him. "Like what?" Rim hit the button on the keychain and unlocked the car doors. He held Amber's door for her before going around to his side and sliding behind the wheel. "Well, there are magazines and websites that compare the different brands. They go over things like number of pockets, quality of material, if the coat has a ski skirt, that sort of thing." "Ski skirt?" Amber asked as they made their way down the switchback. Rim waved at Sven on their way out. "It's a piece that folds down and has an elastic to keep the snow from flipping up inside the back of your coat, especially in powder." "Powder?" Rim glanced over as if he was checking to see if she was serious. She motioned for him to continue. This was the most information Rim had volunteered about anything, and she was enjoying listening to him. No wonder he was still requested as a ski instructor. Not only did his eyes brighten when he talked about what he obviously loved, he drew her in with his enthusiasm. POW days are the perfect days to ski. We get several inches of fresh snow that piles up like powdered sugar piled high on one of your crepes. Amber bit her cheek to keep from smiling at the mention of her crepes. She assumed pow was short for powder and that you had to say it with the accent on the P like rim to get your point across. We have a joke around here that on pow days people call in sick with the flurries. Amber exchanged a smile with Rim. Have you ever had the flurries? Rim chuckled. I tried it once when I was young. Unfortunately, I ended up sitting next to my boss on the ski lift. No, Amber could only imagine the horror. She'd never skipped a day of work in her life. Yeah. She completely ignored me, and I spent the rest of the day with a pit in my stomach. When I got to work the next day, I overheard someone ask her how she was feeling. Turned out she'd done the same thing. We never spoke about it, and I never dared push my luck. Skiing sounds like an addiction. Rim pulled into a parking spot and said with all seriousness, it can be. They got out of the car and made their way into the rundown building that looked nothing like the upscale boutiques on Main Street. We're shopping here? Yep. Rim held the door open for her and Amber stepped inside the concrete building. She was pleasantly surprised to see row after row of brightly colored coats and pants. On one side of the store was a wall of hats, scarves, and gloves. On the opposite side was a wall of ski boots. Rows of skis, ranging from tiny skis for 2 to 3-year-olds to cross-country skis that towered over her head, filled the back of the room. Amber colored as Rim looked her up and down before heading to a rack in the middle of the store. He pulled out a sapphire-colored coat and handed it to her. Try this on. Amber slid her arms into the coat and sighed. While the coat wasn't heavy, it definitely had some weight to it. The liner was soft and silky. She zipped up and took a moment to find a mirror. She was expecting something like what Rim wore, boxy and broad. Instead, this coat was fitted and she loved the big hood. The material had a bit of shine, not sparkles, but a sheen that made it luxurious. Rim showed up with 2 pairs of black snow pants. One was puffy and the other was thick, but looked more like leggings. Which one? She pointed to the slimmer pair. Okay, try those on. Amber glanced around. Where? Rim grinned. Here. What? In the middle of the store? Yeah. He shrugged. Slide them over your pants. Amber paused. Hurry. It's already after 10, and we have that lunch with the guy from Snowflake Basin. Amber groaned. This is so unladylike. Pamela would have a fit if she saw Amber trying on clothing in the middle of the store. Rim laughed. I'll be right back. He took off down another aisle. Amber was grateful he wasn't there to witness her shimmy into the tight pants. By the time she was done, she felt sweaty. Rim appeared again with a black helmet, black gloves, and a black circle thing that he called a gaiter. She put it all on and lifted her hands. How do I look? Rim cocked his head to the side as he studied her. Amber's cheeks grew warm. She quickly attributed it to the layers of clothing and not to Rim's appraising stare. Good. He cleared his throat and looked quickly away. I mean, you look ready to ski. His eyes dropped to the floor. Crap. I almost forgot the socks. If it all fits well, I'll meet you at the checkout counter. Amber nodded, though Rim didn't see it, as he was already halfway across the floor. When he got to the counter, he had much more than just socks. I grabbed a few things you can wear under your clothes. Rim rubbed the back of his neck. Not that I mean, you need to layer to stay warm. Amber touched his arm. Thanks. She noticed he'd grabbed a couple pairs of what looked like lawn underwear, a couple wide-strapped tank tops, and some long-sleeved shirts as well as the socks. Do they only come in black? Black or white? Sometimes gray. But I figured these would work with what you already own. Amber smiled down at the counter. Rim might have been pushing her away all week, but that didn't mean he wasn't paying attention. Perhaps there was hope for this marriage after all. Amber paid for her new ski clothes. Before they left the store, she pulled the tags off the coat and put it on. "I don't think I'll ever be cold again." Rim held out her other coat with 2 fingers as if it offended him. "What do you want me to do with this old one? Should I donate it? Wouldn't that be cruel?" Amber joked. Rim laughed. "I still can't believe you thought that would keep you warm." Even though they hadn't gotten to Amber's ski lesson, they'd had a good time shopping. The fact that Amber wanted to wear the coat out of the store filled him with pride. It was an expensive coat, but it would easily last her several years if she had it dry cleaned regularly. He frowned. Not that she'd be here for several years. Maybe she'd come back to ski once in a while. That could be cool. Amber's phone beeped with a text. Rim started the car and backed out of the parking space. Amber blinked as she looked at the screen. "Anything wrong?" "No, just strange." She continued to stare at the screen. The longer she sat there without answering, the more uneasy Rim became. "Strange how?" Amber's fingers flew over the phone. She spoke while she texted, and he could hear the distraction in her tone. "Jeremy's wondering about switching trainers and wondered if I could offer him a consultation on a new one." "Jeremy as in ex-husband Jeremy?" A slow rumble shook Rim. "Yeah." Amber finished typing and hit send. Rim tried hard not to ask. He really did. But the curiosity was killing him. Of course, it was only because he was a huge Owls fan. Jeremy was their new star, so of course he wanted to know about a change in his training. His curiosity had nothing to do with the idea of Amber being in touch with her pro baseball player ex-husband. Nothing at all. "What did you tell him?" Amber leaned back and closed her eyes. "I told him I was unavailable for a consult at this time, and if he wanted a second opinion, the pitching coach would be a good source." "Oh." Rim twisted his fist around the steering wheel. "Did you mention you were remarried?" Amber lifted her head. "Should I have?" Rim shrugged to hide his growing jealousy. "I guess not. You'll be divorced soon enough." He twisted his hand around the wheel again. "I didn't realize you were counting down the days." "Hey, your private life is yours, right? This marriage is just a blip on your radar, a rung on the marriage ladder." Amber's eyes widened with indignation. "Excuse me? What was it?" "A heart surgeon. A guy with old money." He couldn't believe he did air quotes on that one. The lime green emotions coursing through his blood had somehow turned off his brain and turned on his mouth. "And then, as if rich weren't enough, you had to add famous to your last husband." "I have to wonder, Amber, what does that make me?" "I'm not famous." "It must have been a real step down for you to agree to this contract." Amber's eyes turned to slits. "You're right, Rim. I haven't shared much of my private life with you. If I had, you'd never accuse me of those things." Amber faced the window. "For just a little bit, if it's not asking too much, could you try to believe the best about me?" Amber couldn't have dealt a tougher blow if she'd been trained by Muhammad Ali. Neither of them spoke the rest of the ride home. When Rim was finally able to escape to his room, he sank to the bed, placed his elbows on his knees and buried his fingers in his hair, his head hanging low. He'd been a world-class jerk. All because he was attracted to Amber and jealous of the way her eyes danced when she talked about Jeremy. By the end of a restless night, Rim decided Amber was right. She didn't need to tell her ex-husband about her new husband. Except, he wondered how much contact she had with her exes. She'd mentioned that her first husband had married her childhood friend. So they obviously kept in touch. She rarely spoke about husband number 2, and for the life of him, Rim couldn't remember the guy's name. Everyone knew Jeremy, though, at least, everyone with ESPN. What if Jeremy wanted Amber back? Pamela had said something about contracts extending. What if Jeremy decided he needed Amber? What if Amber decided Jeremy needed her more than Rim did? Rim didn't like that thought at all. Chapter 13. A week later, Rim and Amber still hadn't found time for her first lesson. However, Rim was pleased to see Amber bundled up in her sapphire coat each time they left the house or office. He had to admit that it looked really good against her blonde hair and tanned skin. She'd purchased a cream scarf, and when she pulled the hood up, she looked like the models they used to sell outerwear, and he had a hard time keeping her out of his thoughts. Rim left his office and made his way over to Amber's desk. She'd taken up a small area just outside the storage room with an old desk and a new filing cabinet. Near enough to his secretary that they could converse without yelling, she was positioned so visitors did not mistake her for his secretary. Amber had managed to become a part of the Iron Mountain executive staff without stepping on anyone's toes. The managers respected her as an equal and the support staff genuinely liked her. She'd made it clear from day one that Rim was the boss and all questions should go through him, yet she somehow managed to guide Rim through the tough spots. One tough spot in particular had been showing up with a wife. So many people at the resort knew Rim and knew he was single. Instead of making up a whole big story, Amber suggested Rim say that the timing was just right for the two of them. Which wasn't a lie. It was one more way that Amber showed her ability to manage a situation with grace, and Rim didn't appreciate it until just this moment. At his approach, she typed furiously on her laptop. Pausing, she smiled up at Rim and his heart thudded loudly in his chest. I'm headed into the meeting with Patrick Peterson from the Division of Water Rights. Are you available to join us? I didn't see it on the calendar. Amber tapped her touchscreen and brought up their joint calendar. This week was a jumble, with several appointments listed in each hour slot. It was all they could do to keep up on things this week. During the season, there were several time periods that were busier than others. Martin Luther King Jr. Day was one of those busy times. Since it fell on a Thursday this year, many families had used it as an excuse to take the week off and ski in Utah. Iron Mountain was booked out of rooms, instructors, and daycare slots. It meant he and Amber were busy during the day, and at night they entertained high-profile guests. So far this week, they'd dined with, and Rim couldn't believe he used the word dined. He didn't think he'd ever dined in his life, a presidential hopeful, a producer, an Italian count, and a man who owned a billion-dollar hair product line. Through it all, Amber was gracious and beautiful. She didn't seem intimidated by a person's success or standing in the world. Instead, she treated them all as if they were dear friends, and they left the resort promising to return again soon. He was learning that, to Amber, every person was interesting and unique and valuable. Somehow she was able to see the good and bring it out for others to see as well. He'd truly enjoyed dining with her this week. Rim leaned over and placed a hand on her desk. He just showed up, he whispered. Amber made a face. Government agencies can get away with that, she whispered back. Sighing, she said, I've got to get this letter finished for Mr. McGraw. If it's not filed by 3, we could lose the chance to enter it in court. Rim shook his head. As an instructor, he'd heard about guests who tried to sue Iron Mountain. A ski resort was a high-risk area for injuries. The ones that happened on the snow weren't the problem, those people assumed the risks involved with the sport. This case was from a woman who tripped down the stairs in the lodge. She'd fallen hard on the tiled floor and broken her wrist. Claiming the resort was negligent in keeping the stairs free from debris, she was suing for $50,000. Mr. McGraw was on the case, having handled several like it in the past. He knew the procedures needed to get the case dismissed or settled quietly. As the owner, Rim was shocked to see someone attack Iron Mountain so viciously. The woman had been carrying a food tray and talking on the phone when she fell. Had she been holding the handrail, she wouldn't have fallen, of that he was sure. He and Amber had agreed to put the case at the top of their priority list, so he wasn't surprised when she said, why don't you meet with him and we can discuss it later? Sounds good. Rim stood up. Taking in the piles of paperwork on Amber's desk and the line between her brows, he said, "Thanks for all you're doing." Amber's lips parted, and the crease between her eyes melted away. "You're welcome." Feeling taller than his 6'1" frame, Rim strode across the lobby and into the conference room. He paused in the doorway. For all their meetings, Amber insisted Rim sit at the head of the table. She called it the power chair. At first, he thought all the psychological tools she taught him were a bunch of mumbo-jumbo. But as the weeks progressed, it had been a month since they'd tied the knot, the managers had come to accept him as the owner. During this busy week, several had turned to Rim with problems, and he'd done his best to help them out, always keeping Iron Mountain's interest at heart. He'd come to think of the power chair as his chair. However, sitting in his seat, and looking smug about it, was Patrick Peterson. Rim left a seat between them and took the one closest to the door. "It's good to see you again, Patrick." Amber had encouraged Rim to call the other owners of the resorts and those he worked with by their first names and treat them as peers. They might find it cheeky at first, but they'd get used to it. Patrick shifted in his seat and Rim could almost hear his pride crinkle. "You too. The last time I saw you, you were bussing tables in the dining room." Rim leaned back in his seat. "I've come a long way." Patrick scooted his chair back from the table and put one ankle on the other knee. "How are things going on this side of the hill since your grandpa passed?" Rim tipped his head, considering Patrick. "Good. Grandpa had this place running like a machine. Even machines need maintenance. I can assure you, Iron Mountain is in good hands." Rim leaned back in his chair. Patrick gave him a greasy smile. "Wonderful. I'd hate to have your water rights go to Utah Valley Resort. They're revving to acquire a few more." Rim leaned forward. "Why would they think they could get a hold of ours? Your renewals are due in 1 month. They're usually filed and paid for by now." Rim's heart sank. Those water rights were essential to keeping Iron Mountain running when Mother Nature wasn't cooperating. If they couldn't bring in water to make snow, the runs would become muddy and reservations would drop. "I'll be sure to look into it." He stood up. "Thanks for stopping by, Patrick." Rim kept his steps calm as he made his way back to the office. He was met by his secretary, who had her hand over the phone. "It's Mr. McGraw, says it's urgent." "Where's Amber?" "She's with him." Rim nodded. "I'll take it in my office." Picking up the receiver, Rim scribbled out a post-it note to look into the water rights. He stuck it on the corner of his desk and said, "This is Rim." Mr. McGraw proceeded to explain the intricacies of what happened when they entered their evidence in court, and Rim concentrated so he wouldn't miss a thing. At the end of the call, he was actually looking forward to meeting Amber for dinner at the lodge. He patted his stomach. A good meal, Amber's company, and the chance to ask an Olympic gold medalist about riding the moguls had him looking forward to the evening. Chapter 14. Your grandpa bought the water rights back in the 70s when they were ridiculously inexpensive. From what I understand, he had to use his own money because Iron Mountain wasn't doing well. Rim nodded as Mr. McGraw explained how Rim himself, rather than Iron Mountain, ended up with 300 shares of water. As the years went by, the price increased to a point that Iron Mountain couldn't afford to buy the shares from your grandpa. He kept them, paying the fees and taxes out of his pocket in order to ensure that the resort had the water it needs. Rim tapped his pen against the desk. "Who would benefit if we lost the shares?" "Well, one share can sell for around $6,000, so the agent facilitating the sale would make a huge bonus." Which explains Patrick's glee. Why did he even warn me? Why not just let them expire? He's required by law to give you notice. Otherwise, you can take it to court and get them reinstated. And any resort in the area would snatch them up. Right. No one has snow like we do. Mr. McGraw snapped his briefcase shut. Rim stood to see him out of the office. Thanks for the paperwork. I'll get started on it right away. No worries. Mr. McGraw paused. You've done well here, Rim. Your grandpa would be proud. Taken aback by the unexpected praise, Rim blurted, thanks. I enjoyed working with Amber on that case. She's on top of it. That she is, Rim agreed. Is she around? Mr. McGraw craned his neck to check Amber's desk. Rim bristled. Sorry, she's in the rental shop. Mr. McGraw lifted one side of his mouth in a smug smile. Like he'd been trying to push a button and was pleased when he found it. Call me if you need anything. A little chagrined by his jealousy, Rim said. I will. Settling behind his desk, Rim dug into the paperwork for the water shares. Better to focus on work than on why he'd gotten riled up over Amber. Chapter 15. The day finally came when both Rim and Amber were able to schedule 3 uninterrupted hours for her first ski lesson. The January rush was over and the February rush, centered around President's Day and winter break, hadn't started yet. Valentine's Day was next Thursday. If all went well with Amber's lesson, Rim hoped to buy her skis as a gift. They weren't romantic in any way, so it took a lot of pressure off. Not that he had any romantic ideas about Amber. However, he felt obligated to get his wife something for Valentine's Day. What kind of a husband would he be if he didn't? He wondered if her other husbands had bought her gifts. She had some beautiful jewelry. The diamond necklace she wore could have been from the doctor guy. Rim pushed thoughts of Amber's other husbands aside. It did him no good to think of her married to any of them, it only served to make him cranky. Rim dropped Amber off at the ski shop in the lodge to get fitted for a pair of rentals while he picked up their passes. Just 2? Asked Robin from behind the ticket window. Rim had taken a group from a resort in New Zealand out in the past week. It was as close as he got to being an instructor again, and he'd relished every minute out of the office. It's just me and the wife today. Sounds good. Have a good time. He grinned. There was no such thing as just a wife when it came to Amber. She was the most amazing combination of personality traits, professional and exotic, mysterious and fiercely intelligent. Not to mention a little overprotective. She even walked sexy. Someone clomped across the wooden walkway, and Rim looked up to see Amber swinging her legs wide in an attempt to maneuver in her ski boots. He pressed his hand to his mouth to hide his smile. His shoulders shook with barely controlled laughter as Amber glared. I feel like I've got boulders on my feet. There's no movement in my ankle. There's not supposed to be. How am I supposed to control skis when I can barely walk? You'll learn to use your feet to steer. Amber shook her head. At least I know you know what you're doing. Don't let me hurt myself, okay? I haven't lost a student yet. Chapter 16. Amber rode the magic carpet to the top of the small hill. She had a good feeling when she didn't jerk getting off like she had the first 5 times. Each time down the baby hill, she gained confidence. Keeping her skis in a wedge was tiring, but it helped her maintain control. She hadn't fallen and, though 5-year-olds were lapping her, she felt pretty good. Rim was an excellent teacher. She enjoyed having him near, and he was constantly praising her efforts. Let's move up to the blue carpet, said Rim as she slowly stopped in front of him. Amber swiveled her gaze to take in the blue hill. Twice the length of the green hill, it didn't look any steeper. You're the boss. After a few runs there, Rim led her back down to the big lift. We're going to the top? Amber's fear of going up the mountain and not being able to get back down spiked. You've already had the basic lesson and you're doing great. There's a ski school hill that's wide. You should be fine. If you say so. She didn't feel all that convinced, but she climbed onto the chair lift when it was their turn. "Let's exit to the left and try Bambi's backyard," Rim said. He'd caught her poring over a map of the resort the night before and knew she'd have a basic understanding of where they were headed. "Is it steep?" "There's one section that might challenge you." She laughed nervously. "Oh good, I'd hate to be bored." Rim turned his head so she wouldn't see his smile. He'd never heard sarcasm from Amber before. It was kind of cute, like her own little rebellion. Amber put her skis in a wide wedge as they reached the edge that started the downhill section of the run. These were the edges Rim jumped over to start out as fast as possible. Amber didn't so much ski down the hill as she moved across it. Slowly. It was exactly what he'd taught her to do, and it was excruciating to watch. Rim did a 180 and put his skis in a backward wedge so he could give her pointers. Amber smiled at him. "Show off." Rim's heart leapt as if he'd taken a jump. Teaching Amber to ski had turned out to be one of his best ideas ever. Out here, where the smell of pine trees surrounded them and the air was crisp, there were possibilities. Possibilities Rim was only just beginning to see with Amber. Yeah. When I'm done with you, you'll be skiing this whole mountain backward." She looked all around her and shook her head. "You have me at a complete disadvantage, Rim, and you're loving it." Rim tipped his head. "I do like telling you what to do." He turned back around with ease and caught Amber rolling her eyes. Today was going to be so much fun. At the first turn, Rim encouraged Amber to bring her skis together. The first time she did, she wobbled and let out a little scream. Slamming her skis apart, she stopped on the side of the trail. Rim skated back to her side. Facing uphill, he asked, "What?" "I almost fell." Rim shrugged. "Falling's not so bad." Yeah, it is." Rim shoved Amber to the side, where she landed with an in the powder. Stunned, she looked up at him like he'd grown a third arm out of his forehead. He cursed silently. He'd never actually pushed over an adult student before. The kids usually laughed as soon as they realized they were okay. Amber reached her hand out for help up. Rim eagerly clasped her glove, hoping he hadn't spoiled their day. He only had the brief moment he registered Amber's wicked grin as a warning before he was face down in the snow. His legs were across Amber and his torso was a foot deep in the powder. "Hey!" Rim sat up, taking off his goggles so he could brush off his face. "Hey yourself." Amber threw a handful of snow at him and missed terribly, the half-hearted snowball falling apart before it reached him. Scooping a handful, he took his time packing it together, keeping his eyes on her as he passed it from hand to hand. No. Giggling, Amber scooted back on her bottom, Rim's legs sliding to the side. She scrambled to get up and finally managed to get her skis under her. Rim could have been up long before she was steady, but he let her get a head start, preferring to play for a few minutes rather than teach her how to get up on her skis. Hurrying away as fast as she could go while keeping her skis in a wedge, she kept glancing over her shoulder. Only after she'd made it to the first turn did Rim go after her. This area was pretty flat and wide, and it was a good place for Amber to stretch her abilities. Rim rounded the corner and tossed the snowball, which Amber easily dodged. Her laughter floated across the frosty air, and his chest warmed with affection. He'd pushed her past her comfort zone and then he'd literally pushed her down, and instead of yelling at him or giving up, she'd made a game. They continued to exchange volleys, egging each other on. "You sure are motivated to get down the hill." She pointed her mitten at him. "Wait until I tell the ski school that my instructor shoved me." "You are in so much trouble." He threw his head back and laughed. The sparkle in her eyes told Rim she was teasing him. He found it drew him to her and the gap between them started to close. She was laughing with him, trying to keep enough distance between them so that he couldn't push her over again when she missed a turn and ended up doing a sideways roll. One ski popped off and kept going down the hill, taking Rim's heart with it. "Amber," he yelled as he skated, pushing his skis out to the side like a hockey player on ice to cover ground more quickly. He kicked one ski against the other to release the binding and then used his boot to get the other off. Kneeling at her side, he placed his hands on her shoulders. "Are you okay? Can you sit up?" She gently pushed his hand away, and Rim's hopes fell like snowpack coming off the lodge's roof. He braced himself for the reprimand or biting words he knew were coming. The brush off. The break of all the best that was between them would happen with just one snide remark. Then he'd see the real her, the one that she'd been hiding behind that polite smile. Sitting up slowly, Amber took off her helmet and looked him dead in the eye. "When we tell this story later, it has to sound much cooler than it was." Rim stared at her, trying to understand what she was saying. She continued, "Can we say I was whipping down moguls or something, maybe taking a jump?" He grinned and reached out to place his hand on her shoulder. She winced and pushed his hand away again. "That one is a little sore. Did you land on it?" Her face turned pink as she shook her head. "I dug this elbow in to slow me down, and I must have hit a block of ice, because it jerked my shoulder up." Rim cursed. "Can you move it?" He was such an idiot. Pushing her, not paying attention to her form or speed. This was his fault. "It's really not that bad." She lifted her elbow and turned her shoulder this way and that. Rim watched her face for any sign of pain, but he only saw concentration. When she was done with her self-examination, she smiled at him. "I think I'll live." He grabbed her up in his arms and held her, relieved she was physically okay, but more relieved that his stupidity hadn't ruined this thing between them. Whatever it was, it carried weight in his soul. A good weight. The kind that made a man decide to settle down and give up his ski-bum lifestyle. Amber put her hands around his middle and pulled herself closer. Rim had never felt so accepted in his life. Amber had seen the worst in him. He'd treated her badly when they were first married. Yet when he held her, she didn't pull away from him. Was that what marriage was really supposed to be like? A class of 7- and 8-year-olds came by, and their instructor yelled, "Let's keep it PG, folks." The kids, lined up like ducklings behind her, made gagging noises. Amber buried her face in his neck as he lifted his hand and waved at the girl at the end of the line. She was much smaller than the other kids and looked out of place. He kissed Amber's lips quickly in relief, not even aware he'd done so until he saw the surprise on her face. Rim hurried on. "I am so sorry. I should have been paying better attention to you instead of goofing off." "It wasn't." He placed his finger over her full lips, cutting off her protests. Brushing his thumb over the little hill on her bottom lip, Rim stared into her eyes. An overwhelming desire to kiss her for real welled up inside his chest, followed almost instantly by fear. The energy between them, so strong it could break down his walls, was also powerful enough to slice away his common sense. Amber was his wife, his professional wife, and he was just one in what would surely be a long line of husbands. Dropping his hands and stepping away, Rim said, "I promise to be totally professional while we're on the hill. No more pushing." Amber sucked in her lower lip. Rim had a hard time looking away from her mouth. "Does that mean no more kissing, or do you kiss all your clients?" The words came out before he even realized they'd formed in his head. "Do you kiss all your husbands?" It was stupid, insensitive, and completely uncalled for, especially after she'd forgiven him so quickly for not taking care of her like he should have. He clenched his hands into fists. Amber picked up his hand and smoothed out his fingers. She tipped her head to the side. "Rim," she began, but whatever she was going to say was cut off by a child's scream not far from where they stood. They both turned in the direction the scream came from and he heard an adult yell, "Hang on." He looked back at Amber, but she was busy trying to get her remaining ski off. "Go." She pushed him away when he tried to help. "Hurry." Chapter 17. Rim didn't wait to see if Amber could release her binding, he took off at a run, aiming for the place he thought the screaming was coming from. It was hard to tell, because sounds echoed off the hills. Rounding the next corner, he saw the group of kids huddled next to the hill and the instructor on her stomach looking over the ledge on the other side of the trail, where the snow crew had driven 3-foot wooden spikes to shore up the overhang and prevent the trail from collapsing. "What happened?" he asked, leaning over to see down the cliff's edge. She took the corner too fast and couldn't make the turn. About 20 feet down the drop-off was a little girl, the runt of the class, who had waved at him and Amber. She'd stopped screaming, apparently realizing she wasn't going to fall any farther. She'd landed where powder accumulated against a tree trunk. It looked deep enough that she might not be injured. "I'm stuck," she cried. As she struggled to pull her legs out, more snow came down the hill and gathered around her chest. "Don't move!" Rim yelled down to her. The instructor was already on the phone with Ski Patrol. The girl's voice trembled as she yelled back, "But I want to get out." She started to wail. Judging by the sound of her cries, she couldn't be more than 6. He looked at the kids huddled against the hill and saw one boy with huge tears rolling down his cheeks. "Is that your sister?" he asked. Many times parents would request that their children be placed in the same class, despite their difference in age or ability. The boy sniffed and wiped his running nose on his glove. "I was supposed to watch out for her." Rim kept his face positive. "She's going to be okay, okay?" The instructor turned off her phone. They said it would be 20 minutes. Rim read her name tag quickly as the wailing went up a notch. The kid was about 2 minutes from making herself pass out or throw up. "We can't wait that long, Robin." He walked down the trail about 10 feet and tested the edge. It held under his weight. "See if you can calm him down." Rim pointed at the brother, who was crying harder now that his sister was panicking. Yanking 2 wooden spikes out of the ground, Rim lay on his stomach and threw his legs over the edge. He took 2 quick breaths, said a prayer, and shimmied over the edge. He dug the right stake into the hill with his hand and used the toes of his ski boots to create a foothold. Working slowly and judging the stability of the snow with each step, it took about 10 minutes to draw level with the little girl. She'd gone quiet when he started over the hill, and he was thankful for the peace as he focused on not triggering an avalanche and not losing his handholds. Just as he was about to make his way sideways to get to her, Amber's head peeked over the edge. "Rim?" He looked up. "Yeah. What do you need?" Of all the things she could have said, like "What do you think you're doing?" or something dumb like "Be safe," like he wasn't already trying to be safe, she was ready to help and just do what needed to be done. He loved that about her. Thinking the word love in conjunction with Amber took Rim by surprise. His grip loosened and his glove slipped off the spike. Thankfully, his feet were in a solid spot and he stayed in place. One emergency at a time. "I'm going to dig her skis out and throw them up. Will you make sure everyone is out of the way?" "Yep." She disappeared, and he sidestepped toward the tree. Snow shifted as he drove the stake in, and he held his breath, waiting to see if the whole thing would go. It held, and he continued on. "Hey there." He plastered a big smile on his face and spoke quietly to the little girl. As he followed her legs down, he found her binding and popped off the first ski. "So you wanted to ski through the trees today, huh?" She lifted her foot to give him room to work the ski out of the snow. "Did you know there's a bear cabin up the trail a little ways?" She shook her head. He got the ski loose and threw it straight up the hill. It arched and looked like it was going to come right back on top of them, but Amber knocked it to the ground with her pole. Her pole was probably bent, but it was a smart move. The other ski was harder to locate because it popped off when she landed, but he threw that one better, and Amber only had to retrieve it. Robin leaned over the edge. "Ski Patrol just got a call for a sled at the top of the hill, they have to take that one first." He looked at the tiny girl, whose lips started to quiver, and back up the hill. Waiting down here wasn't an option. This girl needed to be reunited with her brother as soon as possible. Does your dad give you piggyback rides? Uh-huh. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a piggy front ride. When he reached for her, she grabbed onto him with enough force to knock him back a step. Easy there, Ripper. I'm not a ripper. She kept her arms locked around his neck and her legs wrapped around his middle. He let go, and she hung there by herself. Amber's face appeared above, but she didn't say anything. She simply watched him, her jaw set. He chuckled. If anyone could get him back up this hill through sheer determination, it would be Amber. Rim focused on the girl. Sure you are. Everybody has to have a ski name. What's yours? Moving carefully back the way he came, Rim tried to use the holes he'd created on the way down. It wasn't as easy with her weight, but she was small enough that he knew he could make it. If she'd been the biggest kid in the class, he would have been in trouble. You promise you won't laugh? He felt her nod against his shoulder. Crash. Crash? Yep, I was always jumping off things, and I crashed a lot, so my grandpa named me Crash. Rim shook his head. He hadn't thought about that day in a long time. He was probably 16 and he'd tried to ride the rail in the parking lot. Instead of looking like the guy on TV, he looked like a pile of dirty laundry lying in the middle of the parking lot. Grandpa had arrived out of nowhere and carried him up to the ski patrol booth. They proclaimed him fine, but his pride was wounded. Grandpa nursed that too over a cup of amaretto hot chocolate. A fresh stab of grief struck, and Rim paused in his climb, blinking back tears. Suddenly, the extra 40 pounds of weight from the girl felt like 400. Rim. Amber's call broke through Rim's sorrow. You can do this, Rim. You're almost there, love. Love. Grandpa had loved him, the best way he knew how. Rim gathered strength from that and pressed on. I don't think I'd like your name, said the girl. Grateful for the distraction, Rim asked, why not? 6 more steak holes, and they'd be there. I would want a name that says I'm good, not that I fall down a lot. That's why you're Ripper. You go super fast. She giggled. I am fast. As they got to the top of the hill, Amber reached out and lifted the girl away from him, then scooted back so he could clear the edge. Panting, he rolled onto his back to catch his breath. Ripper ran to her brother, who hugged her like he didn't care what his buddies in ski school thought. It was Amber's turn to kneel over him. That was amazing, she whispered. He was still breathing hard and his breath made little puffs in the air. No big deal. Sitting up, he smiled encouragingly at Ripper as Robin talked her into putting her skis back on. Will you ski down with us? She asked. I'd love to, but I'm supposed to be teaching this lady how to turn without falling over. Amber gave him a little shove. Does she have a ski name? Asked Ripper. Amber smiled. This is my first time. I don't think I've earned a ski name yet. Maybe when I ski as good as you I'll get one. Ripper shrugged. Once Robin had everyone in line, she smiled at Rim. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Be sure to tell her parents what happened. Not what I did, but that she went off the cliff and landed in deep powder. The last thing we want is for them to find out from the kids. Robin lowered her eyebrows as she looked at him. Suddenly she gasped. You're Rim Hoagland. She cursed, quiet enough for the kids not to hear, but loud enough that Rim heard it. There goes my job. How many instructors had Rim see lose their job over an accident that wasn't really their fault, but the parents blamed them anyway? It happened to some of the best and it was a shame. He understood that there was a risk involved with skiing, and the parents all signed waivers. Each case had to be evaluated by a supervisor and they had the power to fire you if they deemed you careless. The high standards were one of the reasons their ski school consistently ranked #1 in the nation. Ripper was probably just trying to keep up with kids who were older than her, and she'd lost control. "I'll have to file a report with your supervisor, but you'll probably only get a warning. Just make sure you keep the smaller kids up front, okay?" The kid started off, filing past him and waving goodbye. When he turned to Amber, she had pressed her lips together so tight that there was a white line around them. "She's not going to get off with a warning. You know that, right?" "She might. Rim, the kid went off a cliff. If you hadn't been here, she would still be down there." "Yeah, but I was here." "Situation taken care of." "No, situation still happening. Until her parents make their reservations for next season, this isn't over. They may not appreciate your heroics like me or Ripper. They could be really upset." Rim turned and stomped back up the hill to where he left his skis without answering. Amber hurried after him, but didn't say anything. "The policy is unfair to instructors," he blurted. "They know the rules when they're hired." "Yeah, but things happen. An instructor can't control everything the kids do." "They can't, but they are responsible for the welfare of those kids." Rim thought of Robin. She looked like the average ski instructor, except that she had that mom look to her. It was hard to explain, but some moms just looked like moms. Which meant she had kids to support. Going slow, he managed to get Amber down the hill. She popped her skis off and threw them over her shoulder. "I can take these back. You should head inside." "Thanks for the lesson." Rim sucked in his gut. "Amber, wait." She turned, and Rim couldn't find the words he needed to tell her that he'd wanted to kiss her. That he'd thought about her, not as his professional wife, but as a woman he'd like to get to know outside of work. Which was stupid, because he was her work. There was no getting out of it. She couldn't separate Rim from her job any more than she could cut off her ring finger. "Thanks for your help." There it was. That professional smile again. "You're welcome." Rim watched Amber until she slipped through the lodge door. He wished he could go after her, but had the feeling he'd mess that up too. Chapter 18. Amber struggled to get her feet out of the rental boots. The stupid things were so tight she couldn't feel her pinky toe. She'd have to ask for a bigger size next time she came in. If there ever was a next time. Grunting, she finally pulled her foot loose. She flopped onto the bench and put her head in her hands. "Well, looks like I've found a snow bunny." Amber looked up to see Trish, wearing her fur coat, standing over her. Squealing, Amber jumped up and threw her arms around her friend. "What are you doing here?" "Surprise inspection." Trish laughed. "You haven't called Pamela and she sent me to check up on things. Plus, I had a feeling you needed me." She picked up a stringy strand of Amber's hair. "By the looks of things, you need a salon appointment and some retail therapy." Amber hugged Trish again. "I wish. President's Day is Monday and we're booked solid for the next 10 days. Besides, this is ski hair, it's the latest rage." "I can see that." Trish followed a group of women as they tromped in to return their rentals. Her face brightened. "Did you like it? Skiing?" Amber's thoughts went back to those precious few minutes after Rim had pushed her in the snow and she'd let go of her fears to play. She'd enjoyed it then. When she wasn't thinking so hard about being scared, it was easier to turn. Maybe she could get the hang of skiing. "Yes, I enjoyed skiing." Trish regarded Amber for a moment. "Perhaps you've been enjoying other perks as well?" Amber shook her head. "You know I don't mix things like that." "Why not?" "You're married. You might as well get a little joy out of it. Honestly, you're all work, 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 all the time. When does Amber get to have some happiness?" "I don't need a man to be happy." Amber slid her feet into her regular boots, enjoying the ability to wiggle her toes. Geez, Trish, you're lucky my mother wasn't here to hear that comment. You'd have a night of lectures ahead of you. She practices them, constantly, just in case I forget that I'm complete and wonderful all on my own. Trish wrapped her arm around Amber's shoulder. Darling, she said in her best Pamela impression. You've been programmed into not needing a man so well, that you didn't stop to consider that you might want one. The concept was so new, Amber blurted, is that allowed? Trish kept up her Pamela voice. Allowed and encouraged. Amber swallowed, her throat dry and her hands moist. And what would one do if they did want a man? A man, or a certain man? Asked Trish, all joking set aside as her eyes widened in understanding. I'm not saying I do. Amber shifted her weight. But if I did, would it ruin my career? Trish folded her arms. It would make it awfully hard to marry someone else. Amber nodded. You're right. Love's not an option in this line of work. Love? Who said anything about love? You did. Amber insisted. Trish grinned. I don't think I ever said the word love, I believe I said happiness. You're the one who said. She leaned closer and cupped her hand around her mouth as she whispered, love. Let's forget either of us said anything and go to dinner. Trish paused just long enough to let Amber know she was allowing the change of topic, but was not going to forget it. Amber was fine with that. She needed some time to think through this afternoon on her own. To remember what it felt like to have Rim kiss her, be it ever so quickly, and hold her close. She'd been held by other men before, but never had her being yearned to be near a man as it did for Rim. What would it be like to be truly and deeply kissed by him? The thought made her tingle all over. She sent him a text telling him Trish was in town and they would be going to dinner. His reply was short, and Amber was reminded that even though they'd awakened something between them that couldn't be ignored forever, they'd also argued over firing Robin. It seemed like for every step forward, they took two back. If this kept up, they'd eventually be on opposite sides of the mountain. She and Trish headed toward the parking lot. The locker room door flew open and Amber scooted out of the way just in time. I'm so sorry, said Robin. It just flies open like that. I know, Amber smiled reassuringly. Hey, you're the instructor I saw on the hill today. How's the little girl? Robin pulled at her purse strap. She seemed okay. The parents weren't happy when I told them. I wouldn't suppose so. They all walked toward the exit, Amber's stomach twisting. They'd just finished the lawsuit with the lady with the broken wrist. They'd settled out of court for a small sum, but the work involved was nuts. Can I ask you two how you got your jobs? Asked Robin. Amber tripped over the threshold. She threw a look at Trish that said, she wouldn't believe me if I told her. Why do you ask? Asked Trish. She and Amber stopped to wait for the shuttle with Robin to be polite. I love teaching, but this is only temporary. I'd like to move up in the company, but I don't have a degree. What about night school? Offered Amber. It's too expensive. I have 2 kids and we're struggling as it is. What kind of work would you like to do? Asked Amber. This is going to sound so lame, but I've always wanted to be a paralegal. I even started into it after high school, but I quit when I had Spencer. Iron Mountain could use a paralegal to do all the stuff Amber had done for Mr. McGraw during the lawsuit. An idea began to form. Robin, could you go to school if you had a scholarship? I think we could make it work. I mean, it would be easier in the spring and summer. Right, in the off-season. And isn't summer semester usually shorter? I think so. Robin leaned away, weary. The shuttle climbed the hill and came to a lumbering stop. Robin moved to get on. Thanks for everything. You and your husband saved my bacon today. Robin waved as the shuttle pulled away. Amber whipped out her phone and scrolled through her contacts list. "Whatcha doing?" asked Trish. "I need to talk to Harrison." Just then, Tina answered at B&B headquarters. "Hi, Tina, it's Amber." "Amber. How are you?" "I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. Is Harrison in?" "Sure, I'll put you through." After a small beep and a questioning look from Trish, Harrison was on the line. "What can I do for you, Amber?" "I need information on setting up a scholarship fund for employees. Since you're the master at digging through piles of regulations, I thought I'd see what you knew or if you could send me in the right direction." "Is this a B&B project?" Amber bit her nail. "Sort of." Harrison didn't miss a beat. "Can you give me a couple of days?" "Sure. And Amber, I'll be calling for more details." Amber yanked her hand down. "Of course. Trish is here with me. I'll fill her in over dinner tonight and you can call anytime." "Sounds good." Amber knew Harrison wasn't one to bend the rules. In fact, his basic job was to make sure brides and grooms followed the code of conduct. So he was all about the rules. She hoped mentioning Trish had given her odd request the right amount of credence, and it had. Now she just needed to explain to Trish that Robin was most likely going to be fired and see if she'd be willing to help the woman become a paralegal. Chapter 19. To Rim's disappointment, Amber buried herself in some B&B project with Trish and he wasn't able to get her alone. She was constantly on the phone with Harrison, and Trish was at every meal. The second day of Trish's visit, the three of them were in Rim's kitchen going over a new household budget while Amber chopped veggies and cooked rice. Rim had already set out his can of soup. It was a routine they'd gotten used to over the last month and a half. She'd cook her food, he'd cook his soup or warm up a frozen burrito, and they'd sit down to eat together. Except for the last couple of nights, they hadn't really talked like they used to. Part of it was that Trish was playing a wonderful third wheel. Rim really liked her, she threw some zingers out there that had him laughing hard and she said it like it was, but he wanted alone time with Amber. They had so much to talk about. He desperately wanted to apologize for taking his frustrations over the firing policy out on her. She wasn't the one who made up the rules. Even though she'd defended them, he should have been kinder. Amber got another phone call from headquarters, as Rim liked to call the B&B office, and excused herself to step out. Trish pointed to Rim's belly and said, "Your shirts are shrinking." Rim dropped his arms. "I'm pretty sure the new maid has no idea how to run the washer." He pulled at the hem of the orange sweater he'd worn the day he married Amber, trying to stretch it out again. Trish made a disbelieving noise. "You really don't see it?" "See what?" "You've broadened in the chest and shoulders. You need bigger clothes." Rim's face flushed, and he was grateful Amber had excused herself to answer a call from headquarters. "It can't be that. I stopped growing my junior year of high school." Trish twisted her rings so they set properly. "Have you gotten on a scale?" "No. Everything still fits around the waist." "Of course it does. You're in shape." Her face lit up. "Let's go shopping. Amber said you knew a great place for winter clothing." "I'd love to make a dent in their stockroom." Rim groaned. "Why don't you go, take Amber? I'll wear whatever you buy as long as it fits." He could sense a difference in his coats, too. They were tight when he moved his hands forward. He hadn't paid much attention to it. He supposed it was because of all the dinners he and Amber had eaten at the lodge the last couple of weeks. When he thought of all the wonderful steaks and turkey dishes he'd consumed, his can of soup didn't sound appetizing. Trish clapped her hands. "Oh," said Amber as she walked back in. "I've seen that look before. Who agreed to a makeover?" "No one," Rim said, forcefully. "I just told Trish to go shopping for me." Amber threw her hands in the air. You have no idea what you've just done. Trish rushed over to Amber. Are you coming? Sorry. I've got too much to do here. She waved her phone. Rim caught her eye, and she gave him her polite smile. He silently cursed. There had to be a way to apologize without making a fool of himself in front of Trish. I'll go right after dinner. When do we eat? Amber hustled behind the counter and took the rice off the burner. Now. Rim popped out of his seat. I'll get the plates. Thanks. Amber was busy transferring the chicken and stir-fry veggies to a serving dish. Rim set 3 plates on the table and went back for flatware. When Amber set the food on the table, she caught sight of the plate in front of Rim. It smells delicious, he said. I can't wait to try it. Amber stared as he loaded his plate. They said a quick prayer over the food and Rim took a huge bite. It's really good. You should taste it, he told Amber, because she continued to stare at him. Blinking into a smile, Amber's cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink. I'm glad you like it. Rim returned her smile. Reaching under the table, he gave her knee a squeeze. Their gaze held, and Rim was transported back to the moment when he brushed his thumb across her lip. The same desire to kiss her filled his every cell. Her lips parted slightly, and Rim fought to keep his eyes open, fought the desire building inside. Trish cleared her throat and dropped her fork loudly on the table, reminding Rim they had company. Slowly he released Amber's knee, using his finger to trace a small circle before withdrawing entirely. Amber shivered. Trish stood. Well, I think I'll be off. I have shopping to do. Amber bolted to her feet as well. I've got a document coming through my email. I should be checking it. Both women hurried out, and Rim was left with a plate of warm food and no desire to eat. He didn't dare toss it. Nope. If eating her food would get him that kind of reaction from Amber, he'd eat burnt toast as long as she was the one who made it. The next morning, Rim found a note on the counter that said Amber had left early for a ski lesson. He'd wanted to take her up again, but it was too difficult to get them both time off, so he'd set her up with a private lesson with one of his buddies. He hoped she had a good lesson and would gain confidence. With a quick bowl of cereal and a prayer, Rim was out the door. The irony of wanting to try Amber's blueberry pancakes and not having her in the house to cook them wasn't lost on him. He tossed his keys up and snatched them from the air. He still had time with Amber, and he intended to make the most of it. Chapter 20. Amber made a wedge with her skis and came to a slow stop. Nice job. Pat, her personal ski instructor for the day, pulled up alongside her. They'd done the smaller hill several times, and Pat wanted to take her up the big lift and do one of the easy green runs. Amber wasn't so sure that was a good idea, especially when a 5-year-old zoomed past her, laughing. He probably wasn't laughing at her. Children that age didn't do that sort of thing, did they? But still, she wondered if she was the only person who worked at the ski resort who didn't ski out of the wedge. Are you sure about this? Amber watched the other skiers easily board the lift. She felt anything but steady on her feet. Although, she had to admit that her fear of falling was a lot less since Rim had shoved her into the snowbank. You're ready. A couple times down this run and you'll be skiing parallel. Pat skated over to the line. You're the expert, Amber said under her breath. She shuffled past other skiers until she was up with Pat. The line moved quickly, and Amber was grateful she'd been able to board without embarrassing herself. Pat held her arm as they got off, and even though she wobbled, she didn't fall, which would have caused them to stop the lift while she got off the ground. That is a long way down. Holding her poles in a death grip, Amber looked back at the lift line. No one was getting back on to go down the hill, and she wondered if it was against the rules. Inching forward, Amber slowly crossed the hill while Pat skied backwards in a wedge, giving her encouragement like Rim did. Amber missed him. The last couple of days were lonely, being so close to Rim and yet not close enough. After their third turn, Amber settled in a little and relaxed. This hill was a lot longer than the smaller practice run outside the lodge, but if she took it one turn at a time, it wasn't overwhelming. Pat must have picked up on her confidence, because she encouraged her to pull the backs of her skis closer together on the straightaways. You can always go back into the wedge, but if you get your legs under you, you'll use less muscle, and your legs will last longer. Okay. Amber noticed the slight increase in speed and immediately pushed back out. You'll learn to trust yourself. Try again. They worked on it all the way down the run, and Amber felt like she'd made real progress. It was kind of fun when she felt steady. Those moments when she slipped and almost fell weren't so much fun, but so far she'd managed to keep on her feet. We have time for one more if you'd like to try again. Yeah. I feel like I'm getting it. Pat grinned. That's because you are. By the time they made it down the hill the second time, Amber's legs were shaking. I don't think I could do that again. My muscles are shot. No worries. They took off their skis and made their way into the lodge, where Pat escorted Amber to the rental shop. Thanks. I can take it from here. Amber gave Pat a generous tip and sat down to pull off her boots. Her thoughts went from her day with Pat to her efforts to set up a scholarship fund for Robin. Things weren't going as smoothly as she'd hoped. There was a lot of red tape and tiny details that needed to be ironed out. She wasn't sure what had happened to Robin in the past few days. Assuming she'd been fired had helped fuel Amber's desire to get things going before the next semester started. She'd need to look in on the progress before the end of day. Once she'd returned her skis and boots, she called Rim. How was it? He asked. Scary at first, then it was a lot of fun. Who was your instructor? Pat. She was fantastic. Really encouraging, but she didn't get on my nerves. He laughed, and Amber's stomach fluttered. It's a fine line. She placed her hand on her hip. What? Encouraging me or not getting on my nerves? Not just you, any adult client. Uh-huh. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Do you need me up there? They'd driven separately just in case one of them got done before the other. It was the first time they'd spent the day completely apart, and it felt strange, like the world was tilted. However, Amber's legs were so tired they were light. It reminded her of a game she used to play with her friends where one person would hold another person's arms down at their side while they strained to lift them. Once they let go, the person struggling would relax and their arms would float up in the air on their own. It's already 3:30. Why don't I just meet you at home? Offered Rim. That would be wonderful. Amber couldn't wait to shower. They said goodbye, and she managed to climb into her car and set out for the house. At the first stoplight she stifled a yawn. At the second one she let it out, but covered her mouth. At the stop sign a mile from home, her eyes started to droop. By the time she walked through the door, she was so tired she barely made it to the couch, where she dropped her heavy coat on the floor and curled up under the furry throw for a quick nap. Chapter 21. Rim drove as fast as he dared on the slick streets. The February sun had melted a bit of snow, and once the sun went down temperatures dropped quickly, creating a layer of black ice. Amber hadn't answered his text that he'd be late and her phone went right to voicemail. He kept telling himself that she was fine, but he worried. They had a state-of-the-art security system that would have alerted him if someone broke in, and he'd checked his phone several times during the drive to make sure he didn't miss an alert. He'd never worried about someone like this before. Having money was as much a burden as it was a blessing. There were awful people out there who would look for an opportunity, like getting Amber a loan, to demand cash. Mr. McGraw had given them several scenarios to watch out for, and Amber was always on guard. Running the stop sign wasn't his best idea, but there weren't any cars in the area and he needed to see that Amber was safe. The front door was locked and there weren't any lights on in the house. He fumbled with the keypad in the dark and slammed his shoulder against the door when he mistyped the code. He got it right the second time and shoved the door shut behind him. Running through the hallway, he wondered if he should have called the cops first, and then didn't care if he was running into a trap as long as he got to Amber. He burst into the front room and turned on the light. Amber yelled and threw her arm over her face to block it out. Rim let out a giant sigh of relief to see her alone and looking like she'd just woken up from a deep sleep. "Sorry," he whispered loudly as he dimmed the lights. Amber sat up and asked, "What time is it?" 6:30. "Oh man." She ran her hand over her hair, which hung in a braid over her shoulder, made a face, and took out the elastic so she could finger comb it. "It feels like the middle of the night." Rim made his way over to the couch and sat next to her. His heart was still beating fast from the fear that she'd been hurt or kidnapped or any of the 100 other horrible scenarios he'd tried not to think about on the drive over. "I texted you." Amber looked around like she'd just realized she was in the living room. "I must have left my phone in the car." "Sorry." "No worries." He may have acted like a raving lunatic, practically driven out of his mind with worry over her, but she didn't need to know that. "Are you hungry? There's some chicken marinating in the fridge." Amber stood up and cried out in pain. Rim caught her as she fell across his lap. "What? Are you okay?" "No." Amber leaned against his chest and took shallow breaths. "I can't walk." Rim ran his hand over her arms and then down the front of her legs, gently squeezing each ankle to check for swelling. "Did you fall skiing?" "No. I stayed up." She looked pretty proud of herself for that one, but the pain was still in her eyes. "My calf muscles are too tight. It's like a Charlie horse that won't quit." "Ow." She pulled her legs up to her chest. Rim racked his brain. "Did you ski in a wedge or parallel?" "A wedge." "How tight were your boots?" "Not bad." He gritted his teeth. "Were they uncomfortable to put on?" "No, they were fine." "Why?" He took her foot between his hands and gently pressed his thumb in the middle of her arch. She held and pulled her foot away, scooting to the end of the couch as fast as she could. "Why would you do that?" "I'm guessing your boots were too big and you had to grip with your toes to turn." Amber lowered her eyebrows and thought for a minute. "I do remember gripping with my toes." Rim jumped to his feet. "Wait here." He ran through his room and opened the doors that went to his private patio. In a few short minutes he had everything ready and went back to the front room. Amber had lain back down, and her eyes glistened. He couldn't stand the thought of her crying, so he scooped her up in his arms and carried her into his room and out the door, where he dropped her in the hot tub. "My clothes!" She was in her black base layer, which was like insulated, fitted long underwear and a long-sleeved shirt. "They'll wash, and if not, I'll buy you more." He yanked off his shirt and jeans, feeling just as covered in his shorter version of black base layers as he would in a swimsuit. As he climbed in, she stripped off her long-sleeved shirt to reveal a black tank top. "Dare I ask how many layers you had on today?" He smirked, grateful his voice didn't betray any of the thoughts pulsing through his brain. She smirked right back. "I told you, I hate to be cold." He reached under the water and picked up her foot. She tried to pull it away, but he held just tight enough that she quickly gave up the fight. "Let me help you." She bit her bottom lip. "What are you going to do?" "Hopefully, we'll get some of the acid out of your muscles so you can walk." She closed her eyes, cringing away from him, and nodded. He began kneading her foot, using a light touch. The wet heat would do most of the work, but for some reason, he wanted to be the one to ease her pain. Once he was able to run the heel of his hand down the bottom of her foot without her cringing, he moved up to her calf, where he had to start back at a feather touch. Finding a giant knot in the middle of her calf muscle, he increased the pressure as he said, "Take a deep breath and hold it." He counted to 25 before saying, "Now let it out." Amber moaned as her breath escaped, causing Rim's breath to catch in his chest. His hand slowed down and he quickly moved to start on her other leg. Amber no longer cringed away from him. Her head lay back against the padded seat and her hair floated out around her bare shoulders. Instead of a pained expression, she looked completely content. As she moistened her lips, Rim allowed himself to wonder for the thousandth time what it would be like to kiss lips that full, and then he wondered what it would be like if she kissed him back. A new type of tension built inside him as he ran his hand over her sore muscles. His heart rate increased as he dared himself to pull her closer. He wasn't prepared for the lazy admiration in her eyes when she lifted her head. Rim climbed out of the hot tub and reached down to lift Amber. "We'd better get you inside before you melt." "Too late," she whispered. Amber was all softness, as if the hot tub had liquefied her, and she slid into his arms with her palm on his bare chest. Next to her, he felt like a brick wall, mortared together by the intense control he wielded against his desire to kiss her. She nestled under his chin, her breath warm against his skin, and for a moment he lost all ability to think. Wrapping his arms tighter around her, he pulled back so she would look at him. When she did, her eyes were soft and welcoming. Before he could think himself out of it, he leaned in and kissed her quickly, pulling back to gauge her reaction. Her eyes were still closed and she moaned softly, as if she'd tasted the sweetest chocolate truffle at the buffet. Rim gently set her on her feet, still holding his arm around her back to steady her. When he was sure she didn't hurt, he gently cupped the back of her head and lowered his lips to hers. This time, when their lips met, Amber leaned into him, allowing him to savor her pouty bottom lip. She sighed. "Rim," she whispered, and he could no longer hold in his feelings for her. He was raw, exposing his heart and sending his love out to her, becoming vulnerable in a way that scared him and thrilled him at the same time. Amber ran her hands up his shoulders and linked them behind his head, matching him kiss for kiss. When they pulled apart to catch their breath, she looked down shyly and traced her finger over his shoulder. He tucked a wet piece of hair behind her ear, and she shivered in his arms. "Are you cold?" She shook her head and swallowed. "This is the warmest I've been since I got here." His arm swooped under her legs and cradled her against his chest, careful to make sure he didn't jostle her calves too much. She finally looked at him, moving her hand to his cheek and feeling his beard under her fingertips. Now it was his turn to shiver. She grinned and bit her lip, as if she was pleased at his reaction. If she only knew what holding her close was doing to his insides. He grinned back and kissed her again, not as deep and a bit more playful. They kissed and smiled and laughed and kissed again. Rim shut off all the warning bells and enjoyed the moment, something he hadn't done in as long as he could remember. It was a frightening kind of freedom, like skiing out of a ravine and getting major air. The lift was amazing, but if you didn't land right, you could be in a world of hurt. He needed to find a way to land in this marriage so that neither he nor Amber got hurt. Hopefully it would also mean many more evenings spent kissing her. Chapter 22. Rejected. The big red stamp glared up at Rim, mocking him. February 27th, the day before the water right renewal was due, and it had been rejected. Rim scanned through the 50 pages, looking for a red mark or some other indicator that he'd missed something. Shaking the envelope caused a small note the size of a business card to fall out. Failure to provide proof of death. That was it? He dialed Mr. McGraw. "Hey, we've got a problem with the water rights. How soon can you get here?" Amber knocked on Rim's door, and he motioned her inside. "I'm close. I'll swing by and see you in 5, replied McGraw. Amber moved gingerly in her high heels. She insisted that they felt better than flats, and dang, they looked good, even if she didn't have the normal spring in her step that he'd grown used to. Another night or two in the hot tub should help. Rim ran his hands through his hair. Now is not the time to spend reminiscing about kissing Amber. It was also not the time to try it out again. I need some help. Oh. Amber pressed her palm to his forehead. You don't feel feverish. What do you mean? Well, I thought for sure the day Rim Hoagland asked for help, he'd be delirious with fever. She slid her hand down to his cheek, and Rim pecked a kiss to her palm. Maybe I found the right person to ask. Amber feigned innocence. McGraw? Rim snagged her around the waist and pulled her onto his lap. Nuzzling her neck with his chin, something Rim had been delighted to discover tickled Amber to no end, he growled at her. You're being deliberately obtuse. I believe it's called flirting, replied Amber. When it ends up like this, I believe the court would rule it flirting as well, said McGraw from the doorway. Amber jumped off his lap like Rim had pinched her, which he didn't, but now that he thought about it. From your tone, I assumed this was an urgent matter, said McGraw. Rim cleared his head and Amber took a step back. Her face was still red with embarrassment, but Rim caught a glint of mischief and knew they'd finish their discussion later. It is. Rim picked up the paper with the giant red stamp and turned it to face Mr. McGraw. My application for renewal has been rejected. What? Mr. McGraw bolted across the room and snatched the papers from Rim. While he flipped through them angrily, Amber tapped Rim on the shoulder. What's this about? Rim explained the issue of water rights. Amber's lips narrowed into a thin line. Why didn't I know about this? Rim felt his hackles rise at the question. I thought we had it taken care of. Rim gestured between himself and Mr. McGraw. As did I, confirmed Mr. McGraw. Here it is. He laid the papers on the desk, and Rim and Amber leaned over to read it at the same time. Mr. McGraw pointed to a tiny red X next to a paragraph about bequeathing the rights to an heir. The heir must provide proof of death in the form of a certified death certificate. Amber yanked open Rim's bottom drawer, thumbed through the files, and finally pulled out the envelope McGraw had given him after the funeral. He hadn't thought about it since that day, and he would have been at a loss as to where to find it. Here's the certificate. She slid it onto the desk. You have 2 hours before the office closes. I'll drive, said McGraw. I'll cover for you here, said Amber. McGraw was out the door. Rim stopped to grab his coat off the back of his chair. He paused, watching Amber straighten his desk. Amber. Rim struggled against his pride. It was hard for him to admit he needed someone. I should have asked you to look over the papers. Then we wouldn't be in this crunch. Amber shrugged. I'm sure it will work out. I want you to know. He paused. He wanted to gather her into his arms, but it didn't seem right. He wanted her to understand that what he was about to say didn't have anything to do with the way his heart beat faster when she was near, or how being around her was better than shooting down a black diamond run in fresh powder. You're valuable around here. Amber hugged a file to her chest, ducked her head, and tucked her hair behind her ear. Thank you, Rim. That means a lot to me. The air grew thick with the emotions passing between them. Though pleasurable, it was too much for Rim. He wasn't used to feeling something so strongly for anyone that it could easily consume him. I'd better get going. He stepped back, struggling to break eye contact with Amber. Tripping over a chair, he turned and stumbled out of the room. Adjusting his shirt, he hurried to the front of the lodge, where he could see McGraw's car idling. Rim's hands shook as he pulled open the door. His stomach churned and he struggled to maintain steady breathing. Don't worry. I'm sure we'll get this worked out. Yeah. McGraw took a quick left and Rim grabbed for the door handle. He wasn't really worried about the water rights. He should have been. Not getting those rights transferred over could mean the end of Iron Mountain. What had his whole body in an uproar was the certain knowledge that he'd fallen in love with Amber. Rim had never been in love before. His only example of a couple in love had been his parents, and as his mom said, that wasn't a great example. What if he screwed this all up? And, even more terrifying, what if he offered Amber his heart and she didn't want it? He was husband number 4, after all. She could pack up and leave at the end of the year and never look back. For all he knew, she was already counting down the days until she could move out of Utah and back to sunnier weather. They pulled into the parking lot, and Rim slammed his door as he got out of the car. This is why he didn't open up to people. When you loved someone, you placed a lot of trust that they would love you back. And even if they loved you, there was no guarantee you would be happy with them. McGraw placed a hand on Rim's shoulder to stop him from barreling through the front doors. Let's go in with a "there seems to be a mistake" attitude and toned down the frustration. Rim shook off McGraw's hand. He was right. Rim needed to focus on the water rights if he was to have any future with Iron Mountain, or with Amber. What he needed to do was take the training she'd given him and put it to good use. He copied the professional smile he'd seen Amber use so many times when she was upset at him and opened the doors. He could do this. He could be calm and collected on the outside, even though his insides were scrambled. Chapter 23. Rim was surprised at how cooperative Patrick was when he caught sight of Mr. McGraw. They were in and out of the office in less than 45 minutes. Rim thought about Amber's advice to hire smart people. His grandpa certainly followed that path, and it had served him well. Thanks for your help. I appreciate what you did back there. It was the second time in one day that Rim had thanked someone for helping him. A warm feeling grew inside his chest. Though he didn't consider McGraw a friend, he trusted him. First Amber and now McGraw. For the longest time, Rim had believed he had to do it all on his own or else it wouldn't get done. Now he leaned on Amber, and when the rejected application arrived, he hadn't hesitated to call McGraw. If managing the resort meant knowing who to call and how to get things done, then it seemed to Rim that he was learning how to take care of the place. No problem. I'm glad I could help. McGraw drove much slower on the way back to the resort. Are you going to celebrate tonight? Maybe take Amber out for a nice dinner. Rim considered it. They'd been to most of the restaurants in town. Besides, he'd grown to love Amber's cooking. Why? Isn't it your anniversary? 2 months, I believe. Rim scoffed. Who celebrates a 2-month anniversary? McGraw shrugged. Fine. Celebrate the water rights. You've saved enough money today to deserve a nice dinner. My wife and I went to the seafood buffet at the Upper Lodge last week. It was amazing. Amber would love it. Would she? She probably would. Amber loved to try new foods, and since she was from California, she liked cooking different types of fish. Maybe she'd like a fresh lobster. That's a good idea. Rim pulled out his phone and searched for the number. Are you going to celebrate? McGraw shook his head. This is all in a day's work for me, he said with a smile. Well, have a great night. Rim got out of the car and pressed connect to make his reservations. This love he felt for Amber scared him, but the fear wasn't strong enough to keep him away from her. Being with Amber was the best part of his day. She made even small moments happier, and man, could she kiss. Her full lips were every bit as luscious as he'd imagined they would be. Amber was pleased that everything worked out, and she was excited when he asked her to dinner. It didn't take long for them to get home, and he was in and out of the shower in record time. He'd just started running some gel through his hair when Amber walked into his room, fastening a bracelet. She'd changed into a black dress that hugged her hips. Her hair was sleek and looked as shiny as blonde ribbons. For the evening out, she'd darkened the makeup around her eyes, increasing the exotic appearance already created by her full lips. Suddenly, he understood why people said she looked stunning, because she'd certainly stunned him enough that he stood there like an idiot with his hands stuck in his hair and elbows hanging out until she looked up from the bracelet she was fastening. You look nice, she said. Rim looked down at his slacks and dress shirt. Trish picked it out. Amber smiled as if she had an inside joke. Had they discussed the way he outgrew his old clothes? If so, did Amber like the changes? Rim tugged at his shirt sleeve. Amber ran her hand down the front of his shirt, smoothing it out. Trish is amazing. She smiled appreciatively before sauntering away. Rim grabbed his new zip-up sweater from the bed and followed her into the hallway. Is that really her job, to take people shopping? Placing his hand on the small of her back, he guided her across the room. Her waist was so tiny, his hand looked huge against her body. She's usually much more hands-on and pays weekly visits to each bride or groom. Amber grabbed a wool dress coat from the hall closet, and Rim took it from her and held it up so she could slip into it. Since we're so far away, I don't get to see her as often. You miss her? Asked Rim. Amber nodded. We've worked together for years, and she's become a good friend. Rim digested the information. Work for Amber meant marriage. Trish had outlasted 3 husbands. No wonder she and Amber were close. They chatted easily on the way to the restaurant. When Rim opened her door, Amber once again linked her arm through his. It seemed so old-fashioned, most couples held hands or just walked side by side, but he thought it was a sweet way to say that she trusted him to guide her, and he took that trust seriously. As they neared the front doors, there was a patch of ice. Rim put his hand over hers and pulled his arm closer to his body so she'd feel steady in her heels. Her grateful smile was enough to tell him he'd done the right thing, and he lifted his chest with pride. How she managed to make him feel powerful and strong with just one look defied his understanding. The hostess easily found their reservation and had them seated in a matter of minutes. Their server brought out drinks, salads, and rolls and explained what the different sections of the buffet served. As he talked, Amber's leg started bouncing. Rim looked at her out of the corner of his eye, but she didn't show any signs of distress. If he didn't feel her leg bouncing next to his, he'd have no idea she wasn't calm and collected. After he left, Amber leaned over and said, "Did he say lobster?" "I thought he said lobster." Rim nodded. He did. How about we skip the salad and go right for the lobster? Rim raised one eyebrow. Do you have a thing for lobster? Amber pressed her lips together and Rim watched, mesmerized. She took 2 quick breaths and blurted, "I have an addiction to lobster." She glanced over her shoulder at the buffet. Addiction? Rim speared a cherry tomato and popped it in his mouth, purposely slowing his movements. Amber crossed and recrossed her legs, shifting in her seat. Rim chuckled at her attempt to stay calm when she was obviously anxious as he loaded his fork again. Have you seen someone about this addiction? Amber rolled her eyes and speared a cucumber. Making a face, she bit into it. Rim enjoyed watching her normally perfect composure come undone over lobster of all things. Who had an addiction to lobster? He'd heard of women who went nuts over chocolate, but fish? I really think we need to get you some help, he offered. She shook her head. We need to get me some lobster. Pushing his salad away, Rim said, I am curious to see what happens when you actually have it. Amber silently clapped her hands together, and Rim stood to pull out her chair. They made their way across the restaurant to the buffet and Amber didn't waste any time selecting her lobster tail. She also took 2 crab legs and a small vat of melted garlic butter. Tapping her foot, she waited for Rim to load his plate so they could walk back together. Once seated at the table, it was as if Rim and the rest of the world disappeared behind a haze of garlic butter. Amber took a bite of her lobster, closed her eyes, and moaned softly. Though she exhibited the signs of a chain smoker needing a hit, she didn't rush through her meal. Instead, she savored each bite as if it alone contained enough ecstasy to last a lifetime. She was halfway through the crab legs when a guy in a suit clapped Rim on the shoulder, hard, and said, "Oh man, you let her have lobster?" Amber nearly choked. Jeremy? She took a sip of water and waved off Rim's outstretched hand. Her eyes scanned the restaurant before she stood up and gave the guy a hug. It wasn't a bear hug or even a romantic gesture, but it was friendly enough to put Rim on guard against the major league pitcher. Jeremy Appleby carried himself with the confidence of a man who had found success in his life. He was younger than Rim and broader, Rim admitted reluctantly. In any other circumstances Rim would have gushed over Jeremy Appleby. Instead, he wanted to fling the lobster carcass in Jeremy's smug little face. See what the guy would look like covered in greasy butter and shell fragments. Amber stepped back, but Jeremy's hand lingered on her waist like he had a right to touch her. Rim's hands clenched into fists. Rim, this is Jeremy Appleby. Jeremy, this is Rim Hoagland, my husband. Rim stood up and offered his hand. Jeremy gave a low whistle. You didn't waste any time. What happened to Mexico? He took Rim's hand, gave it an extra hard shake and kept his other hand on Amber. Rim tightened his grip before letting go. He should offer the guy a seat at their table, but he was not feeling all that polite at the moment. Mexico will have to wait. What brings you to Utah? Actually, I came to find you. Oh. Amber sank into her chair. Rim took his seat as well, though he felt like bolting out of it again when Jeremy placed one hand on the back of Amber's chair and another on the table and leaned close, trapping her. Amber, he began, as though Rim wasn't sitting right there. I need you. I want you to come home. I don't understand. Is something wrong? Did I forget to transfer things over or close an account? She gave Rim a worried look. No. That stuff's all fine. He got down on one knee and took her hand. Rim felt heat burn through his limbs, and his muscles tensed. I miss you, said Jeremy. Amber's face softened, and all the air went out of Rim's fire. This was it. This was the moment she would walk out and leave him here with an empty butter dish and dinner crumbs. She pulled her hand out from under Jeremy's and placed it on his shoulder. I understand that you're lonely, but I'm not the one to fill that void, not anymore. Jeremy's back slumped. It's harder without you. Please? Rim held his breath, waiting for Amber's answer with as much attention as Jeremy. She placed her hands on either side of his face and looked deep into his eyes. You are a wonderful person. You're kind and funny, and you will make someone very happy. But, said Jeremy. But you need to spend some time on your own figuring out what makes you happy. You've already done the Playboy thing. You've gambled in Vegas, and you've wasted time on video games. Jeremy, you need direction, and you want me because you think I can give it to you. I know you can give it to me. I probably could, but in the end you need to make your choices. You know how to do this. What's step 1? Jeremy sighed. Make a goal. Right. Amber let her hands drop into her lap, but Jeremy stayed right there on his knee. People were starting to stare, and Rim saw one guy pull out his phone to take a picture. He raised his hand to signal to their server that they would need another chair. The less of a spectacle they made here, the better. The resort didn't need bad publicity, and if there was one thing Amber had taught him, it was that Rim's image and Iron Mountain's image were now linked together. The next 20 minutes felt like 20 hours as Amber coached Jeremy through the process of making goals. Jeremy confessed that he wanted a mental challenge, so they talked about getting a degree online. At one point, when Jeremy was busy entering information in his phone, Amber looked up and mouthed the word sorry. Rim shrugged, but he had to wonder if having Amber's ex-husband show up on their 2-month anniversary wasn't some sort of sign. He could easily picture himself in Jeremy's shoes a year from now, begging her to come back because he missed her. In just a short amount of time, he'd come to rely on her for emotional support. More than that, though, she was his closest friend ever. He trusted her in ways he never thought he could trust another person, and she always rose to the occasion and stood at his side. How could he live without that? He shook his head. How would he live without that? Rim slouched in his seat. By the time Jeremy stood to leave, Rim had lost his appetite. Buttoning up his suit jacket, Jeremy said, "Thanks, sweetheart." Rim grit his teeth at hearing Jeremy call his wife sweetheart. Amber stood and gave him another light hug. "You're welcome." "Hey, how did you find me here, anyway?" Rim straightened up. He'd been wondering the same thing. "Your calendar is still linked to mine. I knew you were in Park City because of your flight 2 months ago, and you had seafood buffet for tonight. I searched seafood buffet in Park City and this was the first place that popped up." He winked at her. "I knew you couldn't resist their lobster." Amber laughed lightly, but Rim could see the color climbing up her cheeks. "Okay, no more cyberstalking. I'm cutting you out of my calendar." "Nah, I'm good. Once I hit spring training things should pick up, and in the meantime I have things to work on." "Good luck," said Amber. "Later, man." Jeremy gave Rim a little wave, and Rim lifted a couple fingers off the table to show he'd heard. "Well, that was unexpected." Amber pushed her plate away. "Was it?" Rim didn't know why, but he was suddenly suspicious. She leveled him with a look, but Rim didn't drop the accusation from his tone. "You spend hours on the computer and have email on your phone. For all I know, you guys could be in touch every day. It's obvious you're close." "We aren't." "Please, he gets your calendar updates." "Don't worry." She pulled out her phone. "I'm sending a text to Trish right now to tell her to get him off. He knew about your lobster thing and I just found out tonight." Amber's jaw dropped. "Are you jealous?" Rim's face burned. "No," he shifted in his seat. "He's your ex-husband. It's weird to have him show up, especially at our anniversary dinner." Amber's eyes went wide. "I thought we were celebrating the water rights." Rim fumbled with his fork. "We are. McGraw mentioned the anniversary earlier." Throwing down his cutlery, Rim barked, "Did you kiss him?" Amber's mouth fell open. "Or more?" Rim's stomach twisted and his hands shook. He needed to know. The wondering and imagining were way worse than the actual answer could possibly be. Unless the answer was that she'd actually kissed Jeremy. Then he'd have to follow the guy out to the parking lot and make sure he never came back. Amber leaned back in her chair. She crossed her arms for a minute and just looked at him. I'm at a loss for words." She used her napkin to wipe her mouth. "I can't believe I have to spell this out for you. I have not taken advantage of the physical intimacy clause during any of my marriages." Rim hated himself for feeling so weak when it came to Amber. "Not even a little bit?" Amber glared at him and appeared to be counting her breaths to calm down. Finally, her shoulders relaxed and she chuckled. "I should seriously be mad at you for a week for this. But, if I look at things from your perspective, I guess I can understand how you would wonder. Especially after Jeremy shows up here. And gets down on one knee." "Yeah, there was that," Amber conceded. "And begs you to come back. That too, which is not my fault, by the way." "Oh, it's totally your fault." Amber's arms fell to her sides. "How?" "You're kind of hard to forget." Every line and angle on Amber softened. "I care about Jeremy like I care about my little brother. If he calls, and it better be a call and not a visit, I'll help him through because I want good things for him, but I don't want him back." The knot at the base of Rim's skull loosened, and he relaxed for the first time since Jeremy flashed his toothpaste commercial smile. He realized that Jeremy had come hoping Amber would leave with him and instead, she'd sent him packing. She was a lot nicer about it than he would have been, but still she was here, and that thought created a warm feeling in his chest. "Should we go back for more lobster?" Amber smiled. "I think I've had enough for the night." "Dessert?" She leaned forward. Chocolate? Rim faked a panicked look. Don't tell me you're addicted to that too? Not like I am to lobster. I'm more of a functioning addict when it comes to chocolate. Rim stood up and took her hand, tucking it in the crook of his arm. I may be mistaken, but I thought I saw chocolate truffles, brownie bites, and some layered thing that smelled like coffee. Honey, you had me at truffles. Rim smiled in response, but as she turned her attention to the dessert section, his smile melted. She joked that he had her at truffles, but in reality he didn't have her any more than Jeremy did when they were married. Sure, they had a contract, but in 10 months that contract would expire and they'd be signing divorce papers. The thought left a sour taste in his mouth. He was letting Amber too far into his heart to let her go easily. It would be impossible to root her out at this point, but he could stop her from getting deeper. He had to, or he'd never recover when she left. Chapter 24. March was historically a huge month for Iron Mountain. All over the country, schools emptied for spring break, parents took off a week of work, and the hotel and ski school filled to capacity. They had to call in every instructor, lifty, maid, reservation specialist, and daycare worker on payroll just to keep their heads above water. Small emergencies popped up all day long that kept Rim and Amber rushing. They ended up driving separately most days so that they could run errands as needed, and their evenings were once again full of hosting responsibilities. They had little time alone and Rim felt the strain. He'd come to realize that Amber was an asset at the resort. More than once he'd considered offering to hire her on after their divorce. The trouble was, even though Rim could afford Amber's monthly salary, Iron Mountain couldn't. By the end of March, Rim was worn out. Another month had slipped by, and the resort would shut her doors mid-April. Rim looked up from his computer and gazed longingly at the giant flakes floating gently past his window. He groaned. Outside, powder accumulated quickly because of a cold front that had blown down from Alaska. It was a POW day like he hadn't seen since January, although in January, the flakes were smaller. Because it was later in the season, these flakes were huge, and Rim was stuck inside. His gaze came back from the snow to his computer screen. Diving back into the income report for last month, he worked to wrap his mind around the numbers and what they meant for the business. When Amber walked in carrying 2 hot chocolate mugs half an hour later, he felt like his brain had been put through the steam machine the barista used downstairs. She walked around to his side of the desk to hand him the cocoa instead of passing it across the desk and over his laptop. I thought I'd find you with your forehead pressed against the window, drooling over the powder. He smiled. Nope. I'm all business, all the time. Leaning back against his desk, she took a sip from her mug. How are things going? Great. He turned away from her so she wouldn't see the disappointment he knew he couldn't completely hide. I brought you something. Tapping the down arrow, Rim pretended he was engrossed in the numbers. Oh, sorry, thank you for the cocoa. Amber laughed. Not that. He looked up. This. Dangling from her hand was a blue lanyard and a season pass to the resort, the kind that meant you could head straight up to the hill and not have to stop at the marketing desk for a day pass. Aren't your skis still in the locker room at the lodge? He gulped. Are you serious? Amber nodded. But what about all this? He pointed to the computer. Amber shook her head. You've worked so hard this past month, and I know it hasn't been easy. Part of me getting you settled is helping you find a schedule you can enjoy. You have responsibilities here, but on a day like today, you need to feed your soul. Rim stood up and took the pass. He was standing so close he could smell the deep floral scent of her perfume. Enveloping her in his arms, he picked her up off the floor. You're the best wife ever. Amber hugged him back and laughed. You're welcome. He set her down, but didn't let her go. Holding Amber like this was one of the small pleasures he found in the day. She laid her hands on his chest, and he traced the outline of her lips with his eyes. Amber's cheeks flushed and she stepped closer, tipping up her chin. Rim savored the moment, kissing her slowly, exploring her lips and wrapping his hands around her back. Amber returned his kiss, sighing softly as it came to an end. "I'll meet you back here when the lift's close down," said Rim. "We should go out to dinner to celebrate." Shaking her head, Amber giggled. "Only in Utah do they celebrate snow days." Rim let her go and wrapped the lanyard around his neck. When he hesitated, wondering if he should shut the door to his office and spend the afternoon kissing Amber, she gave him a gentle push toward the door. "Go. I'll cover for you." Rim walked past his secretary's desk and out the door like he had an important meeting to get to. Within minutes, he was in the locker room, changing into his base layers and slipping on his snow pants. He opened the tall locker on the next aisle and grabbed his skis and boots. As he climbed the stairs that lead to the lifts, Amber crept into his thoughts as she often did when they weren't together. He could hardly believe he'd been married for 3 months. They worked together as if they'd been married 50 years and still liked each other. It was a good thing, since they were constantly together. At work, at home, in the car, they were rarely apart for longer than a couple of hours. Rim thought he would feel stifled after being alone for so long, but there was nothing stifling about Amber. Instead of weighing him down or making him feel like he had to make conversation, she allowed him to just be. They could sit in the same room and not say a word for hours on end. That's not to say he wasn't aware that she was there. It was quite the opposite. When it came to Amber, he had a built-in radar. The moment he walked into a meeting, his eyes found hers. If they were at home and she entered the room, his head snapped up. Even when he'd spend a few minutes at the end of the day greeting parents as they picked their kids up at the ski school, he'd know the minute she stepped on the snow. Instead of distracting him, his radar gave him the anchor he desperately needed to make it through taking control of the company. As he took his seat on the lift that would take him to the upper mountain and the tougher trails, his thoughts stayed with Amber. What would she have done if he'd given in to his impulse and kissed her again? He honestly didn't know. At times, he sensed she cared for him. He guessed she was attracted to him. At least, he caught her looking at him with an awareness he'd seen in other women. There was something between them. It wasn't one-sided. Amber had snuggled into him on more than one occasion, she'd instigated hugs and leaned in for kisses. Kissing, or any form of a physical relationship, wasn't part of their marriage contract, and Rim couldn't help but wonder if Amber had kissed her other husbands. It was a low-down, dirty thought, but he couldn't shake it off, and it trailed behind him like a bad dream. He wanted to believe he was Amber's someone special, that what they'd had was different than what she'd shared with her other husbands, but after meeting Jeremy and seeing the familiarity between him and Amber, Rim wasn't sure that he was more than just Amber's job. The lift slowed at the top of the hill to allow Rim to stand up and skate to the side. He decided to start at his favorite run. He knocked his poles together twice and took off. A month since he'd skied and fresh powder on the hill did wonders to lighten his mood. By the time he reached the bottom of the hill, he'd been recharged. Grinning, he made his way back to the lift line. Amber had been right, he needed to feed his soul. Chapter 25. Amber was leaving her desk for lunch when she was stopped by a man in a black business suit. "Are you Mrs. Hoagland?" he asked. "I am." Amber smiled at the small thrill that shot through her stomach to answer in the affirmative. Being Rim's wife was a new experience. She had taken her other husband's names, but never before did it give her such a sense of pride and a feeling of being cherished. The idea that Rim would share something as personal as his name with her left her head in the clouds. Still, it wasn't quite as wonderful as the feeling that came when Rim kissed her. That feeling was more like a slow burn that started in her belly and climbed through her veins. "Here." The man thrust an envelope into her hands. "You've been served." "What?" Amber stared blankly at the envelope. "Have a nice day." The man turned on his heel and left as quickly as he'd come. Amber ripped open the envelope and scoured its contents. Reversing her course and forgetting all about lunch, Amber hurried back to Rim's office, where she dialed Mr. McGraw. After explaining the situation, McGraw advised her not to discuss the matter with anyone until he set up a meeting. "Where's Rim?" he asked. "He's on the mountain." Amber bit her thumbnail. "See if you can track him down. I'll set a meeting with Mr. Peterson. Hopefully, we can have this wrapped up this afternoon." Amber nodded as she reached for her phone. She and Rim hadn't talked about the cliff incident since that day, and now the girl's parents were threatening a lawsuit. She dropped her phone and logged into the employee system. Robin had a class today. Rim hadn't fired her. Clutching her hands to her chest, Amber said a quick prayer. She dialed Rim and groaned when her call went voicemail. McGraw stuck his head in the office, his phone at his ear. "He can be here in 30 minutes. I can't reach Rim. We need this meeting." Amber nodded her understanding. She spent the next 20 minutes reviewing Robin's employee file and dialing Rim every 2 minutes. Except for the cliff incident, Robin had a spotless record. She noted the dependents on Robin's list and cringed. Mr. McGraw escorted Mr. Jarrett into his office. The lawyer had attractive salt and pepper hair cut short, a prominent chin, and an air of confidence. He was pleasant in his greeting and offered a smile to Amber as they shook hands. After introductions were finished, Amber asked the question that had burned in the back of her mind since she read the papers. The sums listed were extravagant, and Iron Mountain, Rim, and Amber were all listed as defendants. "What exactly is it your client wants?" "My client is more concerned about the safety of children than they are about the money." "Then why ask for so much?" Mr. Jarrett smiled easily. "Because they think they can get it." Amber blanched. "How dare they?" She exchanged a look with McGraw. "How would paying one family keep children safe?" "Well," began Mr. Jarrett, "they would be willing to drop the charges if you could assure them that the instructor responsible was unable to take responsibility for another class." Amber's stomach tightened. "If you'll excuse us for a moment." Amber signaled for McGraw to join her outside Rim's office. "What do you think?" Amber asked. McGraw tugged at his tie. His eyes fell to the floor. "It's policy to fire the instructor. If they will drop the suit, it's worth it." "Financially," said Amber. "But what about in principle?" If she fired Robin after knowing how Rim felt about it, Rim would be furious. And he'd have a good reason to be. "What's the likelihood that we'd win the case?" McGraw stroked his chin. "Historically, we've done well in cases like this. However, one of the reasons we win is our policy to fire the instructor. Also, with Rim having been there, they might win the case against him personally." "He'd lose everything," Amber whispered. "Worst case scenario." "Best case scenario is he loses half of everything to pay the legal fees and a settlement. The case could suck years out of his life." Amber checked her phone. Still no word from Rim. Did she protect Rim at the expense of his trust? Trust she'd worked hard to earn. Trust that was still fragile. When Rim held her close, she could see his affection, maybe even love, in his eyes. She also saw that flicker of uncertainty. In time and with consistency, she'd hoped it would fade away. Firing Robin would cause it to explode. "From a business standpoint, it makes the most sense," encouraged McGraw. Iron Mountain was the center of Rim's soul. If he lost this place, it would kill him. Almost as much as it would kill Amber to lose Rim. But Amber couldn't sacrifice Rim's happiness to ensure her own. Amber nodded before leading the way back into Rim's office, where Mr. Jarrett waited patiently. She pasted on her professional smile. "Would a copy of the instructor's release packet be enough to satisfy your clients?" Mr. Jarrett smiled easily. "I believe so." I'll have it emailed to your office before the end of the day. Wonderful. Mr. Jarrett stood and adjusted his suit coat. It's been a pleasure meeting you, Mrs. Hoagland. I'll be in touch, said McGraw as he followed Mr. Jarrett out the door. Amber sank into her chair. What had she done? Chapter 26. As Rim made the last turn on Homeward Lane, he lifted his eyes to take in the view. From up here, he could see down to where the lodge nestled into the small valley. It was the perfect place for a skier's home base. With mountains on either side, there were plenty of easy trails for beginners and instant access to lifts for those who were more advanced. Heading off trail to take some of the rollers, Rim kept his eyes on the snow in front of him half the time, and the other half he scanned the area for Amber. It only took him a second, thanks to his radar and her bright-colored coat, to pick her out of the crowd. Had she been wearing a white coat, it would have been almost impossible to see her through the heavy snowflakes, but the sapphire blue was unmistakable. Just like Amber. He leaned forward to increase his speed and popped out of the side trail like a kid on a trampoline. She probably couldn't see him, but he wanted to show off a little. Crossing over the run, he went up the side of the hill and dropped off the nearly 10-foot edge, landing as easily in the powder as he would have on a pile of feathers. He wove back and forth, spun in a 360, and pulled out a snow-spraying hockey stop in front of the lodge. Popping off his skis, he grinned as Amber made her way over. Was it a good day? She asked. Still a little winded from pushing it, he grinned. One of the best. She opened the door to the co-ed locker room where the ski lockers were, and followed him inside. He'd need to get his things out of here. This area was really for instructors only. Maybe he could take his stuff up to his grandpa's office. There was a ski rack on the wall. It was full, but he could take a few pairs out. He hadn't really looked that closely at it. A strangled sob drifted over the top of the lockers. Rim ducked around to see Robin hunched over on a bench, her hand pressed against her lips. What's the matter? Asked Rim. Robin jerked and then her eyes hardened. I guess money means a lot more to you than people. She stood up, slammed her locker, and brushed past Rim. What was that? Rim pointed toward Robin's retreating figure. Let me explain. Amber placed a hand on his arm. Rim's chest went cold. What is there to explain? Why would she say that? We had another lawsuit filed against the resort, and you and me. Rim watched Amber's throat bob as she swallowed. His mind raced. They hadn't had any accidents since. He cursed. The little girl over the cliff? Amber nodded. They offered to drop the suit if we fired Robin. Rim took a step back and held up his hands. You caved? They're bullying us and you caved? Rim, try to understand. From a business perspective. How many times do I have to tell you it's not always about business? You could have lost the resort. Rim stepped close, anger boiling, making his head burn and his face flush. You're trying to teach me a lesson again, aren't you? It's the whole position of power thing all over. People aren't your playthings, Amber. Robin has a family, responsibilities. Amber's eyes widened. For the first time since their first few days together, Rim saw her composure slip. I know she does. She also has dreams of being a paralegal, but working as a ski instructor wasn't getting her any closer to those dreams. So you thought you'd kick her out to motivate her? What is it with you? Do you think you can coach everyone into their dream life? It doesn't work that way. Life isn't like that. Rim pulled back and leaned against the lockers. And you aren't the person I thought you were. I know you're upset. Amber moved forward. Rim threw his arms out to ward her off. Stepping over the bench, he went for the door. This isn't working out, Amber. He spoke with his back to her. I thought it was or would, but it's not. What? What are you saying, Rim? Amber's voice had a vulnerable quality Rim had never heard before. He must have misheard it. Amber didn't need him. She was all about the job. If she cared about Rim, she would have fought for what he believed in, not caved to save money. I went through with the wedding. It was B&B that said it had to last for a year, not Grandpa's will. You've gotten me through the first season. I'll talk to McGraw and we'll figure out how to get you into your next. He stopped himself from saying marriage. There was a quick intake of breath, and Rim strode from the room, his steps more sure than he was. Once in his office, he shut the door and sagged against it. Pressing his hand to his chest to hold back the pain, he tried to breathe and found it hurt like a branding iron to his heart. Having opened his life, his home, and his heart to Amber, there wasn't a part of him that didn't ache at the loss of her. Chapter 27. Amber sank slowly onto the bench, shocked. She'd been fired. Canned. Sacked. Given her pink slip. Dismissed. Worse than that, she'd been dumped. Rim loved her. Not that he'd ever said the words. They'd barely had 3 months together, and yet she was more in tune with him than she had ever been with Braden, Derek, or Jeremy. She knew he loved her. She'd seen it reflected in his eyes. Had hoped it would grow into something stronger than his independence over the next year and they could renegotiate her contract. She'd gotten her wish. They were going to renegotiate her contract, only they were going to make it shorter, not longer. Amber stayed on the bench, unsure if she should, or even could, go home. What was the protocol after a breakup? She pressed her palm to her forehead and doubled over. Why was she thinking about protocol when her heart was breaking? She'd spent much too long keeping her heart on a shelf, out of reach. She'd known Rim would be upset, she just didn't think he'd ask her to leave. He didn't know it, but she was protecting him. She gathered herself up. There was still one more thing she could do, had planned on doing for a month. Dialing B&B, she asked Tina to put her through to Harrison. "It's good to hear from you. I thought you'd dropped off the planet." Amber didn't smile. "It's been spring break busy here." "Sorry." "It's fine. I finished up those documents. Do you want me to send them to you?" Amber thought fast. "No, send them to Rim." "Sure. Can you put an email with it?" "Sure. Just say, every penny can count. And then put my name." Silence filled the line. "Amber, is everything all right?" Harrison had lowered his voice, and Amber heard a door shut on his end of the line. "No, it's not." She sighed. "But if you can send those papers, a wrong will be righted." "Then I'm on it." "Thanks, Harrison." Amber gulped. This could be her last conversation with Harrison. Pamela had adequately impressed upon Amber's mind the importance of this contract. She'd become distracted by Rim's kisses, and now she was paying the price. Her future at B&B looked bleak. "I appreciate all you've done. It's more than you needed to, and I know it's outside of your job description." "Are you kidding? It's a great cause. I'm glad I could be a part of it." "You're a stand-up guy." "Thanks." The door opened on the other end of the line and Amber could hear Trish announce someone. "I'll let you go." "Thanks again." "Bye, Amber." Amber hung up the phone and stared at it. "Bye, Harrison." A moment later her phone rang, and she picked up without looking at the caller ID. "What's going on?" demanded Trish. Amber's eyes burned. The tears fell, and she sucked in, feeling as if she'd never be able to fill her lungs again. "Oh, sweetie," Trish cooed. "I'm booking a flight. I can be there tonight." "No," Amber choked out. "I'll come to you." "Is Rim coming with you?" "No. It's just me." There was a pause. Amber swiped her face clean. I wanted him, Trish. Amber sniffed. I let myself want him. I'll have Tina make the arrangements. I'll pick you up at the airport and you can stay at my place. Thank you, Amber whispered. Hang in there, sweetie. Trish hung up. A fresh wave of tears overtook Amber. Within 5 minutes, her phone beeped and she had the information for a flight out at 9 that night. She might have been flying to California, but she was leaving her home and her heart behind. Chapter 28. Rim finally made his way to the desk and sat in his grandpa's chair. He contemplated the furniture. All of it was left over. He hadn't even brought in a picture or his skis. Grandpa's skis still hung on the wall, waiting. Waiting for what? For someone to take them out on the hill again? Skis were objects, tools, they weren't animated. Much like Rim had been before Amber entered his life. He'd been an exemplary employee, a world-class instructor, and a roommate who helped pay the bills. He'd been a tool other people had used to accomplish their goals of increasing their skill level, lining their wallet, or building a reputation. Until Grandpa left him the resort. Rim thought back. That wasn't true. Even after he'd moved into this office, he had been on a tether. But slowly, under Amber's tutelage, he'd become part of the legacy. He'd kept the resort running during a time when it could have fallen into disorder or been made into a heartless machine. A rueful smile played at his lips. He'd messed up with the water rights. Amber had told him he would mess up sometimes and that they would handle it, together. Only there would be no more together. He'd broken them, ruined his chance at happiness. He was only a tool after all. Chapter 29. Amber did her best to keep her shoulders and her back straight as she entered Pamela's office. Unsure of her welcome, she hovered at the door until her boss looked up and waved her in. Amber, I'm glad you could get here on such short notice. Rim insisted this all be cleared up as soon as possible. A fresh wave of pain caused Amber's steps to falter. Of course. She bit her lip to keep the tears at bay and settled her mind on the task at hand. No matter what Pamela said, she would not cry. Crying was unprofessional and she'd done enough of it over the last 2 days to last a lifetime. Trish was an excellent host, giving Amber the space she needed to let it out and providing plenty of chocolate. I have the papers for your discharge here. Pamela opened a folder and pointed to the signature line. Sign here, please. Amber gave a small shake of her head. She'd anticipated being let go and felt a pang of regret. Her time at B&B had been productive and pleasant. She couldn't bring herself to regret her time with Rim, though. If she had to do it all over again, the time they'd had together was worth all of this. She missed him something fierce. I take it everything worked out legally for Rim. I mean, Mr. Hoagland. Pamela offered her first smile. He's fine. That Mr. McGraw is a legal whiz-kid. He had everything ironed out in no time. Amber squirmed under the sense of betrayal. She thought McGraw liked her. Mentally cringing, she realized she'd never learned his first name. She and Rim had dropped the Mr. and referred to him as McGraw, like they were teammates. Because they had been. They'd all been on the Iron Mountain team, working to make Rim's first season as successful as his grandpa's last. Well, at least they'd done that. Suddenly eager to be out from under Pamela's careful gaze, Amber asked, Is that all? Harrison has a few papers for you to sign as well. Amber got to her feet. I'll stop in his office. She held out her hand. Thank you, Pamela, for taking a chance on me. I've learned a lot from working with you, and I hope I've represented B&B well over the years. Pamela's eyes softened as she took Amber's hand and pressed it between both of hers. Amber, I had a good feeling about you from the beginning, and I stand by it. You're going to do wonderful things. Good luck. Amber didn't fight the tears that came at the rare, but cherished, words of praise. She made her way to Harrison's office and checked her mascara in the decorative mirror in the hall before knocking. "Come in," called Harrison's deep voice. Amber sucked in a breath and opened the door. The moment her eyes landed on Rim, she felt lightheaded. In a heartbeat, Rim was at her side, holding her elbow to keep her steady. "Here, sit down." He escorted her to the chair he'd been sitting in and then scooted another one around to sit next to her. "What are you?" Amber tried to ask. She'd never expected to see Rim again in her life, and she'd thought he'd stay in Utah. Pamela had sent everything to him in Park City, including her, so there was no reason to expect him at BMB headquarters. Harrison answered, "Rim and I were going over the particulars for the Iron Mountain Scholarship program you organized." Amber dropped her gaze to her hands resting in her lap. "Why did you do it, Amber?" asked Rim. Amber twirled her ring around her finger. She hadn't been able to make herself take it off yet. "When I talked to Robin, and after hearing about your struggles growing up, I thought there might be a way for Iron Mountain to help. Robin wants to be a paralegal. She's smart, too. I looked through her employee records. She'll make it. And McGraw could use someone on Iron Mountain staff who could help with the lawsuits." It made sense. "And since I'd all but thrown away the $30,000 on fake bank fees the first day I met you, you didn't think I'd mind." "Actually, I just thought you'd want to help." Rim reached for her hand and Amber let him take it, knowing full well it would make their separation harder, but unable to resist having just one more moment with him. "I think it's a brilliant idea." He glanced at Harrison. Harrison suddenly cleared his throat and stood. "I think I need a drink. If you'll excuse me." Amber watched him go, puzzled by his abrupt departure. Rim brushed his thumb over Amber's knuckles, bringing her attention back to him. "Are you ready to sign up for another husband?" Amber shook her head. "I couldn't. Not after." Rim's shoulders tensed. "Not after what?" Amber blinked. "Not after you," she whispered. Rim lifted her hand and kissed her fingers. His whiskers tickled her skin. "Forgive me, Amber, for letting my fear get the better of me." Amber bit her lip to keep from crying out. She could forgive him. She'd known the risk she took and that she was pushing him beyond his limits. She just hadn't expected it to reach the limits of her heart as well. Trying to find words to express the thoughts tumbling around inside her head, Amber opened and closed her mouth. Rim knelt before her, still holding her hand. "I know you hate the cold, but Utah has 4 seasons and only 3 of them are cold. Our summers are really warm, and you should see Iron Mountain in the fall, it's amazing." Amber sputtered. "It sounds beautiful. Please come home." Rim kissed her fingers, his lips lingering and his eyes warm and so full of love. "Come home to your husband, not your job." Surely he could hear her heart racing. "I want to." Amber tightened her grip on Rim's hand. "I want to be with you." Rim dropped her fingers and placed his hands on either side of Amber's face. "I love you, Amber." Rim's warm breath touched Amber's lips a moment before his kiss. Amber melted into him, threading her fingers into his hair. "I love you too," she said against his mouth. "I believe this would count as a public display of affection." Amber jumped at the sound of McGraw's voice. She tucked her head next to Rim's jaw. Placing a palm on his chest, she said, "If you're here, and McGraw is here, who's in charge of Iron Mountain?" McGraw shuffled his feet. Amber sat up. "Please tell me you left someone in charge." McGraw pointed to Rim. "He said this took precedence over everything." McGraw held up a stack of papers. "What is that?" Amber asked. "A new prenup, without the divorce stipulation," replied McGraw. He threw a dirty look at Rim. "You haven't told her you plan to extend the marriage contract?" Rim shrugged. "I told her the important stuff." Amber's heart trilled. This would be her final marriage. She wondered for a moment if Pamela had fired her to clear the way for Amber and Rim to be together. Shaking out of her musings, Amber stood and pulled Rim up with her. "We can go over all the paperwork you want, in the office. Right now, we need to get back to Park City before the place falls apart." McGraw chuckled. The woman at the front desk offered to make flight reservations. "Good. Have her book 3 flights. We're going home." Rim pulled Amber in for a bear hug, and McGraw pumped his fist. "Sign here and I'll have her put your ticket under Amber Hoagland." Smiling, Amber signed with a flourish. Rim wouldn't be her first husband, but he would be her last. Rim watched as Amber pushed her skis out and slowed to a stop. Rim spun in a complete circle and ended up next to her. "You're getting the hang of this." "Ha. At the rate I'm going, I'll be 50 before I can ski like you." Rim closed his eyes and breathed in Amber's words and the accompanying promise that went with them. The snow was icy in spots, the sun burned down, and Iron Mountain was on a skeleton crew for the last day of the season, but Rim couldn't think of a more perfect day than the one he'd spent skiing with Amber. They'd returned to find that Iron Mountain was still standing, though there were a few matters to take care of. Rim and Amber both signed the new prenup. Rim had been shocked to find out that Amber was worth almost as much as his grandpa had been before he passed away. The fact that she didn't need Rim's money had gone a long way to thaw Rim's mom's opinion of Amber. Amber said she had fallen in love with Iron Mountain and agreed to work as a vice president for the modest salary, knowing full well it was all the resort could offer. She'd already invited 4 magazines to come out next year, hoping they'd do full-page spreads on the resort. She was also in negotiations to host several high-level races that were sure to bring in business for the resort's hotels during the slower parts of the season. They popped off their skis and headed to the parking lot. "What would you like for dinner?" asked Amber. Rim slung his free arm around her shoulder and kissed her cheek. As amazing as Amber was at running a ski resort, it was the quiet evenings at home that had stolen Rim's heart. Because it was after work, when Amber was just Amber, that he'd seen her true beauty. And how was a man supposed to resist someone who was good and kind and who had saved her heart just for him? Rim couldn't. He'd been up against impossible odds the moment Amber stepped off the airplane. And he couldn't be happier about it. "How about blueberry pancakes?" he suggested. Amber's eyes lit up. "Sounds great." Rim set his skis down and wrapped his arms around Amber's middle, pulling her closer until their lips met. The sensation of kissing Amber was something Rim couldn't get used to. It was sweet, wonderful, and as pure as spring runoff. Pouring his love for her into the kiss, Rim realized he couldn't put into words how much he loved Amber. It was like trying to explain his love for the mountain that had nurtured him, provided shelter from life's storms, accepted him as he was and pushed him to be better. Grandpa would have understood. Grandpa had loved that deep, and in the end, Grandpa had bequeathed Rim the best in life. He brought him Amber. You've been listening to The Professional Bride, a billionaire marriage broker's romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick.
I hope you enjoyed The Professional Bride. This is a story of one of the billionaire marriage broker's brides who had done more than one wedding, which was a request from some of my readers. They wanted to see what life was like for a bride who had made this her career path. And as you can see, it turned out wonderful for her. So I said before the audiobook started that some of these experiences were my own. The first day I learned to ski, I had boots that were too big. If you've ever been skiing, you know that your boots should fit just right. Like your toe should be right at the edge there. Your heel shouldn't be able to slip at all, things like that. Well, I didn't know. I got the best fit I could. And what had happened is my toes gripped in my shoes most of the day. Because of that motion, my calves were so incredibly sore. I got up to walk the next day after sleeping overnight, and I couldn't flex my feet. My feet were my calves were so tight that I couldn't, your foot is like this. Mine was like this. And I couldn't get it to go like that. It hurt so bad. And I had Charlie horses for days. And I was like, icy hot, massage. And the best thing for it was hot baths to help loosen up those muscles. So that's why I had Janelle get in the hot tub. And of course, Rim knew just exactly what to do for her because he's our hero. And then another experience, it wasn't mine, but it actually did happen to my husband, was Rim's rescue of the little girl that had gone over the cliff. My husband came home from work one day. He teaches at Deer Valley Ski Resort here in Park City, Utah. And a little girl had gone over a cliff edge, and there was a class of people that had stopped because they heard her calling. Anyway, he did exactly what Rim did. He kicked off his skis, threw down his poles, and then scaled the side of the cliff using his ski boots to dig in to the snow, which is crazy. Don't ever do this. Like, wait for ski patrol. And he just said that his heart broke when he heard her crying down there, and he couldn't not do something, but it was incredibly dangerous. And so he put her on. He had her hold on to him like a monkey, and he climbed back up that hill and handed her to her family, and they were incredibly grateful. And he was the hero of the day. And so that is actually a true story that happened in our family. And so anyway, I hope you enjoyed the story. I hope you enjoyed The Professional Bride. I think the next book is, I'm looking at my list of books I need to do into audiobooks. And I think the next one is a groom, The Protective Groom, which is kind of exciting. So that was another request from readers after doing several of these brides and seeing The Professional Bride. They asked what would happen if a man was the one who signed up with Pamela. And I thought about that for a little while and was like, well, why not? So the next one you get will be the Protective Groom, which kind of gives away what it's about. He's there to protect his bride, which is super fun. So I hope you had a great day today with me in this audiobook, and I hope you come back for more. There's more in the Billionaire Marriage Broker series. So hit the subscribe button and then click the bell. Do you still have to do that? I see that on other videos, and I think, do we still have to hit the bell to get notified for when a new video is uploaded, so that you're always back here and know when they're coming? The other thing you can do to help this channel is hit the like button for the video, leave a comment about what you liked about the video, or if you've ever been skiing, if you've ever wanted to try skiing. One of the things most people love to share is their stories of being like taken to the top of the hill by a buddy who skis and is like, okay, go down, and then it's a disaster. We don't do that in our family. That's definitely not our mode of teaching skiing. So anyway, share your ski stories, share your places that you've skied. Honestly, I can say I've only ever skied in Utah, but we ride the lift with people from all over the world, Italy, Switzerland, just anywhere really. Australia, New Zealand, like they're from all over. They come out here for the snow. And so I have never skied anywhere else, but they all tell me that like this is the best place. So why go anywhere else? But if you've been somewhere that you've really enjoyed, let me know, because I would love to plan a trip to ski somewhere. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, if you want a listening experience that doesn't have any ads in it. If you want a non-ad listening experience, you can check out my Patreon page. I'll put the link for it down there. And then you would have access to all of these same audiobooks without ads in them. If you don't mind the ads, keep listening on YouTube. I love having you here. It's fabulous. I love reading your comments. I do read every single one of them. And I try and comment on every single one, or at least say hi or give it a thumbs up or a heart or something to let you know that I've seen it. And I'm checking those almost every single day. So yes, please hit the subscribe button. And I will see you next week with The Protective Groom. I hope you have a fantastic week and you find romance. Bye.